So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto married Karin Uzumaki. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 11. The third stage. The two teams charged into the building and the doors were subsequently locked tight, closing off everyone that was left outside in the hell that was taking place. Karin sighed in relief and collapsed onto the floor and stared aimlessly at the ceiling as other shinobi ran up to them to treat their wounds. Naruto was whisked away to the infirmary for the time being. Karin was definitely relieved and even smiled towards the blonde. Kuretsuchi fell onto her butt and let out a powerful sigh and wiped a small ball of sweat on her forehead. She smirked a bit and nodded her head at Karin before turning away and heading off towards who knows where. Karin pushed herself from the ground and headed off towards the nearest waiting room after she turned her scroll into the mediator at the final checkpoint. Karin, though, suddenly froze when she felt a powerful pit in Naruto's thoughts and emotions. A powerful darkness had caused her to turn into a statue. It was nothing like Kyuubi's power and presence, this was something else entirely. It was almost as if there was another person entirely within Naruto. It scared her. Her blood ran cold and her eyes stayed wide. Her heartbeat sped slightly as Naruto's thoughts wandered into more gruesome thoughts. This new person was still Naruto, but it was more or less like a different persona of Naruto. She struggled to get through the darkness to find the light that Naruto was best known for, the light that always saw a way to never dim or ever darken, a light that always shined no matter the situation. Karin was so confused, especially since Naruto wasn't harmed, at least as bad as she thought, especially after she and Kuretsuchi removed the bone from his aorta. Instead of him getting hurt, he finally saw his first kill. Karin thought quietly to herself. She'd seen a lot of death in her lifetime, as sad as it was to admit. But, never had she taken the lives of others, not even once. Well, you had to give the girl some credit, after all, she was just a lab rat that stayed with her test tubes and blood samples, rather than going out into the real world to get some actual combat experience. That was for people like Naruto and Sasuke. It didn't take long, but Naruto was now back on his feet and started shouting the normal things that Naruto would normally shout about, but there was something different about him. Karin stared at him for a good 10 minutes before realizing that Naruto was probably just being his normal self and was struggling to keep his wits about him. Iridide sighed and let out a laugh when Naruto managed to botch his own joke with one of the nurses. Naruto though, while on the outside was completely fine, no scars or anything, he was a raging storm of emotions within. He watched the light leave a man with his own eyes. Never had he ever imagined seeing something like that. In the end, he knew that it would have been necessary sooner or later. But thinking back even further, he came to the realization that he had been killed before. It wasn't Kakuzu, Kakashi told him that he had disposed of the Akatsuki, but instead it was some man in sauna when he first came back from training. The Adama Rasengan rammed into the fake Itachi. The image flashed through Naruto's mind for a quick moment and made him flinch at the cry of pain that the spy let out, the impact and the sputter that the man let out, signifying the end of his life. Naruto shook his head and adopted his mask once more and smiled softly at the shinobi and nurses looking over his vitals. Tsunade soon walked into the room and gave Naruto a good bonk on the head and ruffled his hair. The Hokage was worried after some of the reports about bandits in the desert but felt that the only thing she should do was trust in Naruto's skills. She knew that this test was going to be brutal, but she didn't imagine it on this level. So many genin were killed in the second stage just to make a point that war shouldn't be taken lightly. It was cold-hearted and the Hokage knew it, but with a war for the sake of the world, one had to take drastic measures to protect the present to preserve the future. At least that's what she told herself to make her heart stop wrenching. She ran a hand over Naruto's face for a moment and sensed that there was something a bit different with his blood flow and quickly laid him back down onto the bed while doing a quick diagnostic of the blonde's body. There was something a bit strange with his heart and blood flow as she first sensed. She motioned for Karin and Kuretsuchi towards the boy and gave the two girls a look that said, "You know what to do." Karin placed her hands over Naruto's chest and started channeling chakra onto his chest while Tsunade knocked the boy out for the operation. Kuretsuchi held Naruto down and channeled chakra into Karin to help the Redeed with her healing. Tsunade cut open the boy's chest to reveal mushed organs and even still, cracked ribs and even punctures in the lungs. Tsunade looked at both Karin and Kuretsuchi with wide eyes. What the hell happened to him? Tsunade said in a near roar. His body has never been this bad before. He fell. Karin replied meekly. Into a giant cavern in the desert. Kuretsuchi added. He was about to summon something from the chakra that I was able to read, but the walls of the cavern were covered in seals I think, and the seals absorbed his chakra and he simply fell to the ground face first. Karin sighed. So we tried to heal him after being captured by the bandits in the desert and we ended up finding Kuretsuchi and Naruto. A broken rib ended up getting lodged into Naruto's aorta and Kuretsuchi and I had to heal him. She used this technique called the Heart of Stone or something and she ended up making out with Naruto on the side. Way to spill every detail. Kuretsuchi stomped on Karen's foot and the two ended up butting heads and glared lightning bolts into each other's eyes. Don't tempt my forehead. You shouldn't tempt me either, stone slut. Karen growled. Tsunade deadpanned at the interaction. This wasn't the way they should be acting, especially since Naruto needed their help. This was almost as bad as Ino and Sakura and these two girls didn't even know each other outside of a few days ago. The Hokage shook her head and started channeling chakra into Naruto's body and started reforming the bone and the organs back to their original form. After all, it was getting gross to look at with all of the flesh turned into mush. No more than 15 minutes passed and Naruto was back on his feet smiling and laughing, filling the room with light and happiness. But Karen sensed something else within the boy. The Kyuubi was starting to flow more and more of its chakra into his system. Karen was able to tell that the smile spread on Naruto's face wasn't real, rather, it was yet another mask that the boy created so no one would worry about him. With nothing left to do in the room, everyone was quickly whisked away towards the massive arena on the western wing of the building. On the outside, Naruto and Karen were able to see a large band of shinobi from all nations, escorting another even larger group of bandits from the desert with their hands on their heads. The shinobi had masks covering their faces, giving no distinction between the different shinobi, but their clothing gave their nationality away. Karen tilted her head as she stared out into the desert, stopping in the middle of the hall. Naruto stopped as well and looked out the window wondering what the girl was on about, but he couldn't tell what she was so mesmerized about. Not wanting to find out, Naruto quickly grabbed her and dragged her towards the doors down the hall. There were about 15 other teams built up at the door with them waiting with their sensei and teammates. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked to see Kuretsuchi and her team standing at the door with small smiles on their faces. Naruto and Karen nodded at the Iwa team and took their place at the front of the door. All heads were snapped to the in charge and awaited instruction. Suddenly, behind all the teams, the hall shut off as a pair of doors slammed closed behind them. Naruto turned to Karen and visibly gulped, letting the redeed know of his nervousness. His bright blue eyes scanned the contestants in the room wondering what was going on, but the ground shook beneath them and they all started to rise. Naruto looked back to Karen to see her with a raised eyebrow. She narrowed her eyes and gave the blonde a subtle nod before fixing her glasses. She ran a hand through the unkempt side of her hair and stepped closer to Naruto. She too scanned the room with her crimson eyes. Kuretsuchi and her team were doing the exact same with Akatsuchi behind Hiro and Kuretsuchi. They wanted to make sure that they wouldn't be ambushed in the dark. But just as their nerves started grating at their sanity, light started to pour through the darkness, illuminating the room. Naruto sighed in relief, but only Karen heard it. The redeed let a small smile grace her dirty face and looked up to Naruto to see him already sweating. That's not a good sign. Karen thought. That is definitely not a good sign. Something must be getting to Naruto if he's already sweating. I doubt it's because he killed someone. It has to be the Kyuubi at work here. If only Karen hadn't been so right. Naruto's heart rate was racing as the Kyuubi thrashed in its cage. There was also nothing Kushina could do. With the cage in the way, Kushina couldn't shoot her chakra chains out and bind the Kyuubi once again. The only way for the fox to calm down was for Naruto to control the damn beast and tame it. Naruto was struggling for control of his body and was afraid that the fox would take over his body during the finals, which was something that was preferred not to happen. As of now, Kushina was shouting at the Kyuubi to calm down and trying to hold the cage sealed with whatever power she had left without disappearing. Disappearing wasn't part of the plan, and that was something that Kushina was trying her hardest to avoid. Naruto was going to need her later on if he were to take on the Kyuubi. The Uzumaki knew it, but Naruto didn't. Now, the doors swung open, revealing another arena filled with sand and stands that shot up in the air, with people filling every seat. There were 5 sections, and each section was segregated by village and nationality that the people were from. Naruto and Karen looked up to see the largest section that had the flags of Konoha and Hai no Kuni waving in the wind above. In the stands they immediately recognized the Konoha 11, all were present to cheer the two on, along with Konohamaru, who had apparently made it to the final round of the test. Ino was cheering the loudest of the 9, scaring a few of them with her cries. Ino made sure Naruto could see her, and once the two made eye contact, the blonde bombshell gave him a not-so-subtle wink and even blew him a kiss for good luck. Karen clenched her fist and glared at Ino with her lens, getting some serious glare from the rays of the sun above. Naruto laughed out and gave into a smirk and waved softly, letting the girl know he got her gifts. Naruto and the rest of the finalists walked off towards the center of the arena, with Iwa, Kumo and 3 Suna teams, along with Konohamaru standing at their sides. All of them stood silently and stared awkwardly at one another as they waited for some kind of order to happen. Naruto looked at Karin with a look that asked it all. Karin wasn't even able to respond as a large explosion went off at the front of the arena. Karin looked at Naruto with confusion evident on her face. Karin was waiting for a response, but she was suddenly thrown to the ground by Naruto. The boy shot up with a kunai and blocked a flurry of shuriken. Naruto then hurled the same kunai at their attackers and grabbed Karin off the ground and charged away from a fireball flying at them. What the hell is going on? Karin screamed out as an earth exploded just a few meters away. What are we supposed to be doing right now? I think it's a free-for-all match right now. We need to survive for a certain amount of time, I guess. Naruto replied over some explosions and roaring applause. Come on then. Karin jumped away from Naruto with her chakra flaring in all directions, sensing everything and anything that was on its way towards her and Naruto. The kunai laced with chakra was flying towards her, but she drew out a kunai and blocked the projectile, and even managed to calculate the right angle at which she had to block it to send the attack right back at the owner. Karin ducked as an Iwa Genin with rock fists held together with chakra whizzed above her. With a quick thought, she shot her kunai up and dug the knife into the Genin's gut and quickly pulled out to make sure not to kill the kid. Karin was so preoccupied with the Genin that she didn't realize that there was another Iwa Genin underneath her. Within a split second, dirt shot up around the girl and she was suddenly grabbed underground with only her head still visible. The Genin had a knife at her face and Karin quickly surrendered. The Genin that had her hostage was suddenly blown away by a weak version of the. Karin looked up to see Naruto with a large cloud of blue chakra floating around him. The blonde looked down and tried his best to stifle a laugh when he saw the predicament that Karin was in. He was about to pull her out until Karin told him that she had already surrendered. The blonde giggled softly and shook his head and turned back around for the fight at hand. Karin felt a weird sensation was pulled from the dirt and led from the arena to the competitor's box. Down in the arena, there were about 15 other shinobi left and the numbers were quickly dropping. Naruto was now surrounded by 2 teams of Kumo shinobi. They had their swords and kunai drawn intent on kicking the blonde off from the finals as quickly as possible. Just before they could attack, they heard a powerful shout from the stands. It was Ino roaring for him to kick their asses. Naruto laughed loudly, dropping his guard. One of the Kumo shinobi saw this as an opportunity and charged forward with his sword aimed right for Naruto's side. The boy was stabbed quite painfully. The Kumo shinobi pulled his blade from Naruto's abdomen but popped into a large cloud of smoke. A shadow clone, one of them shouted in fear. Yes, a shadow clone indeed. Naruto shouted in excitement. He dashed from underneath one of the larger Kumo shinobi and rammed his fist into his chin, much like what he did to Neji in the first Chunin exams that he had participated in. With the larger Kumo shinobi down, Naruto spun on his heel and charged for one of the other larger ones, engaging in a powerful bout of taijutsu, matching the boy fist for fist and kick for kick. Neither was getting close to a victory as they continued to fight. Naruto though found the opening and sent his fist up, smashing his knuckles into the side of the Genin's face, sending the boy flying over into the dirt, knocked out completely. The blonde landed on his feet and faced the rest of the shinobi. They charged forward, but instead of one by one, they came in a mob, blocking every exit and even escape that Naruto could possibly have. Let's make this fight a little even, shall we? Naruto threw up the cross-hand seal, and suddenly, 20 Naruto clones popped into existence and took up fighting positions. The Kumo shinobi were undeterred and continued their charge at the boy. Naruto shook his head and jumped up, smashing his foot into the face of another large genin and landed with his fist lodging into the side of another genin. He quickly backed away as a raging Kunoichi dashed for him, swinging her blade left and right, up and down, in an attempt to at least graze his face with her blade. Naruto though, wasn't about to have any of that and called upon Sage Chakra in a quick millisecond just before the sword hit his face. He smashed the sword completely and kicked the girl away just as fast. Naruto landed on his feet and paced back a few yards to get away from the shinobi that targeted him. All of them froze in their tracks when they saw his eyes and sensed his power. Karin gasped when she realized that the boy was already in Sage mode. But what surprised her even more was that the Sage mode chakra started to flow from his body, almost as if Naruto was forcing it from his system. I will fight all of you fair and square. Naruto said suddenly. Using this power is like cheating. Slowly but surely, the chakra was funneled from his body and back into the land around him. Having never done something like that before in his entire life as a sage, it was rough. At least the genin that he was fighting against knew that he was trying to give them a fighting chance. Naruto finally got all of the Sage Chakra from his system completely removed and faced his opponents with a defiant eye. But before he could even lift a finger to fight them, they were all blasted back by none other than Konohamaru and his. Naruto smirked and burst out into laughter, causing a few of the audience in the stands to look at the blonde with a questionable look. Konohamaru pile drove through the shinobi, taking all of them out of commission at once. A large smile grew on Naruto's face, and he quickly charged off to take on Konohamaru. But before he could get to Konohamaru, there was a powerful blare of a whistle and Naruto and two other shinobi froze, including Konohamaru. Their three heads looked up to the stands and found all five cages standing at the head of the platform, with their gazes staring at the contenders at the bottom below. There was a great silence in the crowd as they watched in silent anticipation of what was to come. All eyes were on the three remaining contenders. Naruto looked around and found that it was Konohamaru, himself and of course, Kuretsuchi. This wasn't going to be pretty. The crowds could even see that it wasn't going to be a great picture. At least it would be fun to watch the three kids go at each other with all of their power. The entire arena was quiet for a good amount of time as medics and other came out from the stands and led the wounded and unconscious shinobi from the arena floor and into the infirmary or the stands, leaving Naruto, Kuretsuchi and Konohamaru in the middle to stare at each other with nervous eyes and looks. Naruto thought to himself and suddenly realized that the final exam was going by so much smoother than what had happened with his first go-around. And again, we were suddenly attacked from all sides and even from within by so many shinobi. Naruto looked around with a nervous eye. He wasn't expecting any surprises to spring from any part of the arena to take on all of the cage and villages at once. I wouldn't be surprised if the Akatsuki pulled some bullshit like that, but the war coming soon, they'll need all the cards that we already have neutralized. After all, they are down by how many members? Almost all of them except for the masked one, right? Wait. The Venus flytrap one. What did they call him? Azetsu, right? Yeah, Azetsu. There were clones of him at the river in the land of iron. I know I can make clones, but they weren't like the Zetsu's clones. There was something different about them, almost as if they were completely animate and almost a completely different sentence. Naruto started looking around as the silence continued to flow throughout the arena, drowning all sound. If the Akatsuki find a way to multiply that thing into more and full-bodied beings, then the alliance might have an actual challenge ahead of them. Suddenly, the silence was broken with a thunderous applause that scared Naruto from his thoughts and almost had him rolling into the sand for defense. At least no one in the audience saw him freak out. Naruto fixed his position and looked up to see Gaara with his hand raised. The people of Suna were screaming out his name in excitement and even a few Konoha shinobi joined in. Naruto straightened up and walked next to Kuretsuchi and Konohamaru, with himself being the median to the two shinobi. This fight shall continue after a 30-minute reprise. Gaara called out. The people groaned and so did the wounded contestants. Karin and Ino shouted out their disapproval since they wanted to see Naruto kick some ass. Hell, everyone wanted to see the boy hailed as the hero of the leaf kick some ass. That was the reason they came after all. Naruto, Kuretsuchi and Konohamaru walked off towards the contenders' room and sat on different benches while being served ice-cold water and bowls of food. That was some interesting strategy that you had there, Kono. Naruto smirked. To tell you the truth, I'm surprised that you even made it this far. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Naruto Nai-chan. Konohamaru deadpanned. It doesn't matter now. Kuretsuchi smirked. Neither of you will win this. And what makes you so sure of yourself? Naruto smiled. After all, I am by far the strongest one of the three of us. I'll force those words down your gullet, minion. Kuretsuchi growled menacingly. You won't know what hit you in this fight. Naruto shivered silently, hoping he didn't piss off the Iwa Kunoichi. His mother snickered while Kyuubi simply sighed. The blonde looked left and right, seeing his two companions completely entranced by their food. Rolling his eyes, he went back to eating his food as fast as possible. Besides, he needed to take a mega piss as soon as possible. He threw down his wooden bowl and charged off for the nearest restroom to relieve his already overfilled bladder. With a quick motion, he managed to empty his entire amount of piss in just less than 10 minutes, leaving him with about 15 minutes left to take a quick power nap. He smirked softly and turned to wash his hands, but there was a sudden feeling residing within him, almost as if his stomach was about to turn over. Then his body froze and his muscles clenched almost as if he were holding in a powerful fart. Soon enough, he let loose and the ungodliest rumble shook the restroom. Having been around the smell of rotting flesh or even cut open bodies, the smell didn't affect him, but suddenly from the 5 stalls that were in the restroom, out came 5 men holding their pants up with their right hands and holding their left hands against their faces to ease the pain. Naruto took a step but suddenly felt a strange solid but liquid sensation coming from his rear. He took another step thinking it to be nothing, but it started again, and this time it was warm and wet liquid. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat and took a deep nervous breath, knowing full well that this was a terrible situation to be in. It was almost as bad as the time he hanged Sasuke 4 years ago in his failed attempt to court Sakura. Naruto sucked up the uncomfortable feeling and practically made a mad dash for the nearest stall and threw his pants down around his ankle and smashed his butt onto the toilet seat, letting all of the shit built up from 4 days of no shitting into the toilet, filling the room with the most appalling scent. At this point Naruto felt something wanting to go out through his throat. It was just so gross to the boy. Outside. 20 minutes later. Konohamaru and Kuretsuchi were standing awkwardly with the proctor in the center of the arena. It had been 5 minutes after the set time for break and the people were getting restless. Tsunade was sweating bullets, but no more so than Karin and Ino. The two girls were biting their nails and were making deep glares at the arena and the spot where Naruto was supposed to be. Some of the daimyos were even thinking that the boy had ditched and chose to quit the competition, something that the cages couldn't afford since Naruto was one of the prize fighters in this exam. With the help and funds from the daimyos, the alliance would be able to get the supplies they need. Having Naruto still in the fight would make the daimyos want to help the shinobi in their plight. Suddenly, from within the arena below, out came a red-faced and sweat-covered Naruto, trying his hardest to keep his pants held up. In his rush to get back to the arena, he had accidentally popped his button from his pants, and since he doesn't wear a belt, he had no alternative other than to hold his pants up manually. He arrived in the arena and took a deep breath, trying his hardest to regain his dignity. Ino and Karin quickly sunk into their seats, especially since Naruto was the guy they were cheering for the entire time. People around them, even the Konoha 11, were laughing. Looking back down, Naruto tried his hardest not to look embarrassed, but it was kind of hard, especially with his mother laughing maniacally within his mind. Even the Kyuubi joined in, calling him a naked rat. Naruto gave the proctor a look, and the proctor quickly got the message. The man brought up his arms, and the crowd quickly silenced and allowed the proctor to give out the rules. The cages sat up after relieving themselves of their laughter and stood firm. Ino and Karin sat up once more in their seats, hoping to get a good fight from the blonde boy they both liked so much. The rules of this final fight are simple. Use every weapon of your arsenal, be it Genkai Mta or even extra chakra abilities, such as Sage Mode. The proctor said. Killing again is allowed, but it would be in your best interests to not kill each other. Begin. The proctor jumped back as far as he could as Konohamaru and a clone rushed forward with a blaring in their hands. Naruto was surprised by the boy's audacity and merely watched as the explosion tore through the arena floor. Kuretsuchi backflipped and landed softly while speeding through her own set of hand seals for her own ninjutsu. Naruto saw this and charged ahead with his own hands and smashed the ground beneath the girl with the attack, knocking her back. He didn't intend to kill her or even damage her all that badly, maybe just knock her out. The boy sent a punch for her temple, but Kuro ducked and kicked Naruto back, unknowingly saving the boy from Konohamaru's explosive dust attack. The resulting explosion sent Kuretsuchi into the wall of the arena and Naruto through the ground and into the wall on the opposite side of the arena. Kono panted violently, knowing that he was coming close to losing. He saw Kuretsuchi had already recovered and charged right for him with the intent to kill. The Iwa Kunoichi jumped up and sent her heel down for Konohamaru's head, but the Sarutobi rolled over to his side, dodging the attack at the most perfect moment. Kuro's foot was lodged into the ground for a good few seconds before she managed to completely recover. She was ready to kill the boy for dodging and evading him and nearly beating her more than once. Kuro wasn't going to be beaten by a 12-year-old with the voice of a kid half that age. She charged Konohamaru and punched him square in the face, sending him back into the ground, bouncing violently a few feet away. Konohamaru struggled to fight back, but still tried his best. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling to get his left leg from the sleeve of his pants that happened to wrap around his ankles. At least he was wearing his black boxer shorts. It would have become quite problematic if he decided to wear his white boxer shorts. All the while, the boy was cursing under his breath, knowing that he was about to embarrass himself more than any other shinobi in the history of shinobi kind. With his left leg completely free from the pants, he dashed forward with only his boxers covering his legs and private parts. The crowd went wild with laughter. Ino and Karin face faulted and placed their faces against the chairs in front of them. Tsunade burst into a dangerous laughter with her almost losing breath, and the cages like A and Inoki burst into laughter as well. I can't believe that this is the kid that bowed to me in Tetsu no Kuni. A thought to himself. Kids got spunk. Kuretsuchi and Konohamaru were completely confused with the sudden uproar and turned their attention to the pantsless shinobi, charging for them with his eyes focused on them only. Konohamaru started laughing despite the pain he felt and it soon spread to Kuretsuchi. She struggled to keep her emotions in and suddenly gave Naruto the opening he needed. The blonde shot forward with chakra coming off of his legs and the boy smashed his fist into Kuretsuchi's face, sending her bouncing back into the same wall, same spot as she was before. Konohamaru gasped in relief and was helped to his feet with his head still ringing. Naruto gave him a look and pulled the boy he saw as a little brother close and stared at him in his brown eyes. Quit. This isn't a fight that you can fight yet. Konohamaru, listen to your Nai-chan just for this instance. I'd rather not see you get hurt more than you already are. Naruto said in a calm voice. But you're still young, Konohamaru. Besides, after what you probably experienced in the second stage of the test, I doubt that you'd like to go to war. Naruto added. Fine. Konohamaru sighed with a broken heart. Proctor, I surrender from the fight. Before Konohamaru could disappear, he flashed Naruto a thumbs up and started pointing at something. Naruto was confused and followed his eyes to the back of his boxers and found a large light brown stain that went up and down the rear. Naruto's face went hot as a powerful red blush covered his entire face. He snapped towards the opposite direction and watched as Kuretsuchi pushed herself from the wall. Kuretsuchi was huffing and puffing out of frustration. "I am embarrassing my people and my family." Kuretsuchi glared menacingly at the last Konoha shinobi left in the arena. "I am getting tossed around like a ragdoll by a child. Now I have to fight Naruto-kun. Damn it. I will not surrender." Ugandan no Kuretsuchi sent forth a powerful barrage of lava bullets that cooled into rock bullets. Naruto's blue eyes went wide as the projectiles came rushing for him at nearly lightning speeds. With a quick summoning of chakra, he grabbed each projectile in midair and spun around on the heel of his foot and hurled the rocks back at their owner at the near same speed as she did. In the midst of her confusion, Naruto dashed forward while calling in as much chakra as he could before they closed the distance. Now. Naruto jumped forward and sent his fist forward, but Kuretsuchi dodged it. Little did she know, she didn't actually dodge the attack. An invisible force smashed into the side of her face, sending her into a different wall this time. Kuretsuchi was hyperventilating from frustration at this point and pushed herself from the wall with fire burning in her eyes. "I dodged that attack, damn it." Kuretsuchi glared at Naruto knowing that words couldn't and shouldn't be spoken at this time. "I'll get him this time." Tsukajim no a large blast of quicklime shot from her mouth and launched towards Naruto, but the boy managed to jump away in time. Kuretsuchi knew that he'd do that and jumped as high as she could and sped through yet another set of hand seals and held her hand up to her mouth. Miserapa. A large blast of water shot from her mouth and nearly hit Naruto on a few occasions, but because of his chakra, he was able to catch onto the warpath of the attack and managed to weave around the large stream of water. In the midst of Kuretsuchi's blind rage, she didn't realize that Naruto made a team of enhanced clones. Without a spoken word, the clones hurled the real him up into the air, while one of the clones left behind distracted the still descending girl. Naruto, still in sage mode, formed as he closed in on the girl. She formed another set of hand seals and shot forward yet another Miserapa, this time, making sure she got Naruto, or at least what she thought was Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto closed in and slammed into her back and forced her into the ground below, smashing her 2 feet into the dirt. The blonde landed softly and turned back around before realizing that he was still devoid of pants. He took a deep breath to make sure that he wasn't about to embarrass himself yet again and walked up to the hole that Kuretsuchi was embedded within. The entire crowd was silent while some started snickering when they saw the light brown shit stains on the back of his boxers. Ino and Karin watched with bated breath as the shinobi came closer to one of the most powerful adversaries that he'd fought since Pain. Naruto looked into the hole to see that Kuretsuchi was indeed knocked out. Naruto looked to the proctor as he checked her vitals and gave Naruto a nod. The proctor took the boy's hand and raised it up into the air, and with a big smile and an even bigger voice, he called out Naruto Uzumaki as the winner of the exams of Tsunagakure. All the while, Kuretsuchi was carefully pried from the hole she was embedded within. "Damn it. I overdid it. Again." Chapter 12. Karin, where are we going? Naruto asked. He was replied with the simple wisps of wind and sand, scraping against the dirty pathways of Tsunagakure. Everyone was inside as a snowstorm started picking up around the village, but Naruto was being escorted towards the Kazekage Tower by 2 Anbu. Naruto was slightly confused but started getting a good idea as to what was going on, hoping that he was getting what he wanted. The Anbu were silent and didn't even turn to face Naruto, they didn't even tell him to shut up. The silence was bothering the blonde boy, but Naruto sighed and looked away, knowing better than to possibly annoy 2 shinobi that had the ability to possibly hand him his ass, literally. The blonde scratched his whisker marks and trailed his eyes around, back and forth, locking eyes with many people as they looked out onto the street from the safety of their homes. Some were beautiful girls, entranced with the blonde's looks, but Naruto of course didn't even notice and simply walked off. For some strange reason, Naruto felt that he was walking longer than what he thought. Time started flowing slower and slower, and soon enough Naruto felt that even the sun had stopped moving in the sun above. Tsunagakure was the smallest of the 5 great shinobi nations, and to feel that the village was this damn big made him wonder if that proclamation was really the truth. But once the bored thoughts flowed out of his ears, the blonde suddenly felt time speed up. The sun was moving once again, and the Anbu seemed to be moving faster than he was. Naruto was struggling to keep up with the 2 elite shinobi, but started to feel weak in his legs as his body started to grow intensely hot. It was so strange to the boy as the sun seemed to be beating harder on his body than before. Not only was the sun raging above, the Kyuubi was causing more of a ruckus than usual, causing his body heat to rise exponentially. This wasn't going to be a fun day, Naruto assumed. Something was bothering him though, the bandits in the desert. It was almost completely random if his opinion was anything to merit. Bandits waiting in a cavern deep within the desert floor almost seemed like a joke. Of all the places that Naruto and Karin could have fallen into or encountered, it had to be one infested with people wanting to kill them, and not only that, but filled with former sound shinobi. By luck it seems. I just can't get enough, can I? Naruto sighed in defeat. The two Anbu suddenly stopped, but Naruto didn't notice and bumped into two rock-hard walls. Naruto struggled to regain his composure, but straightened up once the two Anbu parted to reveal 5 cages. Gaara stood at the helm with Tsunade to his right, Inoki to his left, Mei to Inoki's right, and 8 at Tsunade's left. To see a sight like that made Naruto's eyes sparkle in excitement. He heard 2 similar noises and turned to see Karin and Ino Fasipum. Naruto at least had the decency to look embarrassed. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara called out with a powerful voice. Naruto's eyes widened and he stood straight with goosebumps going up and down his arms. He really needed to start paying attention instead of playing around all the time. His blue eyes watched as Tsunade walked down the steps of the Kazukiage Tower with something in her arms wrapped within a plastic covering. Naruto felt his heart race as his eyes started to clear and focus on the object within the plastic wrapping. It was a vest, but not the normal one. It was orange. His heart began to race as the vest started coming closer and closer. For some strange reason, Naruto felt the need to water up. This action was in fact one of the nicest things he'd ever seen done for him. He smirked slightly at the image of wearing a jacket like that to battle. He felt the urge to laugh at the image of him looking awesome with an orange vest. Oh, the looks on people's faces when they realized that their savior was a man wearing an orange vest. Tsunade stopped just in front of the boy and gave Naruto a small smile. By the order of the Shinobi Alliance, we are hereby promoting you to Jonin rank. Gaara stated. Due to your performance in all 3 stages of the exams and your level of strength and maturity in the situations you were thrust into, despite the debacle that occurred in the 3rd stage. Gaara and the cages took a moment to stifle a laugh. The entire crowd of shinobi present took this as their cue to laugh with their leaders. Karin and Ino, though, shook their heads in embarrassment. Naruto tried his best to hold his urge to release an immature outburst and managed to keep Gaara's impression of him as factual as possible. You managed to keep a level head and even showed your prowess as a combat mastermind. Gaara added. You have impressed us as overseers of the examination. You have impressed us through your apparent, underestimated skill and power. Now, take your vest, Naruto. Tsunade tossed the blonde the package, but Naruto was in such a daze, he nearly forgot about the vest flying right at him. Naruto reached out at the last second and caught the vest, right at the corner of the packaging. All eyes went wide with excitement at the show. Naruto tore open the plastic wrapping and quickly wrapped the vest around his torso, relishing in the soft feel of the vest. It was his first time ever wearing the vest and he was amazed by how perfect it felt. It was almost as if it was breathing with him. The vest fit his body and seemed to be molded specifically for him. He felt special and this vest being specialized for him made him feel even better. He tapped his chest for a moment but then realized that there was a metallic sounding thump. Inside Naruto. Tsunade smiled and made a quick motion for the blind to follow. Reikage Dono. The massive cage nodded his head and followed close behind. Naruto was slightly nervous and didn't even zip his vest closed. Tsunade gave him a look and the blonde loosened up and followed the Hokage into the Kazukiage Tower, while Gaara went ahead with the rest of the surprise promotions and revelations of the tests to the rest of the shinobi populace. Naruto could hear the gasps and the shouts of surprise behind him just as the doors swung closed behind him. Once inside of the tower, Naruto found that the tower bore a lot of semblance to the Hokage Tower back home in Konoha, but of course, there were minor differences, such as decor and scenery. In Konoha, if one was to look out the windows in the Hokage Tower, one would see trees and parks that made one's heart race because of the amazing beauty, but here in Suna, all he saw was sand and large towers made from sandstone. It seemed a bit depressing, but it was of no matter to the Uzumaki. He kept following the Hokage as best as he could, but then stopped. He gave Tsunade a look, but the Hokage simply opened a door. Naruto was suddenly pushed into the room and the door slammed shut behind him. There was shuffling of clothing from within the room. Naruto was now on guard. The Kyuubi was growling, and his own mother was a bit weary of what they were sensing. The thing that annoyed him though, neither of them would tell him what they sensed. But before he could ask any more questions, the light shot on, revealing a man with a massive sword on his back along with 8 others. Around his neck was a long white scarf with a head of slicked back blonde hair. But the thing that really caught Naruto's attention was the microphone in his hand and the boombox stereo sitting next to him. What in the dot? You? The man suddenly shouted, with the echo of his voice digging into Naruto's eardrums. I am Killer B, as you can see. Suddenly, the man turned right back around and pressed a button on the boombox. Naruto was surprised to say the least when a beat with ridiculous bass started rumbling about. The man identified as Killer B started nodding his head as each kick was made and even made a small twitch with his arms as each hi-hat was struck. I float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. I fight with my bro and my 8E. Naruto face faulted. I'm a rapper, a hardcore styler. I make the hardest raps like the Pied Piper. B suddenly stopped but the music continued in the background. Wait, what Pied Piper? I don't remember putting that. What the is going on? Naruto started backing away. Why the hell would Bachan stick me in a room with a crazy old man? I swear, I'll get her back for this. Naruto. That's for the 8 tails. Kyuubi growled from within Naruto. I swear. That's one of the last then. Naruto stared at the man with a raised eyebrow. He seems to be a whole lot different than what I thought another would be. Oh well, I guess. Killer B finally recuperated from his embarrassing rap and turned to face Naruto. The blonde boy scratched the back of his head with a wry laugh escaping his mouth as he and the Hachibi met eye to eye. It didn't take long, but Killer B wanted to show who was stronger and soon enough, tentacles shot out from behind him as he threw up the rock on sign and let out a powerful roar of victory. This is going to take a while. Isn't it? Many hours later. 8 p.m. Naruto walked from the room, seemingly 1,000 years wiser than what he was before. Naruto was quiet and the man following behind Naruto was nodding his head while writing in a small notebook. The Nine Tails was deeply surprised by the wisdom that the strange and quite energetic man held beneath his outgoing persona. Naruto ran a hand through his golden hair and let out a small sigh. There was a war coming and he really needed to get the Kyuubi's chakra under his control, like complete control, or else there was going to be major problems down the road. He was immediately told of the place they were going to train and Naruto had to admit that it was a good plan. He needed to hide for him to master the beast's chakra, but he also needed Karin with him as he promised. She was going to be extremely useful in the long run if she stayed with him on the way to the island and even on the island. But the war coming soon, Naruto felt that he needed to get his priorities straight to keep his head in the game. This wasn't some mission that he'd be able to fight his way through and spam his shadow clones. This was a war. Wars take lives and ruin nations, something that Naruto was intending to stop as soon as possible. Now that he wasn't going slack off like he did when he first returned from his training trip. No more, he told himself. Speaking of priorities, he needed to solve his issues with the 4 girls in his life, or else it would become a distraction. I don't even know who I want to be with anymore. Naruto sighed softly as he headed down the steps of the Kazekage Tower and towards the hotel. Ino and Karin so far are the only ones who went out of their way to show me that they felt something, and right now, I'm just so confused about what I should do. I mean, do I still like Sakura and the confession from Hinata when Nagato attacked Konoha? I can't believe I completely ignored her. She nearly died for me that day. And I hadn't even repaid the sentiment. I didn't even talk to her about it. Oh man. What's Karin going to say? Hell, what's Ino, my apparent girlfriend, but not my girlfriend, going to say? Naruto gripped his head as a headache began to pound. What have I done with my life? Why is any of this happening? As far as I have been concerned, none of them except Hinata showed any interest in me. Well, apart from Karin of course, but what caused the sudden change? What caused all of them to suddenly, spontaneously start showing their feelings for me? Is it a teenager thing? Naruto shook his head and hobbled over towards the hotel on the other side of the street. He took a deep breath and sighed just as he entered the entrance of the hotel. He slid his feet across the tiled floor and nodded his head at the bellman at the other side of the hotel lobby. He was about to be swarmed by a group of fans when a few footsteps were heard coming from the other side of the hotel lobby. Amongst the crowd of fans were many young genin shinobi from other villages that were madly impressed with Naruto's skill. But there was a different sound mixed in with the shuffling of shinobi sandals on tile flooring. The sound was clicking and clacking. Like high heels. All heads spun around and locked with a beautiful and wondrous figure of one, Yamanaka Ino. Naruto spun on his heels and felt his eyes pop from his eye sockets. Drool started to trickle down the corner of his lips. Clanking was heard as objects were dropped from the hands of the young shinobi adolescent surrounding the 2 teens. Ino was decked in a purple form-fitting blouse with, surprisingly, the same swirls that were on the shoulders and backs of and in Konoha. Swirls that Naruto saw every single day but had no idea what it meant. Ino walked up to him and Naruto quickly realized that there was a tree design in the blouse going up from the lower hem towards her hip. On the tree, there were small branches that spread out with little flower petals and again, there were the same swirls, but instead of them being red like they normally are, they were black with white in the center, mixing with the dark purple, black and white. Gee, Naruto-kun. Ino stifled a laugh. Drooling would give those of lower rank the wrong idea. Huh? Naruto asked as he tried his best to pry his eyes away from the platinum blonde's chest. Naruto felt heat rise up to his cheeks like they did when they went on their first date together. He looked back up and gave into a wry smile, noticing the rising anger in her sky blue eyes. He didn't want to anger her any further, so the blonde did the only thing he could think of. He rushed forward and held her close while pressing his lips against hers, quickly calming Ino's rising anger. The kiss completely calmed Ino in all ways, and the girl even felt her arms go lax and her legs shuddered from excitement. Little did the blondes know, there was a certain Redeed watching the entire scene from the top of the stairs. Naruto pulled away from the kiss with a small trail of saliva leading from Ino's bottom lip to his own. The Yamanaka heiress was gobsmacked, the audacity of Naruto, even though he was seeing Karin on the side. Well, technically, Ino felt that she and Naruto weren't official since they weren't exclusive about it, but now with this action, Ino was pretty sure that Naruto was serious about having a relationship. At least that's what she hoped. Oh man. I really hope she didn't get the wrong idea. Naruto mentally cried. Oh man, oh man, oh man. This isn't going to end well if I keep doing things like that. On another note, why do I feel like I just betrayed someone close to me? I don't know. I'll think about it later. Right now, I have a date with a blonde bombshell. Naruto turned right on his heel and held out his arm with enough space for Ino to lock hers with his. They gave into a small, barely noticeable smile, letting her know that she caught on to what he was planning. Naruto using as much gentlemanly etiquette as he could, he and Ino walked from the hotel lobby, looking like the perfect couple, with Naruto's fangirls screaming out their disapproval, while Naruto's fanboys cried out about how awesome their senpai is. But once the crowd dispersed, there was a lone figure with burning red hair, one side straight and the other unkempt. Her glasses were pushed up to her face as she examined the space that the man she felt she loved was once standing. In her hands though, was the very same crown that Naruto had given her. The reason she kept it was that it was the first gift she'd received that actually made her feel good about herself, instead of some past experiment like with Orochimaru. The last time she was given something that was barely even remotely on the same level was the first pair of glasses that she was handed from her parents. Those were gone, and all she had were the new pair, the crown of flowers, and now, the one that she thought she wouldn't lose, Naruto. Karin took a deep breath and looked down at what she was wearing. Compared to Ino, Karin felt that she looked like a peasant. A simple dress with simple designs of foxes and riding on clouds and sleeves that barely went past the tips of her hands. Karin looked down at her abdomen to find the sash that she wore to look nothing like the black and white sash that Ino wore around her waist. It was at this moment that Karin felt the need to let her eyes water up in jealousy. Karin took a deep breath to help calm down. This was going to be a nice night. What better way than to spend it reading if you're not going out with someone you love? She exhaled but found that her breath was shaky. She turned back around and headed towards the stairwell and started walking back to Naruto's and her room. It didn't take long as her heart began to pound once more. She could sense their happiness in that kiss. She could sense it all, but she didn't know how to go about stopping it. Even now, she could sense the happiness radiating off of Naruto and Ino. There it was again. Karin could sense them kissing once more. This time, it was filled with more passion. Karin's heart wrenched at the feeling and she fell over towards the wall of the hallway. She tried her hardest to grip the wall and use it as a crutch, but it was no use. Within a few moments of trying to carry her to her room, Karin collapsed and burst into tears. It was the promotion ceremony for all that were promoted to her higher, and Karin was indeed one of the promoted. She was so excited once it happened that she ran back to her room once she got her vest and waited for hours for Naruto's return from his secret meeting with the Hachibi. She was sure it was him since there hasn't been a chakra source that big other than Naruto's. Karin wanted to show Naruto her achievement and celebrate with him, but for some strange reason, he felt the need to completely ignore her and forget that she was even there. Karin laid her head against a wall behind her and placed her hands against her face to keep the tears from falling as best as she could. This was not the way she planned her night. Tears continued to fall. It got to the point that she couldn't control it. It was getting to a point that she was starting to worry if her sobs would wake up the other guests, but then she got the green light to weep as loud as she wanted. Fireworks. Why? Why Kami? Why? Karin howled from within her mind. First Sasuke. And now Naruto. Of all people. Why did he have to hurt me too? She of course was replied with no answer and she was simply left to try and calm her ragged breath as the fireworks exploded outside of the hotel. She should be out there enjoying her night, but knowing that Naruto and Ino were out there having the time of their lives. It was just too much heartache for the Redeed. Karin took a deep breath after spending nearly 15 minutes lying against the door of her room. She pushed herself off the ground and slid the door open to reveal her room in perfect condition, just the way she left it. Her glasses were foggy and her vision was blurred, but it didn't matter, Naruto probably didn't care anyway. At least that's what she told herself. Karin was exhausted and emotionally spent, she really needed some rest. It didn't take long for Karin to simply collapse onto the bedroll below her. Slowly but surely, the world went dark. I just want this day to end. I just want to wake up and find that this was all just a dream. Please, just let it be a dream. The next day. Karin awoke to a rather uncomfortable setting. She was asleep on her back, on the floor, with her legs spread out onto the couch behind her. Her glasses were on the counter for some strange reason, and she was wrapped in a blanket. The blanket held a vague scent of Naruto lingering on it, something that Karin relished. But just as the thoughts of the blonde rushed into her mind, Karin shot from the floor and jumped to her feet, dropping the blanket to the floor below her. Karin was deeply confused now. There were no signs of Naruto anywhere, nor were there any signs of entry or exit. She walked through the hotel room in confusion, trying her best to keep everything together and keep her bearings straight. After all, passing out from emotionally wearing oneself out was detrimental to one's head. It was almost as bad as a hangover. Karin walked around, her sweaty feet sticking to the floor as she stepped about. She quickly found that she was indeed alone and that Naruto really hadn't come back. This immediately had her worried. She sent out a blast of chakra to try and sense where he was and managed to pinpoint where the blonde was. He was actually a few floors above her and on the other side of the hotel. Gathering her things and getting her best clothes on, she dashed from the room, hoping that Naruto was fine and was just passed out on the floor. Her heart raced, she didn't want the boy to know that she practically wept herself to sleep. That would be embarrassing for both of them. Karin, though, really wanted to come up with something to kick Ino out of the picture and take the grand prize of Naruto for herself. And Karin had just the idea to do it. She was going to claim Naruto as hers through the most legitimate of ways. Karin had been practicing her appeal on the wrong people, i.e. Sasuke, and felt that maybe she should try her charm on the Uzumaki. She soon enough arrived in front of the door that Naruto was apparently in, but found that the door was creaked open. Karin didn't think much and slowly swung the door open to reveal a penthouse-sized hotel room, with the entire wall facing the village made of glass with a balcony jutting out from the side of the outer wall. Karin's jaw dropped and she was immediately caught off guard by who could afford this. Who the hell could afford something like this, a daimyo? Suddenly, voices were picked up in her ears, and the Redeed quickly ducked and used her kunoichi skills of stealth and jumped into action, hiding behind walls and counters as she moved closer and closer to the source of the voices to get a better idea of what they were saying. She was definitely sure that Naruto was in this room, but for some reason, she couldn't tell who he was with. It was eerily familiar, but she just couldn't put her finger on it. Karin peeked over the side of the counter and quickly hid back behind the counter. Her eyes were once again stinging with pain as the image, while only seen for a split second, burned into her memory. A naked Ino was cleaning off a wet and naked Naruto with a towel. Karin felt her heart race as the image started multiplying within her mind. Without another thought, she charged from her hiding space and left the hall as quickly as possible, not once rousing the suspicion of Naruto or Ino. I can't. No more. I'm done. Chapter 13. Departure. Naruto awoke in a rather uncomfortable setting. While he was physically comfortable, something in the pit of his heart wasn't agreeing with him. His heart was beating and felt more in pain than usual. Something was bothering the blonde, but he couldn't figure it out. Forcing himself from his couch, Naruto hobbled over without his shirt towards the kitchen and tried his best to grab a bit of breakfast while trying to keep his balance straight. His hair was messy and in all directions, and his eyes had massive eye bags beneath, showing that he didn't get much sleep either. His muscles were weak and aching. Just breathing made things a bit painful to the Uzumaki. Ever since that night in Suna a few weeks ago, Naruto and Ino had never been closer, but it also seemed that he and Karin had never drifted so far from each other. Naruto rarely saw her except in the evenings when she'd return from her shift at the hospital, but other than that, Naruto would never see her. He had to admit, he completely forgot about her and even forgot about Sakura, his own teammate. Naruto was just so caught up with Ino and her own different persona than what he was used to and seemed to be caught in her spell. He sighed as he poured his milk into a bowl filled with cereal, surprisingly not in the mood for some ramen. He dragged his feet over the floor of his room and headed towards the breakfast table and sat the bowl down with a small sigh and rested his cheeks in his fists. He was so exhausted and he remembered that he wasn't going to be leaving for the island to train for yet another 2 weeks. The start of the war was so close that Naruto could already smell the fires and the blood. Suddenly, a flash of light went through his mind as the image of the man he killed appeared in his mind. The image was so vivid, it was nearly surreal. The sight of a man dying right before his eyes was something that Naruto didn't think he'd forget. He could still feel the warmth of the blood. The sight of that much blood made him nearly lose his appetite. Naruto took a deep breath and looked away towards the walls of his not-so-decorative condo penthouse room. The walls were bare and plain-colored, and the rooms themselves were sparsely arranged with furniture. The furniture itself was beautiful and exquisite, but Naruto never really cared for it. To tell the truth, Naruto didn't care for a lot of things that up to this point seemed pointless. He shook his head as the thoughts went to the bed he doesn't even use. But from that, the thoughts trailed over to Karin and her recent absence from his life. He looked down to see that his cereal was now soggy and covered top to bottom with milk. It no longer looked appetizing. The blonde sighed softly and lifted his hand and started eating the soggy cereal against his internal wishes. Naruto looked up as the image of Karin walking through the door suddenly made his heart skip a beat. He didn't know if he was just missing her or if it was something else, but whatever it was starting to mess with him and make him somewhat uncomfortable. He had a small problem though, Karin had completely locked off the bedroom and she never left unless she was going to work at the hospital or for some food. Naruto felt slightly hurt by this, but didn't really dwell onto it, knowing that it was probably some female thing. But, little did Naruto know, Karin was off from her job at the hospital and was simply sitting in her bed with a blank look on her face. Karin laid her head against the headboard and stared at the door, wanting Naruto to knock and show that he actually cared as much as he did before. With the war coming in just 2 weeks, she really wanted to know where they stood as a couple. She wanted to know if all of those things that happened just a few weeks prior weren't some fling, she wanted to know if what he felt was real. She was desperate and she was also getting impatient. She wanted him to come to her, she needed him to come to her. But of all of her wants and needs, she knew that nothing would happen if she didn't go and make the first move. But after what she saw in Suna, she knew that she wouldn't be able to see Naruto in that light again for a while, but to get an apology or some form of reassurance from the blonde would be nice to ease her aching heart. To add insult to injury, Ino and Naruto made their relationship public knowledge to the entirety of the Rookie 11. Many of them congratulated the two for getting together, while Hinata was rather on the ropes about the whole idea. Karin didn't dare to show up at the get-together, knowing full well that it would only end in more unnecessary heartbreak for both parties, should she go. While Ino is a good person, Karin knew that the blonde could no longer be trusted. Ino knew all about Karin and how the Redeed felt and just couldn't keep her paws off of Naruto. Karin furrowed her brows as her anger started to get the best of her. Tears started forming in the corner of her eyes as she continued to glare at the door. There was a sudden fire within her as she started molding chakra. The instant that she found that she was using chakra, she quickly cut the flow, not wanting Naruto to know that she was off from work for the day. There was loud shuffling outside of the bedroom and a loud bang was heard. Karin took the sound as her cue to head out of the room and towards the kitchen. She slightly cracked the door open and looked outside to see no one in the living room. It was silent and the door was locked and the window curtains were drawn. It was a beautiful day in Konoha like any other day usually is, but for some reason, the day held a strange glow about it that made Karin want to venture out of her silent recluse. Not wanting to get ahead of herself without making any definite plans, she walked towards the kitchen and pulled out a bowl and cereal and followed in the same routine as Naruto did not even 10 minutes prior. Karin shuffled her feet against the wooden floor and placed the bowl down onto the wooden table and sat for a few minutes just thinking about what she was going to do. Her arms went lax and she stared at the bowl of cereal thinking. This wasn't how it was supposed to be, Karin kept repeating. If only things hadn't happened in the order that they did, Naruto and Ino wouldn't have been together. If the great elder Toad Sage didn't tell Naruto of the future, they wouldn't have made the exam such a massive event showcasing the Shinobi Alliance. So many factors that Karin thought about that led to the problem at hand. Once there was nothing left to worry or rant about, Karin snapped out of her trance and looked back to the bowl of cereal, only to find that it was soggy and falling apart in the ocean of milk she had drowned them in. Karin sighed and ran a hand through the unkempt side of her red hair and reached down to slurp up the fallen pieces of cereal and drink down the cereal-flavored milk in the process. She nearly gagged, not really a fan of soggy cereal. After a few minutes, she finished the bowl of cereal and walked over to the sink and dumped the dish into it before turning away towards the bedroom. There was nothing of interest to her for the time being. She didn't want to be in the sun where everyone could see her scars, she especially didn't want to see or be seen by Ino or Naruto or anyone in between. She shook her head and went back to her room and collapsed onto the mattress after locking the door behind her. But Naruto. He was walking down the street with his jacket beneath his red Haori and sighed softly. Ino was busy working with her father trying to gather information from the captured bandits, leaving him alone for the day. Sakura and Karin were busy with the hospital and Hinata. Well, he never knew where Hinata went. He looked down with his hands in his pockets and trudged through the street while giving the civilians small nods and smiles. The village, while not having the same colors as it did before the pain attack, had never looked so beautiful. With people working together and sharing with one another and not glaring at him made him feel all the better within. Suddenly, he no longer felt as depressed as before and looked around him, seeing the smiling faces of families walking together and children playing in the streets. Suddenly from a crowd of children and genin came 3 very familiar faces, Konohamaru, Mogi and Yuden. Naruto Nai-chan. Kono called out as he and his friends charged from the large group of genin and kids. What are you doing right now? Nothing really, Konohamaru. Naruto sighed. I was thinking of just going to Ichiraku and heading home. Oh. Nai-chan. Konohamaru was silent for a moment, piquing Naruto's interest. Are you really going to war? Naruto was taken aback by the gravity of the question. It was so innocent, yet filled with such fear. The blonde looked down for a moment and thought about his answer. Saying yes outright would probably not be in his best interests. Konohamaru might be a genin, but he is still a child. Naruto knew what it was like to nearly lose someone you looked up to as an elder brother. He didn't want to instill that fear into Konohamaru's heart. Well, I guess you can say that. Naruto gave Konohamaru a small look of worry. Don't look that way, kid. I'll be back stronger than before. After all, I'm going to have to train harder to make sure you have a challenge to become Hokage, right? Konohamaru's face lit up with excitement. The little boy ran up to Naruto and gave him a tight hug and ran off with his team. Naruto felt a small smirk grow on his face as Konohamaru jumped up and down the street crying out about becoming Hokage, reminding the Uzumaki a lot of his younger self. Apparently, many of the civilians his age and up seemed to feel the same sentiment. Naruto looked around and found a group of girls about his age or older staring at him with small blushes, and a few even gave him a wink. The blonde gulped and gave them a nervous smile and even waved. The girls giggled and walked off while making it quite obvious that they were checking him out. Naruto raised his eyebrows and felt his smile grow. The love was intoxicating in the village at this point, and people were smiling to one another and working on the construction still being made within the walls of the village. Naruto trailed his eyes down and let out a soft laugh and headed off down the street with his hands once again in his pockets. The sun was bright, but not beating down onto him with its heat, but instead, seemed to fill his already warm body with brighter warmth. Soon enough, everyone could feel it, even the people who couldn't mold chakra could sense his love and warmth. Elsewhere, Karin suddenly shot from her sleep and shot from the bed. Her entire world was covered in life and power. The entire world seemed stronger and bonded together. Colors were exploding in all directions from one specific person, and he didn't seem to be with Ino, since she could sense her chakra elsewhere. Karin felt the corners of her lips curl, as the warmth from Naruto could be felt even in her room. It was so overbearing and perfect. This was something that Karin hadn't seen or felt in a long while. This was genuine love pointed at no one in particular, but instead, for life itself. Karin had to admit, while the love he emitted towards Ino in the last few weeks was impressive, all of those amazing shows of emotions were dwarfed in comparison to Naruto's emotions now. Something must be going through his mind for him to feel something like that strongly. Karin felt something explode within her, almost renewing her emotions for Naruto. While her mind was telling her not to fall for the blonde Uzumaki again, her heart was screaming yes. Something really wanted Karin to fall for the Uzumaki. It was pulling her towards him, and it seemed like something that wouldn't wither or wilt. She wrapped her hands around the blanket and reached over to the bedside table and held the crown of flowers once again. Karin took a deep breath as she held the flowers to her chest. She could sense the power of Naruto flowing through the entire village, and it seemed to be getting the attention of some of the shinobi in the village. Karin held the flowers tightly and allowed the world to shrink to nothing but a racing heartbeat and the feeling of Naruto's emotional embrace. They were so genuine and filled with so much beauty like the flowers. Karin shut her crimson eyes and laid back into the bed, and soon enough, the girl was taken by the soft embrace of a dreamful sleep. Elsewhere, Naruto pushed a large metal pipe into place with the help of at least 20 shadow clones. Behind him, there were at least 30 civilians covered in sweat and dirt, and they all seemed to be exhausted from their work. Naruto nodded his head at the construction workers and turned around to go and find more people to help. It was a beautiful day, so why not go and help people, Naruto thought. The blonde was all smiles and his mask was gone this time, showing his true emotions beneath. The boy jumped forward onto the street like he did when he'd run away from Anbu chasing him as a kid, but now, he was running off and creating shadow clones and sending them out in all directions to go and help as many people as he could. Something was driving him to feel this good, and he wasn't going to lie, he loved it. Despite a war coming soon, Naruto felt that he needed any distraction he could get before then. The people were no different. He didn't want to put them in the position of worry and instead, let them remember that the shinobi forces were going to return soon and be victorious. He was getting the village ready beforehand for the heroic return of Konoha's shinobi forces, and the people were supporting him completely. His lips curled again as he dashed through the streets helping people left and right, not really knowing when to stop. But who said he wanted to stop? A few hours later, the night scene of Konoha was just as beautiful as the daytime. More people were out at this time, and many were enjoying nighttime strolls through the newly refurbished parts of the village, thanks to Naruto and his clones. He sat on the stone head of his father with a takeout bowl of Ichiraku ramen. The village was alive again and was starting to fill in the large space that Pain had created with his Shinra Tensei. The lights were glowing, filling the dark hole with life once more. The sight made Naruto's heart beat heavily with excitement. Someday, he told himself, someday he was going to rule the village. That someday could damn well happen sooner than he could hope or think. But pushing away those thoughts, he got into a comfortable sitting position and stared off into the village and watched the people go about their business while he ate his ramen atop the stone head of his father. But little did he know, there was someone hiding in the bushes not even 10 yards behind him. Her glasses were glinting in the moon's bright light, but she was still well concealed within the foliage of the forest at the top of the Hokage monument. Her red hair was softly blown around by the small gusts of wind. Leaves rustled and the grass shuddered smoothly. Karin felt a smile form on her face as she continued to watch her roommate and former lover. Naruto seemed so peaceful, and to add on to the image, his emotions hadn't dwindled or calmed, if anything, they grew to a level unknown before. Karin had never seen something like this come from anyone in her entire life, not even from her mother. The Redeed smiled completely, mirroring Naruto's emotions almost to a T. Karin, feeling sufficient, was getting ready to leave until she sensed someone coming up the monument steps. It didn't take long for the Redeed to realize who it was. She sighed when Ino came into the scene and came up behind Naruto and seemed to wrap her hands around his eyes and go on with a cheesy entrance statement. Karin, not wanting to see any more, backed away without making a single noise and pushed herself from the bushes and dashed out of the scene as quickly as possible. Ino removed her hands from Naruto's face and planted a soft kiss on the blonde's whiskered cheek. Naruto turned to his fellow blonde and gave her a smile and gave her a deep kiss. Ino pulled away and started giggling. Naruto gave her a look, but Ino gave him another look and pointed at the empty takeout ramen bowl next to him. Geez Naruto. Drink some water after eating ramen. Ino laughed. Every time I kiss you, I always taste ramen. That doesn't sound like a complaint to me. Naruto laughed. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you like the taste of ramen. Who said I don't? Ino gasped as Naruto started kissing her neck. I only like it when it's from you. Ino shut her eyes as Naruto's hands started roaming up and down her back while his lips were concentrated for her weak spot on her neck. Ino wrapped her arms around Naruto's back and the blonde turned towards the forest and nearly felt her heart stop when she locked eyes with what seemed to be Karin trying to escape the scene. In an almost frantic action, Karin seemed to have dropped her glasses into the dirt and was struggling to find them, only to slip them back on to lock eyes with Ino. Ino's emotional control went into play to make sure that Naruto wasn't disturbed from his actions. Ino and Karin stared at one another for a good 3 minutes before the Redeed of the two took off through the forest and towards the village. Ino looked back to Naruto and quickly remembered what she even came to see him for. With a heavy heart, Ino pushed Naruto off of her much to the Uzumaki's confusion. Naruto. We need to talk. Ino said in a near whisper. These last 4 weeks have been a blast. Just amazing actually. What are you trying to say Ino-chan? Naruto asked slightly, getting worried. I feel guilty. Ino sighed. There is someone better deserving of you than I. Are you? Naruto felt something sting in his eyes. Are you breaking up with me? I'm sorry Naruto-kun. But. Ino sighed. I shouldn't have let you go this far tonight. But. Karin, Naruto-kun. Last I remember, you didn't even congratulate her on her promotion to rank. She got promoted Naruto asked with wide eyes. His body ran cold. Oh Naruto. My point exactly Ino sighed. She was heartbroken Naruto. Whenever I'd come by the hospital to help out with some things after interrogations, I'd see Karin and I could tell by her facial expressions that she was basically wearing a mask like you used to. Naruto was frozen. Naruto. I love you. Ino said while resting her hand on his shoulder. But Karin deserves you. But do I deserve her? Naruto asked. Do you? Ino replied with a smile. I think you're the only one who can answer that. Naruto was silent. His beautiful day turned cold for just a moment before returning full force. The blonde Uzumaki stared out at the village and turned back to look at Ino. The girl sat in relative silence and messed with her bangs every once in a while. Naruto, though, noticed that her cheeks were still bright red from their makeout session not too long ago. Ino-chan. Naruto looked at the platinum blonde and felt a bit nervous for the first time. Do you want to continue what we were doing? Ino gave Naruto an incredulous look making the boy think he said something wrong, but Ino grabbed him tightly and pressed her lips onto his. When they broke for air, their hands were already removing clothing all the while, Naruto was laughing his heart out. After all, it isn't every day that your girlfriend dumps you and you still get to have with her. A few hours later, Naruto arrived at his room at nearly 3 in the morning. He and Ino lasted longer than what he had originally anticipated. Naruto sighed softly and pressed a key into the keyhole and swung the door open, hoping that his redeeded roommate was home. After calling out with a loud "I'm home," he walked through the dark living room and found no sign of Karin or any of her things. Thinking that maybe she was still at work, the boy walked towards the kitchen without another thought and grabbed a past midnight snack of instant ramen cups. He flicked on the lights only to find an empty living room. Everything was in the same place that it was in when Naruto first moved into the room. There was literally no sign of Karin and Naruto started to worry. He charged for the restroom hoping that Karin was just taking a shower, but he found that the door was wide open and the lights were shut off. At this point his heart started beating into his ribsage. He spun on his heels and charged toward his room, which became her room. He froze when he saw that the door was wide open. The door hadn't been open like that since he and Karin stopped talking. He hesitantly stepped toward the open doorway, not wanting to see what was inside. Already, he had a good feeling of what he was about to see, but he wanted to verify it himself. He walked into the room, for the first time since he carried Karin to the bed. Tears were already falling down his cheeks. The curtains were draped and the closet was no longer filled with her clothes. Instead, the closet was once again filled with his own clothing with no visible trace of Karin's belongings. His jaw was twitching and his heart wrenched at what was left. The bed sheets were clean, almost surreal. The bed was made with the utmost perfection. Pillows were stacked against each other and the entire bed seemed to be completely symmetrical. Hell, the entire room seemed symmetrical. The lamps were cleaned, the bedside tables were cleaned, even the carpet floor was vacuumed and cleaned of all dirt and whatever mess Karin might have left. Naruto collapsed onto his knees as the tears descended down his cheeks. On the center of the bed were a pair of glasses and a crown of flowers. No note was left, just the two objects. Naruto's fingers traced the glasses' rims. He tilted his head down and pressed his forehead against the bed and started to weep uncontrollably. He wrapped his hand around the glasses and started squeezing to try and calm his cries down. It didn't take long, but he managed to recuperate and left the two objects onto the bed, almost as if he was hoping that it would bring the lost Reed home. Naruto took a deep breath, but he suddenly felt his heart tighten. His head felt light and soon enough, everything went black. The next morning, Naruto shot awake, only to find that he wasn't on his couch, but rather on the carpet floor of his bedroom. His head pounded slightly, but that was of no matter at the moment. What did matter though, was the whereabouts of one Uzumaki Karin. He slowly pushed his aching body off the floor and looked around confused by what he was looking at. I need to find her. I need to apologize. Naruto looked around nervously. I need to let her know how I feel before we go to war. She needs to know. 2 weeks later, Naruto stood at the Hokage Tower with his eyes shut. He looked exhausted and seemed to be a mess. With eye bags the size of rats beneath his eyes, it was a surprise that Naruto was even agreeing to even go to war. It was going to be a 5-day trek to Kumagakure for the rally, and Naruto had to take a different path straight to the coast for training, which would add on another day to his travels. But he was in no mood to sleep. Every time he slept, he'd experience the same nightmare. He dreamt of Karin non-stop for the last 14 days. He missed her and for some strange reason he couldn't find her. No matter how much he asked around or even tried to sense her chakra, he couldn't. It didn't take long for him to remember that she was a master at hiding and could be practically invisible to any sensor, even. Naruto shook his head of those thoughts, knowing that if he were to dwell, he'd lose his touch. His eyes were beating in pain and he had to shut his eyes so that his sensitive irides wouldn't come into contact with too much sunlight. For the first time, he wished the Konoha wasn't so bright. He was in so much emotional pain and felt like shit. Not even Ino could help him in his time of need. The Uzumaki was in a massive slump and knew that it was his entire fault. He decided that it was finally time to look at his comrades and opened his eyes to reveal bloodshot eyes. Unbeknownst to the Uzumaki, there were strange stains on his face that could have been mistaken for dirt from worker missions, but the bloodshot eyes made it evident what those stains really were. They were tear stains. There was a collection of gasps that arose throughout the Konoha shinobi. Naruto looked down, his blue eyes never seemed so dull before. Naruto looked out to the people and scratched his cheeks, having noticed their nervous looks. He pretended to pop his neck, but it was a cover-up to let him wipe his cheeks. Suddenly, his face made a 300-degree turn around and he was giving the shinobi his patented foxy smile. Shinobi left and right felt at ease with the sight, knowing that if the hero of Konoha wasn't nervous, they shouldn't be either. Tsunade and Naruto along with Shizune walked down the Hokage Tower towards the head of the Konoha shinobi and walked to the main gate. From the army of shinobi, 3 walked up to Naruto and each gave him a nod and a pat on the shoulder. Guy, Aoba and Yamato were smiling at the blonde. They were about to say something until the Konoha 11 appeared out of nowhere and ran up to Naruto to wish him good luck. Tsunade let it slide and shook her head. The damn rookies keep breaking the rules in formation, but they were rookies after all. The Hokage looked at the children and felt something burn in her heart. This is a war. There was going to be a large chance that they weren't going to see each other again. There was a chance that all of them could die in this fiasco. The pain that awaited this generation was too much for Tsunade to think about. She turned away and let the shinobi talk amongst them to help calm their pre-deployment nerves. Tsunade felt a bit sorry for Naruto and his situation with the resident sensory master of Konoha. But she couldn't help but agree with Karin's actions. Naruto did act in a way that resembled his late master a bit too much. Karin was hurt badly and Tsunade worried that it might be permanent. But her worries were cast aside when the Reed in question walked from the group of shinobi and headed towards Naruto and the Rookie 11. Hey Karin. Naruto felt his eyes water up once more. I know. She simply said and walked closer to Naruto until they were only about a foot away from each other. She was dressed like any other Konoha, decked in the swirls and green vest, but she also wore a new pair of glasses, brown-rimmed, reminding the boy of Karin's old pair. She looked strong and tough in her new outfit, but she didn't look like she wanted to socialize. Naruto. Remember how I was going to go with you to help you train? Karin asked. Yeah? Naruto asked. What about it? Aren't you still going to come along? I'm not coming along. Karin said with a flat tone. I am going to the fronts with the 5th Division of the Alliance. I guess this is where we part. I see. Naruto took a deep breath, the tears dried up and gone. Good luck. Karin turned around and headed back towards the rest of the Konoha shinobi. The Rookie 11 turned on their heels after giving Naruto sympathetic looks before going off with the rest of the shinobi. Naruto let out a wry scoff. He shook his head slightly and turned back around to face the forest surrounding the village. I guess it is Karin. Goodbye. Chapter 14. Along the way, Naruto finally arrived onto his ship after 2 days of running solely on chakra, which scared his companions. He came to a grinding halt as the sea came into view along with the port and their beautiful ship. The blonde stared at the bi-masted Shinobi Alliance standard waving warship. Strange in his opinion since he had almost never known that Shinobi even needed warships. He turned to his companions and gave them a quick nod before heading down into town. I painted lightly while gasping about something about the springtime of youth, while the other two were no different, minus the talk of springtime and youth. Shaking their heads, they all turned on their heels and followed after Naruto, taking a soft and slow, energy-conserving pace. To see Naruto with so much energy was lightening to say the least, but also worrisome. All three of them saw the face Naruto made when Karin practically told him off. Naruto was an enigma to figure out, but there was one thing for certain about him that anyone could tell: he ran on emotions. They couldn't tell whether he was sad or furious. Either way, Naruto was using a lot of chakra and energy to get to some ship, 4 days ahead of schedule. He even beat the armies of Konoha, Kiri, Suna and Iwa in a race to their destinations. The distance to Kumo was the same for everyone, 5 days, but Naruto was supposed to be an extra day behind, so he was supposed to make it to the docks an entire day after everyone was based in Kumo. It surprised the three to a great degree, but it also sparked something in Guy's mind to make him want to challenge Naruto into a lifetime of bets and rivalry. Naruto of course declined, not wanting to become like his former sensei. Once they entered the town, the three stopped for a quick bite before heading out for their ship. The three ate in silence, wondering where Naruto could have gone off to. But the war no longer a secret to Naruto, no thanks to the great Toad Sage, they all had the same thought. They were worried that Naruto would do something reckless and end up getting himself hurt or someone else hurt or even worse, charge off for Kumo and henge himself into some no-name shinobi and join the fronts. Even with his newfound maturity and wisdom, they still couldn't trust Naruto's old habits of being reckless. After all, they do say old habits die hard. So, after finishing their food and paying their bills as quickly as possible, the three sped off for the dockyards to find their ship still tethered, but the crewmen were running back and forth, along with a small platoon of orange-clad shinobi with blonde hair. It seems the little brat is grown up. Yamato smiled. I'm proud of that kid. Let's go. The three nodded their heads to the crewmen waiting for them at the docks, while 3 Narutos walked by, each carrying large crates and bags onto the ship. Yamato and the other 2 followed suit and started loading as many supplies as they could, but while Oba and Guy were too busy loading the heavy cargo, Yamato took a moment to take a look at Naruto and his appearance. What he saw made him gasp in surprise, nearly causing him to lose his grip on 100 pounds of rice. Naruto's whisker marks were darkened and seemed a bit feral in his opinion, not a good sign. But it was the eyes that gave Naruto's change away. They were blood red with the slit of the Kyuubi going straight through the middle, instead of his normal circular pupil. Naruto was siphoning the Kyuubi's chakra to help him this entire time. It was a surprise to Yamato that the Kyuubi hadn't tried to overload the boy and cause him to revolt against this will. As paranoid as it sounded, Yamato had to be sure about all factors that could possibly have a say in a situation like that. It was never safe to be around Naruto when he entered the Kyuubi's chakra cloak, no matter how weak of a cloak, be it 1 tails or even no tails. Yamato sighed and pushed the crate into the cargo hold and found Naruto going back onto the top deck. Naruto. Yamato called out as his head poked out from below deck. The boy in question turned around and faced the former Anbu from the bow of the ship. Naruto was staring out into the shimmering ocean and wondered for a moment where he was going. The boy ran hand through his blonde hair and quickly reeled his hand back after realizing that his hair was sticky and felt like an ocean from all the sweat he produced. But then Yamato walked up to the Uzumaki and gave him a stern look. I know you've been using Kyuubi's chakra. Yamato said suddenly. I don't understand why you were so adamant on speeding your way to the ship. We could have just let the schedule go ahead on time. I just want to get to the island as soon as possible. Naruto sighed. Hey, did you hear that? Yup, Yamato nodded his head and raised his arm. Suddenly, from the air came a large falcon with a scroll strapped to its leg. Yamato unraveled the scroll and nodded his head at what the scroll said. Yamato nodded some more as his eyes scanned over each word in kanji written on the scroll, not one saying a single word to Naruto about what it said. Yamato. After 3 minutes of reading, I rolled up the scroll and released the falcon. It seems that we have lost sight of the Akatsuki. Yamato said. We are to depart once we arrive at the port. Well, guess what, we're already at the port. What else did it say? Naruto asked with his body shaking with slight fear. They told us to take as much time as needed to get to the island whilst not falling behind schedule. Yamato said. We are after all 4 days ahead of schedule. We will journey as far as we can before we have to resupply. Elsewhere. Hours later. Karin was wiping sweat from her forehead as she and the Konoha shinobi army set up camp a few hundred miles away from Kusagakure. As of now, she was in her home country and memories were starting to flow into her head. This wasn't something she was anticipating to happen, but nevertheless, she allowed it to go through. Memories that she had forgotten about and memories that she had originally hoped would happen in the future. A frown formed on her face. She didn't want to think of that bastard Naruto, especially after all of the heartbreak he put her through. Karin let out a wry laugh. She couldn't blame it all on him, it was her fault for not running after him and telling him how she really felt. It was her fault for not telling Ino who Naruto was going to be with. Most of all, it was her fault for not agreeing to go with Naruto on his journey to tame the Kyuubi. She shuddered for a moment, strangely worried about the possible stupidity that Naruto would bring out. She silently facepalmed and glared at the floor of her tent. Of course Naruto would somehow do something completely stupid on a boat in the middle of nowhere with no possible way to screw anything up. She shook her head and looked out her tent door and sighed, knowing that her conversation, albeit bitter and short, was probably going to be the last she'd ever have with the blonde. She left her tent and headed off for some food and to converse with some comrades. A small smile formed on her face and she headed off for Sakura and Hinata at the campfire they surrounded. Karin nodded at the two and they both gave her a quick nod and Hinata even gave her a smile and handed Karin a bowl with a pair of chopsticks. The redhead nodded her head and said quick thanks before digging into her bowl. You know. Karin piped suddenly. Ino is really lucky. Hinata asked slightly. How is Karin? It's because she has Naruto. Karin shook her head. Hinata was about to speak up but Sakura gave the Hyuga a quick look and Hinata quickly shut her mouth. I mean. If I could go back in time and take Naruto for myself. I would. Well, I may be slightly over him, it still hurts. I guess there will always be a spot in my heart for the blind idiot one. That's the way it is for everyone. Sakura smiled. Well, thanks for the food. Karin bowed her head slightly and pushed her glasses up. I'll go and walk around before returning to my tent. Once Karin was out of earshot, Hinata looked at Sakura and frowned slightly. Sakura knew exactly what the Hyuga was going to say, but Sakura shook her head. Sakura let out a soft sigh and stared at her hands. Hinata did as well, knowing that there was nothing they could do. I still don't understand why you didn't tell her about the breakup. Hinata said. I'll let her find out on her own. Karin walked through the camp and nodded her head at the shinobi and Kunoichi, taking small walks through the encampment, admiring the brightness of the stars. Karin, though, trailed her eyes down, wanting to make her heart stop beating. Many of the shinobi and Kunoichi were walking together, hand in hand, some even had hand rings wrapped around their left ring fingers. Many of these shinobi were couples, and some probably even had kids of their own. Her expression softened slightly when she saw a group of shinobi and Kunoichi laughing with one another in a large tent while looking through pictures that one of them apparently brought along. The interaction was warm and fuzzy, reminding her of Naruto and his own personality, bringing her back to the first time she had ever met the blonde and the first time she ever got the chance to be associated with Konoha shinobi. Their antics and their personalities made her fill with a warmth that couldn't be explained, but one thing was certain, it always brought a smile to her face, no matter how down she was feeling. She sighed softly and continued on her walk back through the camp and started staring off into the moonlit night. Completely absent of her own mind, she walked aimlessly through the camp, coming across strange and still sane Konoha shinobi, reminding Karin that the village that she was aligned with was filled with strange characters. Oh whoops, sorry. Karin pleaded for a quick moment while bowing down to the man she had bumped into. I didn't mean to. No, it's fine. The man replied. His voice sounded deep but still like that of a teenager. Karin looked up and fixed her glasses and gasped in surprise at what she saw. It was a boy just a few inches taller than she was and he had a head of spiky brown hair. He was wearing the standard vest, but he also had the symbol of the medical corps of the Shinobi Alliance stitched to his shoulder. His jawline was strong, but not disgustingly strong. He gave her a small smile and immediately, Karin felt her face heat up. I am Karin. The redhead gave a small smile. I'm Takeshi. The boy replied and stepped aside. I won't hold you up, Karin. You're probably just. No. Karin suddenly spoke. I mean, well, I'm only walking, but stuttering mess are we? Takeshi replied with a small smirk. Don't worry, I'm no better. Oh really? Karin asked with a small glare. First time meeting a girl and you insult her? Ma, not what I intended. The boy replied with a nervous smirk. I just meant to say, I can relate. How so? Karin asked once again, this time her glare softening. I too stutter on occasion. Takeshi replied with an embarrassed sigh. I have to say, that's the first stutter in a while. And here I thought you were a chronic stutterer. Karin replied with a small grunt. Making me feel like I wasn't alone. And no, wait, that W wasn't what I meant. Takeshi called out as he shot his arm for Karin. I only stutter when I talk to Talk to what? Karin asked with a full look of hurt. I don't think I should say it. Takeshi said with a small blush. It can't be that bad. Well, I stutter when I talk with them. Beautiful women. But Naruto. 4 days later. Naruto stretched and felt the vertebrae pop up and down his spine. He let out a loud sigh of relief and quickly slipped on an undershirt and headed out of his quarters and let out a powerful yawn, taking in the scent of the ocean breeze. Around him, there were only a few crewmen awake at this time in the morning. The only two that were awake were the captain and the man in the crow's nest. He went down into the cargo hold, hoping to find ramen. But he searched non-stop for food for the next 30 minutes and found that the ship only had a few fish and enough rice to feed everyone once. The blonde sighed and headed back to the deck and walked up towards the captain, steering the ship. Naruto tapped his stomach slightly in disappointment when he felt it grumble in response. Captain. We are out of food. Naruto groaned. We'll probably need to dock on a nearby island soon if we're not to starve. Don't worry, Naruto-san. The captain replied with a nod. I've already charted a course towards one of the islands just a few nautical miles away. Once there, we'll be able to resupply and even rest for those 4 days that you decided to give us. No problem, I guess. Naruto shrugged. He hopped over the railing and walked below deck and headed for his companion's quarters. Making a shadow clone knock on each door, the three stumbled out of their rooms and stared at Naruto with large eye bags under their bloodshot eyes. Naruto didn't even say a word, but instead, lifted a thumb to the ceiling and made a hand motion that said follow me. Alright guys, we'll be docking soon on a nearby island for the next 4 days. Naruto said. If you have any objections, just say so and we'll leave after we replenish our food stores. I don't mind. At least we'll be able to sleep on some comfortable beds. Aoba sighed in relief. Not that I'm complaining about our sleeping quarters now. I guess it's settled. Naruto smiled. We'll be docking in a few minutes. Once the plank was dropped onto the docks, Naruto and the rest of the crew disembarked and headed into the town located perfectly on the coast. Naruto of course went straight to the nearest ramen shop he could find and immediately spent at least 200 ryo on ramen. The other face faulted and walked off to different locations, Guy finding a better place to eat, Aoba looking for sushi, and Yamato looking for a hotel to stay at for the next 4 days. Naruto was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by a woman with brown hair and deep black eyes. She was tall and had a sword strapped to her back. She took a seat next to Naruto and let out a small sigh before turning around and ordering a bowl of ramen as well. Naruto of course, being the gentleman he is, he asked her what the problem was. I am in the search for a boy, someone who is supposed to be the apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto was shocked and choked on his ramen. He pointed at the vest wrapped around his torso and turned completely to face the woman. I'm the apprentice of Jiraiya. Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Why are you looking for me? Suddenly, the boy was hurled out of the restaurant, but Naruto quickly spun around, sliding his feet across the dirt road. He quickly took up a defensive stance, completely disturbed by the woman's actions. Soon enough, the woman dashed through the restaurant with her sword drawn and swung for the boy, scaring him slightly. Naruto quickly rid his nerves of the fear and jumped out of the way of the sword and lunged forward with a punch, but the woman quickly dodged and sent another slash that Naruto easily dodged. He jumped to the side once the blade came down for his scalp. Once he was free of the blade, he sent a kick that connected, sending her back a few feet to reposition. The woman smirked softly once she saw Naruto battle stance and found it to be a mirror image of Jiraiya's. She sheathed her sword and smirked at Naruto. Naruto-kun. She smiled. I see that you're really Jiraiya-kun's apprentice. You still haven't told me why you're looking for me. Naruto narrowed his eyes. And while we're at it, who are you? I'm Toka, a kunoichi of Nadeshiko village and attendant of the village's heiress, Shizuka. Toka replied with a bow. And as for why we're looking for you, let's just say that you're about to get married. In Kumo. That night. Karin sighed and rubbed her hands across her face as she stared at the ceiling above her. The Akatsuki still hasn't been sighted, so they had no possible way of locating where the battles would start or even possibly take place, leaving her and the rest of the Shinobi Alliance army with literally nothing left to do. Everyone was on high nerves. But at least everyone was doing their best to try and find a distraction in the meantime, like going to Killer Bee's Inca rap concert or even making inter-village relationships. Karin, though, found no need to go about such things and stayed cooped up in her barracks room while reading some books and scrolls over the history of Kumo and Kaminari, no Kuni as a whole. She was deeply entranced by the book and scrolls, and since she and the armies arrived in Kumo, she spent all her time reading instead of socializing. After all, she wasn't really much of a socializer. But there was one exception, Takeshi. The medic nin just couldn't leave her alone, could he? Ever since their first conversation in the encampment 4 days prior, they got to see a lot of one another and quickly formed a friendship. But Karin made sure not to make it go any further than that. She felt enough heartbreak with Naruto. Suddenly, there was a strange noise grating on her nerves coming from the window. Karin ignored it the best she could and repositioned her glasses to continue reading. She sighed in relief when the noise stopped, but after about 20 minutes, the noise returned. Karin once again decided to ignore it and went back to reading. After another 20 minutes of peace and quiet, instead of a noise on her window, there was a loud knock on her door, breaking her reading trance. She slammed her book shut and closed her eyes, sensing whose chakra it was. No surprise, it was Takeshi, and he was holding something in his hands. Karin sighed and got out of her bed and threw on a long-sleeved shirt and went to the door, unlocking the knob and swinging it open. Takeshi was revealed, pacing back and forth holding a bouquet of flowers and mumbling incoherently to himself. Karin found the scene to be amusing and leaned against the doorframe wondering when he'd noticed that she was there. Her cheeks were a slight pink. This was the first time someone was nervous around her in a long while, and it made her feel good. Wanting to ease her paranoia, she sensed his chakra and gasped, finding his emotions to be sincere. Karin coughed loudly, causing the boy to freeze in his tracks. Sweat started falling and he slowly turned to face the redeed. Air. Karin-chan. Takeshi smiled in a way that reminded Karin of Naruto. It took a while, but she realized that Takeshi was a lot like Naruto in many ways. Takeshi shot forth the hand holding the flowers and laughed nervously as a hint of a blush formed on his cheeks. His left hand was rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Karin was caught off guard and simply took the flowers from the boy's hand and held them while being embraced in their scent. Takeshi sighed in relief and quickly fixed his posture. I was, hoping why you'd like to go out and hang. Sure. Karin smiled. Just give me a few minutes and I'll be ready. Elsewhere. The next day. Naruto jumped from his bed in his hotel room, covered in sweat from a nightmare that he was forced to marry the student of some woman that his idiot sensei carelessly set up without even realizing. He wiped the massive beads of sweat from his head and ran to the bathroom of his room and washed his face as best as he could, feeling quite disgusted with himself at the moment. His clothes were soaked in sweat, making the feeling even worse. He ran a hand through his hair, finding it still greasy and filled with sweat, making him nearly gag. A few minutes later, after a great and refreshing shower, the boy changed as quickly as he could into his shinobi clothing and slipped into his vest. After checking if he had everything, he left the hotel room and headed out onto the street, not even caring if his companions knew he'd left or not. He journeyed around the town on the coast and talked with a few people and even helped some who asked for it. So with the sun rising higher and higher, Naruto felt that he'd like some training and started asking around for the nearest training ground and quickly found it to be a large empty opening within the forest. A smirk formed on his features and he quickly went to work summoning as many shadow clones as he felt like at the moment. He stretched and got down into a battle stance. The clones in front of him joined in and got ready. This was going to be a fight to practice his taijutsu, not wanting to depend too much on it. So without another command, the clones dashed forward with their kunai drawn. One closed the distance faster than what the original anticipated. Naruto though, recuperated and kicked the clone back as fast as he could, causing two to dispel. Naruto ducked as three came in from behind. Suddenly, the ground started cracking beneath him. The boy jumped up as fast as he could, dodging a clone shooting up from the ground below. Now that he was mid-air, a flurry of shuriken and kunai shot out towards him as he descended. He grabbed a kunai from mid-air and used it to block the rest of the projectiles. Within a second, he was surrounded by at least 50 other clones. This time, they went against specific orders not to use. The blonde sighed and narrowed his eyes, trying his best to channel nature chakra while standing. The clones knew he'd try it and charged right at him with their weapons pointed right at him. But just before the clones could close the distance, a large explosion shook the training grounds and all the clones dispelled, covering the training grounds with smoke from the clones. Naruto coughed and waved his hand back and forth, trying to rid the area of smoke. But once it was all gone, it came to reveal a beautiful black-haired girl with a massive rack. Naruto having seen Ino naked multiple times and seen the size of the blonde jugs, the boy had to say that this new girl dwarfed Ino's by a landslide. To say that he was fighting back a nosebleed is an understatement, he's fighting a war to keep the flood back. His face lit up in red as the girl with the most electrifying emerald eyes made contact with his own sapphire. "Are you Jiraiya-sama's student?" the girl asked. "Are you the girl that I'm supposed to marry?" Naruto asked meekly. "I'll take that as a yes." The girl nodded her head. She walked toward Naruto reaching for the sword on her back as well. Naruto though, wasn't even paying attention to her attire, but rather at her bouncing chest. He was mesmerized. Each step that the girl took, her breasts seemed to be doing the exact same. It only took a moment, but Naruto realized that he was acting exactly like his perverted sensei. Literally slapping himself from his immoral thought process, he stared ahead in complete surprise to see the black-haired beauty standing right in front of him with a strange look on her face. She tilted her head slightly and placed a hand on his cheek. "You're a little different than what I imagined," Shizuka said with a slightly innocent-sounding voice. Naruto couldn't help but trail his eyes down to see a sizable amount of cleavage popping from her shirt. Naruto took a deep breath as his face heated up. His eyes shut tightly as he tried his best to make sure that the girl didn't see him trying to sneak a peek. She suddenly shot her hand from his face and blew on her gloves. "Your face is really hot." Naruto though couldn't take it anymore and fainted on the spot. "Elsewhere." "Geez, Takeshi." Karin groaned, but she quickly burst into laughter. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're nothing but an overgrown genin." "Thanks for the compliment, Karin-chan." Takeshi groaned. Karin and Takeshi laughed with one another once more. After their night together, they were quite happy and even ended up making out in some alleyway in the streets of Kumo, way past curfew. She wasn't going to lie, the night before the best night of sleep she's had in months. She laughed her heart out the night before and found Takeshi's personality just plain likable. Takeshi couldn't help but feel the same. The Redeed of Konoha was quite an interesting person and he felt that he could possibly feel something for the girl. All he wanted to do now though was get to know her better before taking anything to the next level. It was just about to become noon and the village was exploding with activity, stores, restaurants and even training grounds were open around this time, giving Karin and Takeshi a lot to do on their rest time. Karin was worried though. The Akatsuki still haven't been found, with almost no trail to follow anywhere. No messages were given from Konoha's, Iwa's or even Kumo's spies all over the continent. Karin sighed. There was no way that she wouldn't worry. Naruto was off somewhere with literally no idea what might be coming for him unless he was in his Senin mode. And the odds of Naruto being in Sage mode the entire journey was literally at zero. "I knew I should have just sucked up my pride and joined him." Karin shook her head. Now who knows what kind of trouble that baka could have gotten himself into this time. Elsewhere. Naruto awoke in a room of pure white. White walls, white bed sheets and even white clothing. In a chair next to his bed, his clothes were folded and cleaned, waiting for him to wear them. His vision was groggy and the sky was already a bright and beautiful magenta mixed with scarlet. He scratched his cheek for a moment and threw the covers off of his bed and walked out towards the clothes. Sliding them on, he let out another sigh until he found that the door was locked from the outside. He took a moment to groan in his apparent lack of luck and turned right around to jump from the window in a very Jiraiya-esque way. But just before he could reach the window, a handful of shurikens stopped him mid-step, digging into the wall in front of him while cutting a few hairs from his head. The boy swiveled around with a blank look on his face. Hanging from the ceiling was the big-chested girl from before everything turned black. She released her hold on the ceiling corners and landed softly and quietly, almost invisible. She flipped her hair and stared at Naruto's blue eyes with her own emerald eyes. Not a word was spoken and the two simply stared at one another for a good 10 minutes. "I'm not fighting you," Naruto said before turning around again and unlocking the window and sighing in luck. "Then I guess I'll fight you." The girl shouted and dashed for the boy. Naruto, in a quick-ditch effort to be free of the girl, let his hold of the window go and descended. Little did he realize, the hospital he was in was actually a part of the Nadeshiko village, which was also apparently on 3 massive hills with bridges connecting each other. The hospital just so happened to have all of the windows on one side, the cliff face. His eyes widened in fear as images of his near demise in the Chunin exams by the same cause flashed through his mind, clouding his vision. With a quick moment of blacking out, the Kyuubi took over, not wanting its brainless container to die, and covered Naruto in 3 taels worth of the chakra cloak. Naruto spun in the air and landed on his fists, causing a large explosion of chakra and dirt. In a quick motion, he pushed himself from the ground and charged through the forest. With a massive wall of dirt covering his trail, Naruto managed to make it back to the town. But just before he could even enter into the borders of the town, he was quickly surrounded by the girl and a pair of other kunoichi. Naruto's eyes widened with fear and sweat once again started to flow down his cheeks and back. The girl narrowed her eyes at Naruto and dashed forward while the other two took to the flanks. The girl closed the distance and drew out her blade and slashed Naruto's neck but missed and kicked him towards one of the other kunoichi. Naruto though, still in the Kyuubi's chakra but no tails, spun around and punched the kunoichi back a few feet and caused her to dig into a tree. Naruto landed on his left foot and ducked just as the big-chested girl came for him again. As she flew over him, her breasts rubbed against his face in almost slow motion. He fell over and he found that his hit I-8 undid her wrapping around her waist and caused her battle kimono to unravel, revealing her bare chest. Naruto's eyes went as wide as plates and his blood ran cold. The other kunoichi screamed in surprise and charged for their heiress and tore off their own cloaks and wrapped them around the girl as quickly as possible. But in their actions, Naruto managed to escape silently with the Kyuubi's chakra gone. Elsewhere, that concert was. Karin trailed off. Weird. Takeshi finished. I was about to say something interesting but. You know, that's a good replacement. Karin laughed. I knew that other villages were weird but I didn't know that they were that weird. Takeshi shook his head. That guy. I believe. He trailed off faster than I do. Karin said with a look of astonishment. The baka can find anything to worry about apparently. Good thing we're not like that, na Karin-chan. Karin felt the corner of her lips curl up. Spending practically every day since the encampment near Kusagakure, she and Takeshi bonded very well and this was apparently their first date. Karin shook her head from those thoughts. This was simply a get-together with a new friend and comrade that she had no idea existed. The Redeed couldn't help but think that the boy was just perfect. It seemed to be quite unfortunate knowing that they were about to fight a war very soon. Oh, she wished she could have met him before the war. But no, she of course had to waste her time thinking and worrying about the blonde idiot Naruto. Karin, for the first time, felt a sour taste in her mouth after thinking of the name. Her heart raced in excitement for the first time in a long time. Am I over Naruto? Karin thought for a moment. Oh well. He lost his chance. Hope Ino is everything he hoped for. Takeshi took a deep breath and the two continued to walk through the village, good thing that the raikage took away the curfew. Now the stores were wide awake with hundreds of couples, both shinobi and civilians were walking around with their fingers interlocked and their gazes fixated upon one another. Karin and Takeshi felt their faces heat up for a moment but they both apparently had the same thoughts. It didn't take long, but the two felt their fingers lacing with one another and the warmth spread between the two of them like a pan on a stove. Karin felt her heart warm up and her pulse increase. Within seconds, Takeshi was the same, but she didn't even need to sense him, he was shuddering. Karin looked at him from the corner of her eyes and saw him nervously running a hand through his brown spiky hair. Takeshi looked down to meet Karin's gaze only to cough out nervously. Redeed couldn't help but giggle at how cute he looked. The two walked around for a good 20 minutes, but then Karin saw Ino walking with a group of kunoichi that almost everyone knew, Hinata, Sakura, Tenten and Temari. Well, Tenten not so much since she was always training her ass off and hung around with Hinata's cousin, Niji. Karin was thinking about going over to them and introducing them to Takeshi, but she saw the brown-haired boy's discomfort. Takeshi grabbed Karin and quickly whisked the Redeed away towards another alleyway and faced his back to the street. The girl traced her crimson eyes on the trail that the five girls were leaving behind. Karin was confused by his sudden reaction, but once the girls disappeared, Takeshi let out a sigh of relief and leaned against the wall of the alleyway and wiped even more sweat from his forehead, slightly grossing Karin out. What the hell was that about? Karin asked with a raised eyebrow. The pink-haired one. Takeshi gasped. She what? She's terrible at giving physicals. Takeshi burst into laughter. There was a small glint in Takeshi's eyes that made Karin blush. His smile and his laugh were filled with so much innocence, but she knew he was far from it. To see a medical ninja no less, laughing about the most childish of things such as a medical nin who's aggressive at physicals. So much of this kid made Karin like him, but he wasn't going to get her as easily as he thinks. With a small laugh escaping her lips, she reached down and pulled the medic nin from the ground and gave him a look. Oh you baka. The next day. Elsewhere. Naruto awoke with a crimp in his neck. The sun was already beating through his window. His head beat harder with each passing second, so with a painful grunt, he toppled out of his bed and slowly pushed himself off the floor and stared in amazement at the current time, 30 past noon. Naruto shot from the floor with newfound energy and ran back and forth through the hotel room throwing on his clothes all the while washing his hair with some water and some shampoo. The day was going to be the last day on the island and he would have to leave by noon tomorrow. There was just one more thing that he wanted to do before leaving. He had a strange epiphany of a dream the night before. If he could talk Zabuza, Niji, Gaara, hell even Nagato into changing sides, then he maybe thought that he might be able to talk the girl into changing the law of her village. He thought back to what Toka told him the first day he was on the island. Shaking his head, he left the room and walked out of the hotel and down onto the street, looking for the nearest raiment stand and sighed in relief when he found it within a few seconds of walking through the street. But just before he could even reach the raiment stand, there was a strange mechanical sound and followed by a few screams. Naruto took off down the street with a battle stance taken, but in the middle of the street were the black-haired beauty that's been trying to literally fight him for his heart and a sleazy-looking man in a large machine of sorts. "Oh Shizuka-chan. It is time for me to defeat you and for you to become my wife," the man called out in a perverted sing-song voice. "I will never marry you," she said in a dark voice, slightly scaring Naruto. Naruto charged in to fight the guy, but Toka appeared and held the blonde back and shook her head and mouthed the words "watch." Naruto gave her a strange look but complied anyway and loosened his stance and stared at the black-haired girl staring down the man and his machine. There were many things that Naruto noticed about the machine, the first of which was a massive 99 on the belly of the machine. Not only that, but it was obviously running on chakra in some strange way. Shizuka jumped up from the ground and she didn't even reach for her blade. Naruto was about to charge out, but he was once again held back by Toka. Shizuka dodged the arms of the machine as they shot up to her. She spun in midair and grabbed onto the arms and slid down to the cockpit of the machine and sent a chakra-enhanced kick into the apparent engine block of the machine. Without another second passed, Shizuka flipped her hair and jumped back away from the machine as electricity started flowing around in all directions. Naruto's eyes were wide with surprise, but soon enough, the machine exploded in all directions, sending the man flying in a comedic way, with a large trail of smoke following him from the initial explosion. Once it was all said and done, Naruto was suddenly face to face with Shizuka, and the girl had a massive blush marrying her face. She tried her hardest to make eye contact with the boy, but she quickly looked away and started walking down the street with Toka trying to catch up. "Shizuka," Naruto called out. The girl stopped mid-step and slowly turned to face Konoha. "If you want to fight," Naruto said slowly. "Meet me in the clearing you first met me in later today at sunset." Shizuka turned to the boy and bowed with a faint hint of a blush on her face. Shizuka turned and hopped away to the rooftops and headed toward the village. Toka was left behind, but the woman faced Naruto with a look. Naruto sighed and walked up to the woman and motioned for her to follow after him. Once the two were back in the raiment stand that they first met in, Naruto swiveled in his stool to face her as their orders were being cooked. "Tell me everything about Shizuka that I need to know." Naruto looked down. "Please." Elsewhere, Karin awoke in a rather comfortable setting. She stretched but found that she was in a rather strange situation. She wasn't in her room nor was she anywhere near her barracks. She was wearing her long-sleeved shirt and found that she was in someone's bed. She turned over and slipped her glasses onto her face and found Takeshi wearing his own shirt asleep. Karin shot from the bed in surprise and forced the boy awake. Takeshi shot awake with a handful of and breathing hard. Karin hit the wall in fear. This was a different side of the boy that she had seen for the last few days. Takeshi was trembling and struggled to keep his breath calm. He looked over to Karin to see her against the wall, nursing a bruise on the back of her head. Takeshi was staring at her with wide eyes and stabbed them into the bedside table before throwing the covers off of the bed. Karin shook her head and covered her hand with green light. Takeshi was surprised and watched her continue. Karin gasped as the warmth passed through the back of her head and spread throughout her body. She took a deep breath and sighed in relief as the pain of the bruise disappeared. She pushed herself off the ground using the wall as a crutch. Takeshi was about to help her up, but Karin once again shook her head. I'm so sorry. Karin-chan. Takeshi said with a frown. "I didn't mean to." "No. It's fine." Karin gave him a small smile. "I've experienced worse." There was a moment of silence that ran between them as they stared at one another. Karin took a deep breath and looked away. But there was a sudden knock on the door, it seemed like someone was desperate. Takeshi shook his head and faced Karin wanting to say something until the banging started getting louder and louder. Karin shut her eyes and was suddenly bombarded with a large amount of negative emotions, specifically fear. Karin charged for the door and swung it open revealing Sakura painting. Karin looked out of the door to see other shinobi running back and forth knocking and beating on doors, waking Shinobi and Kunoichi from their sleep. Karin looked at Sakura with a look of surprise. "What the hell is going on, Sakura?" Karin asked while getting tossed her vest. "Any news on the Akatsuki?" "Yes and no." Sakura took a deep breath. "We still haven't found the Akatsuki's main army, but there was an Akatsuki force that went through the night. We beat them back and managed to capture a few of them in the battle." "Then why are we all getting forced awake?" Takeshi asked. "The heads of the alliance are calling all shinobi together to start getting our supplies together," Sakura said. "We were thrown out of formation and we lost some resources in the skirmish." "How come we weren't called up to fight?" Karin shouted while running out of the room. "We didn't know where they were coming from." Elsewhere. Hours later. Naruto sat meditating in the center of the clearing and called in the powers of nature chakra. Within seconds he managed to sense the girl making her way towards the clearing. Naruto was nervous, but he really wanted to get everything to go to plan. It was his mission to not fight the girl. Naruto listened to Toka tell Shizuka's story for a good 30 minutes, still surprising the boy about how messed up their village is. He wanted to help her get her nerve back and her will to fight back against the rules like she did before. Naruto felt that he could convince her, but if things were to go awry, he felt that he'd need to go to drastic measures to convince the girl to stop following the rules and fight back against something so immoral. At least what he felt was immoral. Soon enough, the girl rushed through the trees and landed in front of the boy and walked up to the meditating shinobi. From what Naruto learned from Toka was that Shizuka was a lover of dancing and deep heart-to-heart talks. Judging by her demeanor, Naruto could only surmise that she was wearing a mask to pull it all in. Shizuka was about to say something, but candles lit up around them covering the entire clearing in a beautiful color, causing Shizuka to gasp in surprise. The meditating Naruto popped away revealing nothing. Shizuka was about to turn around, but Naruto's strong arms wrapped around her waist, causing her to freeze in his embrace. Shizuka has a weak spot for things like that. Naruto thought back to what Toka told him. Toka likes small, but also romantic things. This is the way to make her weak so I can have a heart-to-heart talk. Shizuka though, took advantage of his moment to think and flipped him over and crashed him into the dirt below. Shizuka's face was burning hot and she was apparently getting slightly aroused. It was at this moment that Naruto realized that Toka had probably set him up with the wrong techniques. Shizuka used her flexibility and straddled his waist while staring deep into his sapphire eyes. "Then Naruto?" she whispered. "Shizuka." The boy replied. "I'm sorry." Shizuka pushed off of his body and started backing away. "I didn't mean to. No. Shizuka. It's alright." Naruto sat up and walked over to her. "I can't betray my love." Shizuka whispered. "I know that you know how it feels." "I do." Naruto plopped down next to the girl and let out a sigh. Naruto paused for a good 30 minutes and sat in awkward silence. "I was with this girl." Shizuka perked up. "Was it?" "It's a painful and strange story. But basically, I made a mistake. A big mistake and now she's going to the front lines of the war." Naruto sighed. "I can't go yet to join her, but before we left Konoha. We basically broke apart and now, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel, but I just know that. I know what you're going through." Shizuka slowly spoke. "My lover. Former lover. Sajiri." "Right." Naruto said. "How do you know?" Shizuka asked with her heart racing. "It doesn't matter." Naruto turned and started closing in. "What does is what you're going to do about your village?" What about my village?" Shizuka asked with a small blush growing on her face. "You're the heiress. You can fix the laws and change the way things are being run." Naruto said. "I'd gladly marry you but." "You would?" Shizuka asked suddenly. "Damn it. Not again." Naruto looked down and sighed. "Might as well continue where I am. I'm already in." "Why wouldn't I?" Naruto asked. "You're strong. Smart. Terrifying and most of all, just gorgeous." Shizuka froze. Her face went up in red. Her eyes sparkled in the candlelight and she started to close the distance with Naruto. Her arms wrapped around his neck, making the blonde nervous. This wasn't what he wanted. Well, he didn't want to fight, he didn't want this. Shizuka started pushing him back and pressed him against the ground. Naruto's face was just as red as hers and his eyes were as wide as plates. He wanted to push away from the girl, but found that she had a grip of iron. Naruto started getting a bit uncomfortable, but before he could escape, Shizuka shot her face down and pressed her lips against Naruto's. The effects were immediate. Naruto thought and flipped her over, for some strange reason, letting Kyuubi take over his mind for a moment. Just a moment. But the moment the color came back he was on top of Shizuka and she was breathing hard. Her eyes sparkled and her pupils seemed to glitter. Naruto couldn't hold himself back and let his emotions go. "Kumo." Karin sat against the wall of her room with a distraught look. She was worried about Naruto. Karin remembered what Naruto told her before she ended their relationship, the place he was training wasn't even far from Kumagakure. It was well within her range of sensing, and the boy's signature was nowhere to be felt. Karin looked down at her feet and felt the weight of her guilt. Why did I give up so soon? Karin stood up from the wall and headed over to the door to find something to do. Takeshi was off in the medical tents helping out with the wounded from the skirmish the night before. She was starting to get extremely worried. The Akatsuki were starting to make more moves into Kaminari no Kuni, but they were always small groups and they weren't even aiming for anything. It was bothering her. But what really got to her was that she couldn't sense them. Twice they attacked and twice she couldn't get any word out to the people around her. She had never felt so useless before. But before she could even reach the door, Takeshi popped into the door with some scars on his arms and neck. Karin screamed at what she saw but grabbed the boy into her room and started to heal the damage done to his body. "Takeshi, what happened to you?" Karin asked. I was in a recent skirmish." Takeshi grunted. "They attacked the front gates." "What?" Karin stopped channeling her chakra and ended the flow. That can't be. I didn't sense anything. Or even hear anything. Why didn't they call up? Don't worry. My, you get loud. Takeshi smiled. He leaned on his elbows and reached out to Karin. I'm fine. A lot of us are fine. We managed to fight them back, but those injured were forced to return to the barracks. The two were silent for a good minute. Karin was worried for her new friend and even felt a strange pang of fear for the life of the Konoha shinobi. She took a deep breath and helped Takeshi into the bed and started wrapping bandages over his body as tightly as she could. The night was dark and for a moment she thought she sensed a familiar chakra signature. Concentrating back to Takeshi, she reached down and started healing his wounds, albeit slowly since she wasn't in her right mind at the moment. After all, she was moping for a good few hours just before the boy appeared at her door. Karin reached down once again, hoping to heal her friend as best as she could before he'd have to leave. But as she ran her hands over his body, she started to read his emotions, and by that, she could read his thoughts. They were bright and caring, surprising her. She stopped channeling her chakra and stared at the shinobi lying in her bed. She sighed and started channeling her chakra again, but this time, the girl sensed something else, something akin to attraction coming from the boy. Elsewhere. The next morning, Naruto awoke in a strangely comfortable embrace. It was strange and warm, almost as if it was a tight, form-fitting blanket. Naruto stretched, but the first thing that registered in his mind was the forest surrounding him. It was warm and he was on top of someone. His eyes widened once more and he pushed away rolling in the grass, but quickly shot up, realizing that he was butt naked. His screams woke the girl from her sleep, revealing it to be Shizuka. "And Naruto-kun?" Shizuka asked. What are you doing screaming so loud? Wait. Naruto was about to faint, but Shizuka rushed forward and pressed his head in between the mountainous breasts she had. Naruto's blood flow changed directions and shot straight from his nose, but Shizuka didn't let him go. Naruto, though, was starting to run low on breath and struggled to push away from the embrace of her super breasts. Naruto, after a good 10 minutes of fighting back, Shizuka released him. The two stared at each other for a good few minutes before actually saying anything. So? Last night. Naruto said slowly. Last night. The girl trailed off. It was fun? No, I'd like to say. Energetic. Shizuka laughed. Energetic. I guess it was. Naruto laughed as well. I think we should put our clothes on before anything should happen against our will. You seem a bit wet. And you're kinda hard. Shizuka giggled. Naruto took a deep breath and zipped up his jacket and his vest and slipped his pants on as fast as possible. He turned to see Shizuka already dressed and starting to clean her weapons. The boy deadpanned at the scene and let out a small sigh, quickly realizing that it was the day he was leaving the island. He turned to Shizuka, but was quickly embraced in a tight hug in her soft lips. "Can I at least have a fight before you go?" The girl smiled. "I'll make it worth your while. I wouldn't mind it at all." Naruto tilted his head slightly but smiled anyway. He took up a fighting position and glared at her as she did the same. This time, there was no form of malice between the two of them. Within a second, they closed the distance and were matching each other kick for kick and blow for blow. Naruto, though, used a Taijutsu kata and found himself behind the girl and quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and held her close. Shizuka blushed and gasped at the embrace, but quickly went to laughing. She pushed away from Naruto and rolled in the grass and pulled out a handful of kunai and hurled them straight for the Uzumaki. The blonde of the two backflipped away and took one of his own kunai and blocked each projectile with perfect accuracy, some of them even being deflected back to Shizuka. The black-haired beauty, though, dodged each one, all the while sending more. They were neck and neck, matching each other with each strike and retaliatory strike. It was like a synchronized dance of death where neither could make a mistake. But just before Shizuka could finish the hand seals for a gigantic robot charged into the clearing. In the cockpit was the ever-elusive and stubborn Kakum. It was the very man that has been building ridiculous contraptions to try and beat Shizuka in a battle. 99 times if the numbers were any indication of what machine it was. This was the 100th battle between Shizuka and Kakum. Hopefully, the old sleazebag would get the picture that Shizuka was nowhere near about to marry him. Naruto got in a battle stance, but Shizuka shook her head, ready to take the robot on her own. The black-haired beauty jumped into the air, her hair and breasts shaking in the wind as she ascended. She turned around and smashed her fist into the cockpit of the machine, just like all other times, but something was different. Kakum sped through his own hand seals, and Shizuka was suddenly taken over by a strange sensation, almost like a violent and enslaving feeling. Naruto narrowed his eyes at what he was seeing. "Naruto-kun," Kushina said, finally speaking up for the first time in a long while. "That's a binding seal. Break the man's hold on Shizuka by cutting the chakra strings that are being attached to her limbs and torso." "Adaka-chan." Naruto dashed forward with a kunai and rushed as quickly as he could, getting in between the massive machine and Shizuka. Naruto looked up and could hear Kakum laughing with a half-manic tone in his voice. Naruto saw the glimpse of the chakra strings and jumped as high as he could, slashing his kunai up as quickly as he could, severing the connection between the girl and the puppeteer. Shizuka screamed out as she slowly regained control of her body, but she was too high in the air. Kakum and his machine were falling down, so Naruto used it as a kickboard and launched himself toward the girl as fast as he could. Naruto caught her just a few feet above the ground and dug his feet down, trying his best to slow their momentum so as to not cause any unnecessary injuries. That was awesome, I know. Naruto smirked. Hey. Kakum was seen pushing himself from the metal and wires. He was forcing as much chakra as he could, and Naruto was starting to get nervous. The puppeteer jumped from the body of the machine and charged for Naruto with a strange chakra-enhanced pair of brass knuckles. Kakum swung for Naruto hoping to do some damage, but in the split second it took for Kakum to even think of attacking Naruto, the boy already called on Senjutsu chakra. Just before the punch could connect, Naruto came around fully formed and slammed the volatile ball of chakra into the man's gut. Naruto narrowed his eyes, making sure to not kill the man, but brutally maim him. Once Naruto felt the crushing bone and the jelly organs beneath, Naruto forced them from his hand and the man flew into the air with a drill into his belly. Wow. Shizuka was amazed. That was Naruto. Elsewhere. Kumo. Karin awoke suddenly as a nightmare formed in her dream. She was covered in sweat, but it wasn't from fear and she wasn't wearing any clothes either. She turned over, confused and aching in all places. She saw a lightly bandaged Takeshi lying in the bed next to her, and the lack of clothing seemed to have passed on to the brown-haired medic Nin. She was about to jump, but quickly thought back to what Takeshi did the last time she freaked. She looked down to her arms and felt cold when she saw that her bite marks were free for the world to see. And if she and Takeshi did what she's starting to think they did the night before, she's just surprised that Takeshi hasn't freaked out or anything. Karin laid back and stared at the ceiling above her, confused on so many levels, especially on how she felt about Naruto. Karin slid out of the bed as quietly as she could, not wanting to rouse the sleeping Takeshi from his blissful rest, and took a quick shower. After slipping into her clothing once more, she zipped her vest up and walked from the bathroom to see Takeshi already slipping into his sandals. The boy looked up but then blushed when he and Karin locked eyes. Takeshi looked away and started smiling. Karin walked over to him and gave him a weird look, but then the boy reached over before Karin's blurry vision could clear out. The Redeed was about to ask what he was doing, but he shot right back up with her glasses and quickly slid them onto her face. Karin couldn't help but admit that the boy sure was a bit of a romantic. He leaned in ready to give her a kiss, but the door suddenly swung open, revealing once again, Sakura. What is it? Karin quickly broke the embrace and walked to the door. You seem to be more distraught than before. We received a message from our spies before they were intercepted. Sakura said. The Akatsuki has been found, and not only that, but they're moving out as we speak. What now? Karin asked. We are to meet with our divisions and set up for the rally before we deploy to the fronts. But what about Naruto? Karin asked. We should at least wait until he masters the Kyuubi's chakra. There's no time. Sakura said quickly. There is literally an army heading this way. Elsewhere. Naruto stood at the docks with his companions walking onto the boat behind him. He looked at the 3 hills of Nadeshiko village and looked back at the girl in front of him. She was beautiful and had a head of black hair and a pair of emerald green eyes to complement. Her face was red and she was looking a bit timid as she held her right arm. For some reason she looked nervous. Hey. Shizuka-chan. Naruto smiled. There will be a man out there for you one day. You're still young. You're talking like you've experienced it all. Shizuka sighed. Nah. Naruto laughed. I'd prefer to say, I am making an educated inference. And now you're using words I would have never guessed you. She was cut off by a deep kiss from the blonde shinobi. Geez woman. Naruto huffed. Take care. Shizuka-chan. Be safe Naruto-kun. Shizuka waved the boy off as the ship started heading out into the great blue. Wait. Will I ever see you again? Naruto though made no movement to signify that he heard her. Shizuka heaved a heavy sigh and slowly turned around. The girl ran a hand through her black hair and wiped her emerald eyes of their stray tears. She turned and made one last glance for the ship as it disappeared along the horizon. She had really hoped she could see him again. There was a strange feeling though that told her that her path and Naruto's will cross once again. I'll be looking forward to it. Chapter 15. Oh well. Karin sighed in defeat when she realized that Takeshi was going with Sakura to the 3rd Division. She was left alone to fight with Ino and Tenten at least. Karin though understood why he was going. 3rd Division was supposed to meet up with the reanimated shinobi that the Akatsuki had in multitude. Karin, though, felt that there was more to the Akatsuki's army than what they were willing to show. She walked off toward her division and stood next to Ino. Next to Ino was the weirdo Shino and the 3 Inizuka, Hana, Tsume and the Kaki Kiba. Karin looked around to see shinobi and samurai talking amongst each other. Never had Karin sensed so many chakra signatures at once, together in such a place. She was taken aback by the scene and nearly wanted to back out. There were so many negative emotions flowing around her, nearly drowning out her normal sensing ability. People were shaking in their sandals, and some were even starting to let their nerves get to them. People started shoving and calling out insults and cursing, others even went as far as drawing their weapons against each other. Karin could hear Ino sighing in defeat at the sound. This wasn't going to end well. Karin could sense it. But just as the shouting started escalating and getting rougher and words started offending, a group of Kiri shinobi were about to charge at a group of Iwa shinobi. Their fists were about to meet their marks, but something extraordinary happened. The sand from beneath their feet shot up and blocked their attacks. Karin looked around amazed by what she was seeing. It turned out that the confrontation between the two village shinobi wasn't the only one happening. Small walls of sand were shooting up all over, across all 5 divisions, blocking and keeping shinobi from killing each other. Karin looked up to the stands to see the 5 division commanders, Haddock, Kakashi, Kitsuchi, Gaara, Dari and Mifune. Gaara though was looking at her with a dead straight sight. Karin blushed and backed away, coming closer to Ino. Gaara looked at the people and shouted out to them, silencing the shinobi and samurai without another question. He was speaking in slow but short sentences and was precise in his points. One by one, Karin could sense their emotions change and their thoughts change. But there were still those who doubted the alliance and what it could possibly mean. But Gaara didn't back down on what he was saying. Something seemed eerily similar about his words. Then it hit her, it is something that Naruto would say. And like a ton of bricks, Karin realized who Gaara was talking about for nearly the entire speech. The enemy who cried for him. The enemy who was no different than he, the enemy who gave his all to protect a village that wasn't grateful for what they had. Karin thought on the words and looked back up to see Gaara going on to the climax of the speech. This is a war. He shouted. For peace. It was then that she sensed the shinobi snap. In their minds there was something, call it a fearful conscience, but once Karin sensed their emotions, the darkness was cleared and no one was scared. Shinobi and Kunoichi straightened up and had looks of determination on their faces. Shinobi looked at one another and apologized and many started connecting. Karin looked up at the stand to see Gaara with a faint smile on his face. This is it huh? Elsewhere. Naruto stretched and jumped over the ship's railing and headed through the forest for where his teacher was supposed to be. Of course the blonde knew who it was, after all, who could forget the eccentric Enka rapper, Killer Bee. Naruto hopped through the trees on the back of the moving island and started calling upon chakra to sense where Killer Bee was, feeling a bit impatient and not wanting to follow guides and all. Naruto came to a grinding halt on a large branch and turned to see his companions coming in close. The blonde looked left and right and nodded his head while pointing to the right and charging off through the trees once more, leaving the 3 behind in a large wall of wood chips and dust. Naruto hopped through the branches marking each one, should his companions get lost and lose him. It was just a precaution, after all, how often do you lose someone in an orange vest? It didn't take long, and Naruto appeared in front of a beautiful waterfall and found Killer Bee meditating in the center of the island in the middle of the pool. Naruto popped his next and started counting down from 10 using his fingers. The Kumo shinobi that were around looked in confusion, but once Naruto pulled down the final finger, 3 Konoha and an entourage of Kumo escorts appeared, panting and drenched in sweat, while Naruto stood tall and ready for the next task. He didn't care about the shouts or the strange and quite massive signature that appeared just off the coast of the island. He didn't even think about the boat as he sensed the signature tearing it apart. All that mattered to him at this point was finding a way to train and contain the Kyuubi as fast as possible. But just before Killer Bee could say anything, or any of the Kumo shinobi standing around, a messenger hawk swooped in and landed on a Kumo shinobi's shoulder, with a message wrapped around its leg. The Akatsuki has been found, and the Shinobi Alliance has already started moving out to intercept. The man said. They are also expecting some surprises from the Akatsuki at this point. Here. Allied Shinobi report. The Akatsuki is moving through the minor states between the lands of fire and lightning. Among them are large amounts of reanimated shinobi and mercenaries for hire. It is imperative that the Jinchuriki are ready for battle by the end of the week. The main force of the Akatsuki army is yet to be seen or sensed. And Naruto rolled up a scroll and tossed it to Yamato before facing the pool of water and popping his back. He shut his eyes and stared at the colors of the world around him and sighed, gathering more chakra. Killer Bee nodded his head and went on a strange rhyme about meditating in the center of the pool. Naruto had no idea what this meant but nodded his head anyway and collapsed into a lotus position and shut his eyes. Suddenly, everything exploded around him and he felt surrounded by darkness. He shot to his feet and looked around and found no sign of his companions or his fellow. No one was around. Not only that, but he was gone, leaving him bare and blind to the world around him. But just as he started to think he was alone, a shadow started to appear through the waterfall, and within a few seconds, the figure began to form. Who are you? Naruto asked with a dark glare. I can't believe you don't know who I am. The voice replied with an eerie voice about him. The body disappeared though, leaving the waterfall back the way it was, making Naruto nervous. He narrowed his eyes and tried to channel chakra, but he was rendered useless. Nothing was flowing and he was left to wait. Naruto, though, felt a dark presence, and it wasn't even from within him, so the Kyuubi was marked out, instead, it was around him, covering him in all directions. Hello. The voice suddenly said from behind the blonde. I am you. Elsewhere. Karin was leaning against a tree as was Ino and the Inuzuka. Around them, there were hundreds of other shinobi resting while samurai started spreading out through the forests of the country. Karin sighed to herself since this was once again the second time that she's had to journey through her home country. She was deeply surprised to see that most of the villages they came to were abandoned, but felt that it was probably for the best. Around her, shinobi and a few samurai were sitting around, drinking water and talking amongst themselves, awaiting the inevitable order to join one of the fronts. Karin didn't think much of it and tried her best to look positive. It wouldn't be good for morale if everyone looked and felt the same type of weariness. But with all of the depressed emotions and rampant anxiety that Karin was sensing, staying calm and ready was going to be more of a challenge than what Karin would like to admit. Karin leaned her head against the trunk of the tree and stared off at the bright blue sky, wondering how long they were going to wait until fighting began. She shut her eyes but couldn't sense anything for a good 20 miles. All she sensed were the samurai of the Land of Iron spreading throughout the area and shinobi setting up small camps. There was nothing and Karin was starting to worry. Karin sensed something heading towards them. Someone's coming. Karin shouted. All heads looked around and the shinobi quickly jumped up to the tree branches above them and the samurai stayed behind tree trunks. Karin stayed behind her own tree and drew out a kunai ready to strike at who was on their way. She narrowed her crimson eyes and concentrated on the incoming figure of a messenger shinobi coming in as fast as he could. Karin could sense him burning chakra in the process. Karin shook her head at the shinobi and samurai lying in wait. Where is Mifune Taichu? The messenger gasped. I have a message for him from Dari-sama. I am here. Karin's blood ran cold from fear. She was really starting to lose her edge. Dari-sama is requesting reinforcements. The Akatsuki came in from the sea and they are starting to overwhelm Dari's division. Understood. Mifune nodded. The messenger then took off through the forest once more. Ino suddenly perked up. Karin felt the girl's chakra spike, but then Ino started nodding her head. Ino started nodding some more and mouthing responses. The girl, after a few minutes of silence, then opened her sky blue eyes and nodded at Mifune and started calling out shinobi by name, including Karin, to follow after her and head to Dari's battleground. Karin narrowed her eyes for a moment at the blonde, wondering why she'd choose her. It didn't matter since she was apparently needed. Karin sucked up her pride and followed after Ino, along with at least 200 other shinobi and samurai. Karin followed as closely as she could to Ino, all the while using her and trying her best to sense as many enemies as she could. She perked up for a moment and sensed at least 400 other chakra signatures heading towards the same battleground as she was. Among the chakra signatures, she could sense specifically Shikamaru among the shinobi of another division. Sensing their chakra types, Karin surmised that they were from Gaara's division. She started sensing towards the west, knowing that Kakashi and Kitsuchi divisions were in that direction. So far, there was no word on either of the divisions, so no one knew as of yet whether or not they needed help. It didn't take long, but Karin realized that they were too for her range. She even had half a mind to try and sense where Naruto was. Her heart might not be leaning towards the blonde anymore, she was still worried for him since he was the main piece in winning the war. So lost in her thoughts, Karin didn't even realize that she was coming fast into a tree trunk. Snapping from the mind in just a split second, Karin swerved around the tree and landed her feet against a branch on a separate tree before shooting forward once more and catching up to the platinum blonde Yamanaka. Ino looked back to Karin and gave the Redeed a small smile, but the Redeed didn't reciprocate. Ino took a deep breath and looked at Karin while tree hopping backwards, surprising Karin. The two stared at each other, sky blue and crimson boring into each other. Ino though wasn't about to break and fully intended on having Karin break and speak what was on her mind. Karin. Ino suddenly said, finding their silence uncomfortable. What? Karin hissed. The Redeed glared at Ino with a deathly look. You do know that Naruto and I broke up, right? Ino asked with a small look of sadness. Karin's eyes shot open. The Redeed didn't even say anything in response. Her heart was racing as the feelings of regret started shooting through her nerves. Up and down her spine, she felt her body run cold as guilt that she'd never known before started to fill her body. She felt her heart tighten and felt it nearly break, literally. I slept with Takashi. Well, Naruto probably is. No. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Karin felt tears forming in the corner of her eyes. I was supposed to be with Naruto. I'm supposed to be there by his side and helping him tame the Kyuubi. What have I done? Karin shook her head as a straight tear fell from her left eye. It was cold and thick as it trailed down her cheek. She didn't even dare to wipe it away. Ino took a deep breath and sighed before turning back around and picking up speed. The blonde of the two knew that their friendship wasn't going to be built anytime soon, or at least, what little of a friendship they had. Let's hurry. Elsewhere. I am your true self. The dark-faced boy said. You're nothing like me. Naruto glared. The two began to pace back and forth, examining each other's movements and watching each other's feet. Every fighter knew that the feet gave away the enemy's movements. Naruto glared at the red-eyed version of him. Strange thing though, the dark Naruto didn't have the slit pupil signifying Kyuubi's influence. There was only one thing that it could possibly mean, this really was his true self. What do you want? Naruto asked, still pacing. I don't want anything. Dark Naruto replied. I just want you to realize something. Realize what? Naruto asked, readying his hand for a kunai. That you are an imposter. Naruto froze. Suddenly, Dark Naruto charged forward while creating a group of clones to engage the blonde. The orange-clad though, quickly dodged and replied with a flurry of kunai. The Dark Naruto, though, blocked the kunai, only to find them to be clones as kunai. From the resulting smoke, clones jumped from where the kunai used to be and landed behind the red-eyed Naruto. The clones stared at the red-eyed freak and attacked with chakra as fast as they could, trying to gather together and keep Dark Naruto on his toes. The real Naruto took the 10-second window as a moment to start channeling as much chakra as he could. He managed to get a full reservoir of chakra in half that time. Finding Dark Naruto still in a bind, Naruto charged forward with a blaring right hand. Naruto, though, was blocked by a group of Dark Naruto clones, their dark red eyes boring holes into his own sapphire eyes. The blonde weaved in between the punches and kicks aimed at him and even managed to dispel a few with his feet while still keeping the going. He focused chakra to his legs and dashed toward Dark Naruto as the evil version managed to dispel the rest of Naruto's clones. Naruto was about to close the distance until Dark Naruto turned around and punched Naruto into the ground, causing the boy to ram into the ground below. Dark Naruto jumped away as the volatile ball of spinning chakra caused the ground to rise up, ruining the water and the rest of the pool. But, as he ascended, Naruto burst from the trees and smashed into Dark Naruto's spine, sending him careening into the rocks at the side of the waterfall. Interesting. Dark Naruto smirked. This only makes things fun. Elsewhere. This is strange. Karin said. I am sensing large groups of chakra signatures, but I don't recognize them. Did you manage to sense the entire Shinobi Alliance? Ino asked in surprise. Of course. Karin narrowed her eyes toward the coast. These seem to be. Wait. It's an army. Of course it's an army, Karin. We're fighting a war. Ino replied with a sigh. Everyone. Charge. Wait. Karin called out, but the girl was stopped short as Shinobi started charging forward with reckless abandon. Goddamn blonde, war, stupid Naruto, I just. Gra. Karin ran a hand through her red hair while gripping the strands as tightly as possible, her rage nearly getting the best of her. Her Uzumaki rage was starting to surface once more. Worrying Karin for the moment, after all, it's an Uzumaki thing. Elsewhere. Naruto stood in the center of the field, all around him, the forest was on fire. He ran a hand through his bright blonde hair and let out a small defeated sigh. Craters were punched into the ground and much of the water was gone, leaving a small trickle of water going down the cliff face. In front of him though, was his true self. Naruto jumped forward with a blaring in his hands, but his true self dodged and kicked him from behind. They glared at the evil clone of him with a deathly eye. Another appeared in his hands, but this time it was exploding with wind chakra. Senjutsu chakra flowed into his system as the Rasen Shuriken took form. Dark Naruto looked at his counterpart and smirked as a Rasen Shuriken of his own creation started forming. Without another thought, Naruto and Dark Naruto hurled their attacks at one another. The two smashed into one another, forming a massive dome of chakra that dug and tore through the already war-torn battlefield. The two jumped back as the dome started expanding and growing outward. Dark Naruto was forced back to the rock wall of the waterfall. He smirked for a moment once the dome disappeared, revealing a torn-up Naruto lying on the ground not too far from him. But then a thought came to the Dark Naruto as a whirring sound echoed in his eardrums. With a quick action, he somersaulted forward, dodging in the process. Once the red-eyed Naruto regained his posture, he turned to see the singed Naruto pop out of existence. He looked to the top of the waterfall to see Naruto in sage mode yet again, this time with a massive blade easily the size of trees. This ends now. Naruto growled from under his breath. Naruto. Listen to me for a moment. Kushina whispered from within. What is Kachan? Naruto asked. You must defeat the dark version of you no matter what, and I have just the thing to do it. Kushina quipped. It is an old sealing technique that I think would do well right now. How's mom? That version of you is you in a sense, it's all of your pent-up anger and hatred for all of the pain you've been through. That is the embodiment of what you could have become if you went down the same path as Gaara. Kushina said. But this sealing technique will most likely, if done right, remove that hatred from you while still keeping the skills and abilities that come with the power of being in that rage, at least in a more concentrated form. Why do I need it? Believe me son. You'll need it. Suddenly, seals and strange kanji shot from Naruto's palm and spread out onto the body, making the blade spin faster. There was something about the seal that made Naruto feel calm and at ease, he was without hate. So without another thought, Naruto swung his arm forward with a powerful roar and the massive left hand, taking with it the rest of his chakra. Dark Naruto was too close to dodge in time and was drilled into the ground, kicking up yet another dome of chakra. Dark Naruto was suddenly launched up into the sky as seals overtook his body. The intricate patterns covered the red-eyed freak as power exploded in all directions, only to join together and head straight for Naruto. The panting boy looked up with wide eyes and was suddenly pushed into the rocky cliff face as power rushed into his body. Suddenly the power came to a climax and chakra exploded in all directions from the boy. Naruto rose from the ground with a new look in his eyes. The dark version of him though was plummeting from the sky and was on a one-way trip to heaven with the way he was about to hit the ground. With a quick spike in chakra, the boy zoomed forward, leaving behind a red after image in his wake. Naruto jumped forward at the last second, catching the dark version of him just before he popped like a grape. Naruto placed the sealed version of him onto the ground, only to finally realize that the once malicious and blood-red eyes that rested for orbs were now sapphire, like his own. Naruto was surprised at what he saw, but suddenly felt a strange feeling of elation. His heart lifted and his heartbeat began to speed up as a strange yet peaceful feeling rushed through him. The sealed Naruto began to turn transparent as it started to dissipate into dust, shiny dust. The world warped and withered. The fires doused and the winds changed direction. No longer was he surrounded with darkness and a burning warzone, he was surrounded by his new comrades and friends. The forest was alive and no longer burning into the ground. Water was flowing back into the pool at the base of the waterfall. Naruto looked around with a small smile. He could feel the energy of his rage flowing through his body, but it was controlled. "Right-o, Naruto," he cried. "You fought your true self, now it's time to train to be at your true self, yeah." Naruto rose from the island in the center of the pool and smirked. He slammed his right fist into his left palm and allowed a foxy grin spread across his face. "Elsewhere. What is going on?" A shinobi gasped. "This mist is too much. Keep calm." Takeshi whispered. Keep calm." Takeshi looked back through the ranks of the shinobi behind him, but he suddenly shot back around as a loud clunk was heard coming from the front of the division. The mist cleared for a second and it came to reveal a man with a massive sword who clashed with the kunai of Kakashi. Mido Guy and his apprentice Rock Lee were there with Kakashi holding back the other two companions with a sword-wielding opponent. Momochi's abuser. "It's good to see you again." Chapter 16. The Akatsuki's Ruse. Karin gasped as the coast came into view. Smoke was rising in all directions covering the entirety of the beachhead and even the horizon and the glimmering sea to the north. Fires raged along the spikes that lined the beach, but what showed her the severity of the situation, bodies of both mercenary and shinobi alliance were lining the battlefield covering everything in their dire situation. Ino looked around with the same look but charged off with Shikamaru and Chaoji to help in the defense of the beach. It didn't take long for the rest of the reinforcements to get the idea and they too charged forward leaving the redeemed Karin behind to contemplate what she was to do. But before an idea could come to her mind, 3 mercenaries charged at her from the flanks and lunged for her neck. She ducked and weaved in between each attack while losing a few strands of hair. She narrowed her eyes at the mercs. Without another second passed, she dashed forward and lodged her foot into the face of one of the mercs, knocking him out of submission. She swerved around dodging another lunge for her side and sensed that the mercs she was facing had the ability to use chakra on the shinobi level. She sensed some energy building up in their hands and surmised that they were about to use ninjutsu to enhance their blades. In a split second, she sped through enough hand seals to shoot off 3 chakra chains towards the 3 mercs. She took a breath and the 3 chains impaled her opponents. She quickly retracted her chakra chains and let out a quick burst of chakra to sense the area around her. Almost immediately, she sensed a few mercs coming in from beneath the ground. Her crimson eyes widened for a moment and she gathered as much chakra into her fist as possible, taking to the brief image of Sakura punching the ground open. She raised her fist and dug it into the ground, launching dirt and rocks in all directions, cracking the ground open in all directions, revealing almost 30 earth-manipulating mercs. The Alliance reinforcements reacted as fast as they could, but the casualties were starting to rack up, especially with the way things were going. Karin took a deep breath and sighed softly. Her chakra perked for a moment, sensing a familiar chakra signature. She didn't think much of it and dashed off toward the cliff face to help Ino, sensing the danger she was in. But just before she could reach the platinum blonde, the redeed was suddenly smashed across the face and sent flying down the side of the cliff and into the sandy beach below. Karin recuperated as fast as she could, sensing more chakra signatures rising from the ground and coming in from the water of the sea. She looked around and quickly shot down to the ground once more, dodging a volley of kunai and shuriken coming in from both sides of the battlefield. Shit. Karin was about to move, but she froze in her tracks once the battlefield was covered in a powerful and malicious aura. She looked out toward the incoming waves and found two men with the eyes of someone reanimated and nearly fainted when she sensed the same darkening power of the Kyuubi residing in the two of them. The bright and smoke-covered day suddenly shrunk into darkness as the power was manifested within the two men. Karin pushed through the sand and tried her best to put her back against the cliff face. The two men started to transform as the Kyuubi's chakras started to take over them. With the rise in power, Karin's world only darkened to the point of her being blind. Her heart dropped and her breath left her lungs, leaving her with nothing but the evil that surrounded her. But just before she felt that it was all over, her body was no longer under her control. She shot off the ground and somersaulted away from the cliff as a gargantuan tail of red chakra smashed into her former position against the wall. But it didn't take long for the presence to leave her body. Karin looked around sensing Ino's chakra leaving her body. Ino stood a few yards away from her wiping sweat from her forehead. The blonde gave Karin a small nod and charged off to help her teammates in their own fight. The pair of crimson eyes followed after the platinum blonde as she charged off through the beach, taking down merc after merc. Karin felt her heart start again and beat faster and faster as the fear of the Kyuubi's chakra began to recede. She won't save me like that again. Elsewhere. Naruto stood in front of Kyuubi's cage. His face was dark and filled with anticipation. His mother was giving him a quick pep talk before the cage was loosened. Naruto knew the stakes and knew for a fact that he couldn't lose this fight. The Kyuubi was a powerhouse, and this would be the hardest fight he'd ever have to fight. Even with the power of his true self flowing within him, Naruto felt that he might need more than that. So thinking ahead, the orange-clad asked Killer Bee for help in the fight, should he need it. But coming back to the current moment, Naruto was glaring at the giant fox as the fox glared back at him. No words were spoken as both knew what was to come. Naruto suddenly felt a revelation as he stared into the eyes of the Kyuubi. His true self was filled with the same hatred as the Kyuubi. There was one way to tame something, and it was to rid it of hatred, no matter what it is. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his chakra together. The Kyuubi released a visible smirk as he felt the gate loosening. But just before Naruto could even creak the cage open, the Kyuubi smashed the bars apart, releasing all of his hatred and malice in a tangible form known as Imkai. Naruto was blown back by the sheer power of the Imkai and tumbled through his mindscape. Kyuubi? Naruto whispered. I will rid you of hatred. I will be the one to tame you once and for all. The Kyuubi released a powerful roar, shaking the mindscape with something akin to a powerful earthquake. Naruto struggled to keep himself steady but managed to get himself together. Reverting to his base nature and relying on his true self, she sped through a few hand seals and formed a massive shroud of pure chakra. The chakra of course was a bright blue compared to the blood red of the Kyuubi. Naruto charged forward with two already formed in his hands and dodged the Kyuubi and his attacks and managed to slam them into the Kyuubi's two front ankles. The nine-tailed fox tumbled and smashed into the ground roaring in pain, but only for a second. Naruto took the chance and formed an army of shadow clones and entered Sage mode. Transferring his chakra to his clones, he managed to grip onto the Kyuubi with his 9 tails. Naruto, using the superhuman strength that came with and swung the Kyuubi overhead and slammed the fox into the ground, shaking the mindscape once more. The Kyuubi though didn't like it much and swiped down with one of his paws, destroying the clones in the process, rendering Naruto's original plan useless. The tail that Naruto was gripping onto came to life and swung the boy about like a rag doll. The Kyuubi smashed his tail down into the ground and rammed the boy into the mindscape surface, kicking up dirt and rocks and metal. Naruto struggled to get himself away from the creature, but he was suddenly picked up by the fox by his paws and held above the beast's open mouth. Kyuubi smirked and let out a breath that reeked of blood. I told you, boy. Kyuubi said with a dark tone. When you stupidly chose to open the cage. I was going to eat you first. Guess what, boy, here we are, and Ibijuu always keeps their promise. Naruto's eyes went wide as the realization came to him. Naruto took a deep breath as his world turned stale. Darkness resided within his heart as his demise was coming close. Kyuubi's grip on his ankle came to an end and Naruto began to descend into the dark pit that is Kyuubi's stomach. Naruto shut his sapphire blue eyes as he passed the teeth of the beast and quickly came tumbling against the disgusting tongue of the Kyuubi. Light began to fade from the mouth of the beast and it didn't take long for Naruto to finally embrace the darkness. Elsewhere. Ino and her closest friend stood shell-shocked. They had just finished defeating their former sensei, Sarutobi Asuma. Ino glared off with tears flowing down her eyes, while faring better than Chaoji, she was nowhere near the same emotion as Shikamaru. While Nara wasn't crying, he was raging within. The anger and the hatred could be seen coming from the boy. Ino was about to say something, but she was suddenly forced away by Shikamaru's shadow techniques, and the same was done to Chaoji. A group of mercenaries were coming in with lightning chakra glowing off of their swords. Shikamaru sped through a few hand seals and shot forth shadow spikes, brutally impaling the shinobi as his anger started to take over him. Ino gasped in surprise, never seeing him so angry before. But just as she was about to help him, Karin hobbled over, nursing and healing a large katana gash in her side and removing a kunai embedded in her left arm. Mercenaries have taken the entire eastern side of the beachhead. Karin gasped. Dari Taichu is struggling to keep the enemy at bay, especially with those two men empowered with the chakra of the Kyuubi. Don't worry, I'll seal him up so you three won't have to deal with him again. Karin replied. Go now. Understood. The three shinobi charged off, taking with them a small group of shinobi, leaving Karin by herself to seal the reanimated shinobi. Karin took a deep breath and sped through a few hand seals and placed her hand onto the chest of the shinobi lying on the dirt below. But instead of the normal wrapping covering Asuma, his body simply reformed and ash started building up, filling the holes formed in his body and filling the lost limbs. Karin suddenly changed image and color. Her skin turned a pale white and her hair shortened, turning into a green resembling a plant. Her crimson eyes paled into a bright pupil-less yellow. On the new being's body were large zigzag patterns that resembled a Venus flytrap. The being smiled a malicious smile, and soon enough Asuma's body was completely reformed and no longer were his eyes the normal brown, they were now pale white. The being suddenly had color returning to its body. Its hair extended and started darkening back to red and its eyes darkened into crimson. Its face turned back into a slightly tanned and pristine face of a woman. The malicious smile receded as a few more shinobi returned with their weapons drawn. They all glared at the being under the guise of Karin. How dare you? One of the in charge of the small platoon shouted. You traitor. Kill the retarded bitch. But just before they could attack the fake Karin, she jumped away with chakra rushing off of her legs and the girl landed at the top of the cliff face and disappeared from sight. The shinobi growled and sent off sealing techniques, binding the reformed but still weak shinobi and sealing him up. Go and find her. They shouted. Elsewhere. Karin Ino shouted in surprise. Explosions were shaking the beach as more mercenaries were coming in from the sea. Reanimated shinobi were tearing through the shinobi alliance in place. Dari was struggling to keep Kinkaku and Ginkaku back as their powers started expanding. Karin didn't even bat an eye to Ino. The Redeed took a deep breath and shot off for the blonde as a large and extremely hot chakra signature was hurtling to them. At the down. Karin tackled Ino into the ground and sped through a few hand seals and formed a large barrier of seals and chakra, stopping a massive ball of fire from incinerating the area and the shinobi in the immediate vicinity. Hey Karin. What are you doing here? Ino asked with wide eyes. I thought you were sealing away Asuma-sensei. What? Karin gave into a weird eye. I've been here the entire time trying to help Dari Taichu fight back against the Akatsuki. Get out of the way. Come on. Karin grabbed the blonde and her teammates out of the area while making arm movements to signal the displacement. Karin looked up and found a massive trail of fire coming into their position. Karin shook her head and dashed over rocks and boulders while blocking kunai and shuriken flying back and forth through and over the battlefield. She front flipped as a mercenary came into view. Karin gasped as the merc tore through three shinobi and set his sights for her. Karin though didn't think much of it and got into a battle stance that she saw Naruto doing one time. The merc came in fast and swung for her neck, but Karin dodged at the last second and sent her elbow into the merc's jaw, knocking him back a bit. The Redeed ran a hand through her bangs and shook her head. She ran forward and dodged as the merc swung mercilessly to knock her down. Karin bent back as the blade of the merc came around ready to behead her, but Karin weaved around the base of the blade and kicked the man in his bare armpit, hitting the pressure point with deadly accuracy. The merc dropped his blade with a cry of pain and swung once again, but missed because of his emotionally ruined state. Karin smirked again and rammed her foot into his face, knocking him back. The girl knew that it was too easy and walked over to the merc and rammed her kunai blade into his chest, lacerating his heart. But just as she tore the blade from his chest, there was a massive anomaly coming from within the ocean. She looked over to the ocean with wide eyes only getting wider. There was a sudden increase in Kyuubi chakra. Karin looked over to the sea and fixed her glasses and wiped some blood from her forehead. She gasped in surprise at what she saw. There were two terrifying beasts in the form of the second level of the Kyuubi's chakra cloak. They both had six tails waving behind them and they wielded strange weapons that held massive amounts of chakra within them. Karin placed her hands against her mouth as she struggled to keep her wits about her. Tears were forming in the corners of her eyes as fear took over her. Never had she seen something so evil. The Redeed felt the power exploding from them. But just as she managed to get movement back into her body, she sensed a kunai rushing towards her. But it was too late. Elsewhere. Naruto was surrounded by darkness, and the place he was in had a rank scent about it. His nose felt like it was burning. The ground was wet and sticky. He could hear a heartbeat, a loud and reverberating heartbeat, and it wasn't his. The boy took a deep breath and channeled as much chakra as he could without sitting down and immediately realized where he was. Oh, that's just disgusting. Naruto sighed. He stopped himself from taking a deep breath and charged off through the sticky and reeking stomach of the beast that ingested him. He refrained from trying to strain himself too hard to make sure he doesn't need to take a breath. For some strange reason, Kushina wasn't talking or even straining. No power was flowing from her, her cynical comments weren't being made. Naruto was worried for a moment. Suddenly, the body of the Kyuubi started shaking, and Naruto was lifted off the floor and began floating around in the center of the stomach as the Kyuubi was being tossed around by something or someone. Naruto struggled to dodge stomach acid and bile, but managed to survive just barely. Most of his jacket was vaporized and disintegrated because of the acid residing within the Kyuubi. But just as Naruto managed to grab onto a piece of flesh hanging out of the stomach, he was suddenly wrapped up in a bright golden chain and torn free from the stomach. Color and light began to register into his eyes as he was launched into the air. Around him, there was a massive circle of flames and gargantuan impact craters dotting the mindscape. He turned around midair and found the Kyuubi was wrapped up in the very same chains as he was. His eyes followed the trail of the chains and found that the chains were coming from the back of his mother. Naruto spun around and landed perfectly on his feet and started gathering chakra once more. His mother was standing next to him with a deathly smirk on her face with her red hair floating around in her red-hot habanero state. The chains grew brighter as chakra started shooting off from her body and began to strengthen the chakra chains. "Oh Naruto. You know what to do." Kushina roared. Kyuubi saw this and struggled to fight back against his former container, but managed to break off a few chains, only to have them reform and wrap around his body. Naruto jumped ahead, forming a group of shadow clones that quickly took off for the different tails of the Kyuubi. Naruto slammed his open palm into one of the tails of the Kyuubi and immediately felt the power of the Kyuubi's chakra rise from the tail. He wrapped his hand around the trail of the chakra and began to pull. The shadow clones followed shortly afterwards and soon enough, the Kyuubi began to force his will and malice into the trails of chakra coming off of his tails. His hate and power began to flow down the trails and started popping Naruto's clones as the power took over them. Naruto grunted slightly as he peaked his power and lifted the Kyuubi from out of its chains and flipped him over the entire battlefield, leaving the Kyuubi's underside free and open. Naruto took the initiative and had a clone hurl him out over the Kyuubi. He channeled chakra into his hand and formed almost immediately. He started channeling his true power, and it took only 2 seconds for a full size to take shape. He took a deep breath and hurled the projectile down towards the bare underside of the fox. It was at that moment that all things stood still. Elsewhere, Karin fell over as the kunai dug into her back. Her glasses fell from her face as she fell, causing the glass to shatter. She reached out in fear of what was to come. With the Kyuubi's chakra blinding her, she was left to her other senses that she wasn't as attuned to as she'd hoped. But it didn't take long for whoever attacked her to get their hands on her. She was suddenly kicked in the chest and flipped over, causing her to land on her back with a bone-crushing impact. She cried out and writhed in pain, but the assailant didn't let up and punched her face and rammed the sole of his foot into her gut. She couldn't see them, but she could damn well hear them. They were screaming about her being a traitor and bringing the reanimated back to life. They called her the Ito. But just before they could end her life, Ino jumped in and pushed them back with Shikamaru at her side. There was a sudden cool running over the entire battlefield to Karin. The Kyuubi's chakra was receding, disappearing. Karin raised her eyebrows as the images began to come to her. She could now sense everything without any blocks or walls covering her line of sight. She gasped when she sensed Ino standing in front of her with a sword gripped in her hands. Something wasn't right. Karin tried her best to stand up but quickly collapsed, the kunai was still embedded into her shoulder blade. "What do you think you're doing?" Ino shouted. "You don't talk to your superiors like that." The rank came out as venom, stinging with each syllable. "Superior or not, you're attacking a comrade for no damn reason." Ino growled. "You have no right." "Oh but I do." Konoha replied with a shout. "You think I don't know where the bitch first started? She used to be Akatsuki, probably a spy at that. She's lived with us for nearly 4 months. She is in no way a spy." Ino roared. "But I am." Karen's voice sounded from their left. All heads turned in surprise to see 2 Karens standing together, one was beaten and bloodied with a kunai to her throat and the other had a malicious smile spread on her face. Ino's eyes went wide as she stared at the scene. But within a few seconds, the smiling Riti dissipated into a white being that none of the shinobi had seen before. The being smirked even wider and hurled Karin over to Ino while digging the kunai into her side. "Kill him." Ino roared as she hurled her sword at the being, but he phased into the ground just in time. Shikamaru caught Karin in his shadow possession and had Chaoji grab her before she hit the dirt. The two boys grabbed Ino's attention as best as they could, but the blonde was hell-bent on finding the being who tried to kill Karin. The girl laid there with a small trail of blood flowing from her mouth. She knew that she'd heal almost immediately if she could bite her arm, but the kunai were dug into her shoulders and sides. She was too weak to do it, and not only that, when she punched her jaw, she felt her jaw dislocate. TCH. Troublesome. Elsewhere. Takeshi stood in fear. Even though the mist was disappearing, the evil and hatred of the 7 shinobi swordsmen was overpowering to a medic nin like he was. He shivered as he and his platoon hid behind some trees and rocks, while everyone else tried their best to escape the power of Pakura and her scorch release. Most of the forest was already up in flames because of her, and it was only getting worse. The forest was littered with the bodies of both mercs in service of the Akatsuki and the bodies and corpses of shinobi of the Shinobi Alliance. Takeshi took a deep breath and leaned against the thick trunk of the tree, while Kakashi battled with one of the swordsmen using the sword of Zabuza. The clanging metal echoed throughout the battlefield as fires spread and more death occurred. To the medic nin, this wasn't his ideal place to be. As far as he was concerned, a medic nin should be at a forward base or something, not in the front lines. Footsteps echoed through the forest as grass and twigs crunched beneath the heavily booted feet of Ronin under the command of the Akatsuki. Takeshi took a deep breath and looked over to the rest of his platoon to see that they were all green shinobi. They were so green they looked like they shit grass. 2 Iwa, a Kumo and a Kiri. All 4 of them were shivering in their vests and damn well looked like they were about to piss or even shit their pants. Takeshi turned around with a depressed look on his face as the realization of his probable demise was most likely imminent. Takeshi sighed slightly. Soon enough, the Ronin found him and his platoon and quickly went into action. The Kumo shinobi of course knew something about and dashed after the first Ronin he saw and engaged in a quick battle, resulting in the Kumo shinobi's brutal death. Ronin looked at the dead shinobi impaled by his sword and punched the dead body off of his sword and walked on the dead shinobi like he was garbage. The Ronin then turned his sights to the Iwa shinobi, knowing that they were going to be a problem. The Ronin walked forward and disappeared in a flash of whatever chakra he had at his disposal and closed the distance between him and the Iwa shinobi, scaring Takeshi. The boy shot to his feet to help and protect the Iwa shinobi, but another Ronin appeared and kicked the medic nin back. Takeshi tumbled over a rock and spun around, kicking up a wall of dirt and dust, covering his fall. But in his escape, the Iwa shinobi and Kiri shinobi were easily cut down, with little left of their body to signify their existence. This wasn't the type of war he was intending to fight. Besides, immortals' armies that repair their bodies wasn't anyone's forte. In his honest opinion, the war was only getting more complicated as the hours passed by. Not only that, but there are strange white beings that are phasing in and out of the ground, dodging, but still killing Alliance shinobi. He was rendered useless. Takeshi rolled around in the dirt as Ronin swung down with his blade glowing with a bright blue chakra intensity. The Ronin missed but kicked Takeshi up off the ground and swung his blade onto the medic's back, slicing it open. Elsewhere, Naruto stood in the center of the ravaged mindscape, glowing with a bright gold color. Flames flickered off of his body as the power of the Kyuubi spread throughout his body. He stared with wide eyes at the power at his disposal. It seemed that everything was multiplied. Kushina was staring at him in surprise, but quickly sent her chakra chains to try and keep the fox at bay. You just pissed me off, Naruto. The Kyuubi roared as chakra built up into a single point. Shit. Kushina growled. He's making a databane. You know what to do. A whisper sounded in Naruto's ears. Naruto shot his hand to his abdomen and twisted his hand. Suddenly a large torii fell from the sky and smashed into Kyuubi's malnourished neck. The Kyuubi collided with the ground with a painful thud. Water shot up covering the battlefield in a thin drizzle of water and mist. Kushina looked at her son with wide eyes and found that Naruto had the same look of surprise as she did. Naruto though took off towards the bound Kyuubi and jumped onto his massive nostril. The glowing Uzumaki suddenly reverted back to his previous form and headed over to the Kyuubi with a calm look on his face before kneeling in front of the Kyuubi's right eye. The two stared at each other with blank looks on their faces for a few good minutes. The blonde of the two opened his mouth to speak, but the Kyuubi growled menacingly at the Uzumaki, letting the boy know how angry he was. Naruto though didn't care and smirked defiantly at the giant fox. With a happy look in his eye, Naruto nodded at the fox. Soon. Naruto suddenly said. I'll rid you of your hatred, just as I had done for me. Kyuubi wasn't even able to reply as his eyes had suddenly turned heavy. But there was something in his heart that tightened. Maybe, this was the boy that the sage talked about, the boy that would change the world. And with that final thought, darkness consumed the Kyuubi as sleep took him. Naruto gave him a small smile as he vanished from the mindscape. Naruto shot his eyes open and stared at the two men standing in front of him. Surrounding the boy were 9 pillars made from Mokuta ninjutsu. Yamato was scared, as was Killer Bee, but within a split second, Naruto exploded in the same bright yellow chakra, surprising the men from their wits. The pillars started rising with small branches coming off the sides as the wooden pillars were reverting back into trees. Yamato backed away with an awe-stricken look on his face. Killer Bee couldn't help but to smile. Naruto had battled the Kyuubi and won. Elsewhere, Karin was resting with her back and arms bandaged from the damage done to her. She was breathing hard for a moment, but just as her heartbeat began to rise, a medic nin walked in and immediately ran over to one of the medicine cases and started to heal the wounded girl. The first day of battle was coming to a deathly close. Casualties were frighteningly high for both the Akatsuki and the Shinobi Alliance. But it seemed that the Akatsuki felt no remorse in constantly sending their army into the defensive lines of the Alliance. This definitely made Karin worry. The Akatsuki had something else in mind. The mercenary army wasn't the only force they had. If the white beings that impersonated her were any indication, there must be more of those beings. If one could have been able to turn into her almost perfectly, without her sensing the difference either, then there could probably be more lurking throughout the base. The medic nin nodded at her and walked back to some of the cabinets. Suddenly, the flap of the medical tent opened and in came 3 shinobi with one of them terribly wounded. He was bleeding out quite badly, but just before the medic nin could make notice of the 3 shinobi, the 3 turned into the same white beings as before. It was then that Karin finally realized who it was. It was Zetsu, but with a full body. Karin tried to say something, but the Zetsu charged out and slit the throat of the medic nin and tossed the man over onto the ground. The Redeed stayed quiet and hid her chakra signature as best as she could, making sure that the Zetsu clones didn't notice her. Karin started breathing harder as the Zetsu clones whisked past her. She wanted to hide until splashes were heard followed by low-breathed grunts. Soon enough, chakra signatures started disappearing. Karin took a deep breath knowing what to do. "Ino!" Karin screamed. The Zetsu turned around and walked towards Karin with their sickening smirks marrying their faces. "Oh look. It's Karin." One of the Zetsu cried out in the normal sing-song voice. "I wonder why she ditched Sasuke-kun for Konoha. It doesn't matter, we'll be killing her too." Another laughed. "Not if I have anything to say about it." Elsewhere, Kakashi rested his head against a tree as did the rest of the shinobi with him. Reanimated shinobi had just started to band together in the trees far beyond their forward lines. He sighed softly as the sun began to set beneath the tree line. There was a heavy shuffling of leaves and twigs as more shinobi began to close in. There was a heavy pant behind Kakashi, but it was suddenly cut short as the sound of metal slicing skin broke his muse. He turned to see allied shinobi killing each other in a blood rage. One by one, men and women fell to their friends' blades. Kakashi ducked as Guy attacked him with a full-blown taijutsu attack. Haddock was surprised but retaliated without remorse. Guy ducked as Kakashi swung for him with a. Kakashi though saw this and kicked the taijutsu master back and into a tree. "I would have known that was coming." Kakashi thought as his Sharingan narrowed. Something isn't right. But just before he could get any answers, a blade was stuck through his side. Meanwhile, Karin was now leaning against the headboard of her bed thanks to Ino. The Yamanaka managed to dispose of the Zetsu in time before they could take any of her chakra, as Karin surmised they would. Karin was breathing with a labored breath because of the wounds on her body, but at least she could somewhat talk. She and Ino stared at each other awkwardly and didn't even say a word to each other. Ino looked down as she healed Karin's lacerated tendons and tried her best to mend the broken Uzumaki. While Ino wasn't as good as Sakura, she was a close second and managed to do at least 80% of what Sakura could have done, but it was still far from healed. Ino gave the Redeed a small smile and went back to work, knowing full well that the situation between the two of them was still very fragile. "Bring my arm to my mouth." Karin whispered softly. "Pardon?" Ino asked, not knowing if she heard the girl right. "Bring my arm to my mouth." Karin repeated. "It'll be better if I heal myself." "Okay." Ino said. The blonde of the two raised Karin's right arm to her mouth and Karin quickly pulled her sleeve back and bit into her arm, slightly scaring Ino. Ino released her hold on Karin's arm and backed away with a slight fear in her eyes. But the fear quickly washed away as Ino started to realize what was happening. A small tint of green chakra was visible as Karin was starting to visibly heal from her wounds. Ino's eyes went wide with surprise, but just as Karin started to finish, the flap opened once more revealing Shikamaru and Choji with small cuts and bruises, marrying their faces and arms. The two girls gave the two boys quick nods, letting them know that they were alright. Nara and Akimichi nodded back and sighed relieved sighs and turned around leaving the tent. "What the hell is going on?" Ino asked. "I have no idea," Karin replied. "But as far as I know, from when I was in the Akatsuki, those white beings are clones of one of the members, but instead of him being fully formed, he was half white and half black. Something isn't right." "I'm inclined to agree. The Akatsuki is toying with the Shinobi Alliance right now," Karin simply stated. From all that I am able to remember, the Akatsuki is extremely powerful, but as far as I can remember, the main shinobi in the group are dead. They're getting reanimated. I know. Karin sighed. If that guy with the wires was any indication, the rest of the Akatsuki members have been reanimated as well. Meaning, high death tolls against monsters. Ino finished. Indeed. Karin sighed. We're going to need Naruto reeling soon. Why Naruto? You already know why. Meanwhile, flash. Naruto reappeared with his foot rammed into the wall. The sword had come to life. The glowing Uzumaki was about to swing down with an already formed sword, but he was suddenly forced back with a powerful strike from the handle of the sentient sword that just so happened to have a fully articulate head popping from the nape of the sword. The face was completely recognizable to Naruto, but the blonde just couldn't put his finger on it. With the Kyuubi asleep, Naruto wasn't subjugated to the fox's cynical comments. It was then that the island suddenly burst into motion. Naruto jumped back from the wall with chakra shooting off of his body in great amounts. He looked back to his companions and dashed out of the door following after the moving sword. Once outside though, there were mercenaries wearing armor of Ronin samurai and even a few missing ninja from the different villages, following behind a cloaked man and a myriad of snakes. There was only one person who it could be. It was something Naruto hoped he would never see again. Ikushi Kabuto. Chapter 17. Yamanaka Ino. Ino wiped some sweat from her bare brow and flipped her hair behind her ear. Nighttime was deep. Massive bonfires were formed and kept the cliff face alit with light. Shinobi of the Alliance walked back and forth, patrolling the base of the cliff face and the coast, making sure that there were no ships on their way. Ino started off with a blank look on her face. The light of the moon shimmered on the surface of the ocean. Her feet hung off the side of the cliff as she hummed a soft tune. Karin was wounded pretty badly, but was somehow healed perfectly. Ino was still coming to terms with Karin's power and also her friendship with the girl. Things have been rocky since the whole farce went down between the Redeed and a certain blonde. Problems arose and things were only gonna get worse if they didn't fix the issues soon. Ino wanted to have the Redeed's trust pretty badly and was willing to do whatever she could to mend it. Ino sighed to herself and ran a hand through her blonde locks. Realizing how greasy they felt, a small shriek, almost silent, left her mouth. The blonde wasn't looking forward to having to wash down the sweat and dirt and possibly blood from her beautiful platinum blonde hair. Of all things that could get ruined or dirtied, it just had to be her hair. Ino felt a small smile form on her face. So far, it has already been the first day of the war and things haven't gotten as bad as they could have. Casualties were ridiculously high, but not as high as they could have been. Ino also even managed to defeat her former sensei with the help of her teammates. But what irked her the most, there was that white being that turned into Karin, almost as a perfect mirror image. It made her stomach churn at the thought that there were more of those white beings lurking around, transforming into other shinobi of the Alliance. Ino rested her palms onto the rocky cliff face, scratching her nails against the rocky outcroppings, chipping them into dust. With her song over, she ceased humming and turned her vision down towards the medical tents and found Karin walking back and forth healing shinobi left and right, doing her best, even though she should be resting. Thinking back, Ino remembered that she too should be healing the wounded, but she was just so spent on chakra. As far as she was concerned, she wanted to lie down and go to sleep. Meanwhile, Naruto punched forward, sending the mercenary flying. The glowing boy dodged a volley of arrows and dashed forward with in each hand and successfully knocked his opponents back with a vicious whirl of chakra following them. With the wall of mercenaries finally out of his way, Naruto flashed away with a golden after image left in his wake. Naruto reappeared just a few yards away from Kabuto, only to dodge at the last second as a gigantic snake shot up from the shimmering waters of the ocean around them. The snake rammed the ground and headed straight for Naruto, but the glowing blonde dodged the advances of the evil animal and even slammed a few onto its face. The snake's face was starting to tear open, but just as Naruto was about to deal the final blow, another snake, almost the same size, shoots from the water and smashes onto the surface of the giant turtle's shell. Both snakes glared menacingly at the Uzumaki and dashed for him to end his life, or better yet, capture him and render him unconscious. Kabuto could always use Naruto as a bargaining chip along with his other. Kabuto sped through a few hand seals and threw up a scroll, causing it to unravel, revealing an elaborate seal formula. Kabuto finished his patterns, releasing 3 large puffs of smoke to come off the scroll, revealing 3 reanimated Anbu to jump from the scroll decked in their full armor and weaponry. One was with a tiger mask, another had a rabbit's mask, and the final had a bear's mask. Kabuto of course randomly chose these 3 Anbu when he was on the search for legendary Anbu from across the elemental nations. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the reanimated troops dash for him, reminding the boy of the horrid technique that was used to kill the 3rd Hokage almost 4 years ago. Naruto glared almost immediately and formed a quick motion and charged vehemently with the full intent of decimating the reanimated shinobi in one go. Being reanimations, they didn't care about Naruto's abilities and continued to attack him anyway. "Naruto-kun, you'll need to release the souls from the bodies," Kushina said from within. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." The darkness darkened as seals shot out from his hands and covered his attack. Naruto let out a powerful roar as he closed the distance with the reanimations. He slammed his attack into the bare-masked Anbu, expecting an explosion. But none came. Kabuto was about to laugh until he exploded outwards, but not with chakra, but with seals. The dark calligraphy covered their bodies and started glowing, almost seeming like they were being exorcised. Suddenly, just as Kabuto thought that it couldn't get any worse, the bodies exploded into a great cloud of dust, revealing the souls of those that he stole from the grave. Surrounding the floating souls were piles of dust and ash, revealing that they were free of Kabuto's bondage. The snake-like freak nearly fainted on the spot but knew when to cut his losses and took off like the coward he was along with the rest of the attack force. Yamato had just finished tearing his kunai from the face of a mercenary and hobbled over to Naruto while nursing an arrow embedded in his leg. "What in the world did you do?" Yamato asked, completely surprised. "It's almost impossible what you did. My mom did it for me." Naruto replied with a small smile, his eyes trailing down to his bare but still glowing palms. "Now that I'm able to defeat them like this, I think it's time that we've headed out to the battlefield. Don't you?" Elsewhere, Kakashi was suddenly shaken awake by a terrified guy. The Haddock looked to his closest friend and nearly swung to kill him after the doppelganger of the Might tried to kill him not even a day before. He ran a hand through his sweaty silver hair and pushed him off the trunk of the tree and looked at his friend with fear in his eyes, surprising Guy completely because of Kakashi's sudden disposition. Guy shook his head and pulled them to his feet and slapped him across his masked face. "What is wrong with you right now, Kakashi?" Guy shouted, getting the attention of the rest of the division, or at least those that weren't scattered or dead. What? You're getting worse and worse, Kakashi." Guy shouted. "You need a medic now." "Medic? I need a medic." Suddenly from the bushes, a slightly wounded Takeshi hobbled from the forest and dashed for his division commander and immediately went to heal his wounds. With Sakura gone and at the medical forward operating base, he and a handful of medics that weren't picked off were left behind to heal an entire division of shinobi and samurai from debilitating wounds and in most cases, try and stop the cold hand of death from clutching onto their comrades. Most of the time, they weren't successful. At least Death decided that it wasn't his time to claim him since he was still alive and running. The belief that he'd be able to escape the attack from the Ronin so perfectly and so well executed, Takeshi was glad to have been alive, but he still didn't understand how he wasn't dead. Shaking his head, he went off to heal Kakashi as best as he could, making sure that he didn't leave any holes unclosed and any holes unsealed. It would be problematic if he didn't heal his commander well enough for the next day. After all, who knew what was coming for them tomorrow? Sigh. "I want a status report on our fight against reanimation," Kakashi suddenly said, feeling completely rejuvenated. "We have defeated 3 and we are struggling to apprehend the other 4. Sai replied. "Kakura of the Shakutin and the other special chakra release shinobi are still in the forest somewhere, but they aren't doing anything against our defensive lines. But the mercenaries under the Akatsuki's control are making dangerous progress against our right flank. We've been holding on, but it isn't enough. The men are exhausted and we'll be needing reinforcements soon if the night raids continue." Sai ended. "I see. Call for a runner and have him head off for Mifune Taichu's division and tell him that the flank will collapse if help is not given," Kakashi quickly stated. "Get some rest, but stay alert. If you come across any of our men or men from other divisions, check them and get them to safety. The Akatsuki is prowling the entire area. Stay alert." Hours later, Naruto dashed forward through trees and past mountains. B was right behind him, trying to catch up with the speeding ball of gold. The boy was charging through the countryside, making sure to close as much distance between him and the battlefields as quickly as possible. To reach the war zones was of paramount importance, especially since the lives of his friends and comrades depended on it. He made a promise to protect everyone, and it was a promise that he was intending to keep. The golden boy jumped through the forest, kicking leaves off with each step and jump. Behind him, the little flickers of flames were dancing off of his body, leaving a trail that was easily followed. The two turned on their heels once they sensed it, shinobi mercenaries. Just as they turned though, they were met with a barrage of kunai and shurikens speeding for them at lightning-fast speeds. Behind the mercenaries were probably 8 reanimated Anbu following close behind. The reanimated shinobi were in the group assaulting them, which meant that Kabuto wasn't too far away, and if Kabuto wasn't too far away, one could bet that trouble was on its way. Naruto weaved around each projectile while kicking and reflecting a few of them as he dodged. The mercenaries didn't see it coming and continued their assault on the two following the orders given. What they didn't expect was for the two to be better than what Kabuto and Madara said they'd be. Naruto spun around and threw up a cross-hand seal, and 5 clones of him appeared out of the smoke and engaged the mercenaries head-on with the intent to kill. Knowing full well that these men had to be killed or else it was going to be a problem later on. But just as the mercenaries were defeated and Naruto and B already 100 yards away from the attackers, the Anbu reappeared in front of the golden Uzumaki. Naruto shook his head and formed a cover in the seals his mother devised. The boy then took off and rammed the ball of volatile chakra into the gut of the first reanimated shinobi to cross his path, releasing the technique and breaking the bonds holding the souls to the ash and dust body. The soul was released and quickly sent off to the final plane, leaving a cloud of dust and ash in the attack's wake. Naruto smirked and jumped through the clouds and landed safely on another branch and met eye to eye with the other 2 Anbu, knowing full well that as long as he can make his connection, the reanimation would be useless. Hours later. 10 a.m. Ino and Karin were gasping at one another as they cut down their opponent. A blade was in their hands, bloodied and blunted. Around them, the waters of the shimmering ocean was turned into a murkier red with corpses, both Allied and Akatsuki, floating around in the waves as the winds picked up or receded. Ino was panting and tore a kunai from her shoulder, while Karin broke an arrow in half from her left arm. Shikamaru was injured as well with a slash going from the right corner of his forehead and going down towards his left temple, almost resembling the scars his father has. Taoji was bleeding pretty badly on his right side with a large gash going down from his armpit and to his lower ribsage. Tenten was lucky because she always stayed behind to chuck her weapons at her targets. Out of the Konoha 11 in the battle zone, Tenten was the only one practically unscathed because her opponents would be dead before they were even able to reach 10 feet to her. Ino gasped slightly as boats and their flags bearing the image of the Akatsuki started appearing over the horizon of the ocean. It was almost unbelievable the amount of mercenaries that the Akatsuki was able to hire. It made her wonder for a moment how much money the Akatsuki had in their coffers, if they even had coffers. Karin though was busy coming to realize that she has been killing for the last 24 hours. Killing was never something they ever intended to do. Sure there were mistakes during experiments, but she always tried to keep them alive. But now, she was indiscriminately killing. And for some reason, she was starting to not find a good reason for it. As far as she was concerned, she had been killing blades for hire instead of actual Akatsuki strongmen, but it was understandable because almost all of them were dead. But these hired blades were cannon fodder for the Shinobi Alliance, and the Akatsuki knew it. They were stalling for something, and Karin couldn't figure out what that something was. She looked up to meet the area of Ino's forlorn gaze and nearly collapsed at the sight of more ships coming into the coast. This can't be all. There has to be more. Karin cried from within. The Akatsuki is just toying with us right now and it's bothering me. I don't understand what's going on. Everybody move. Someone shouted from the top of the cliff face. But just as the cry registered, a pattern of lightning and wind blades shot off from the top of the cliff and sent hundreds of shinobi flying in all directions. Some fell onto the beach spikes and were killed immediately. Not without showering Ino and Karin in their blood. The 2 girls yelped out in surprise and tried their best to wipe the blood off of their faces. But once Karin's hands tapped with her glasses, she caught a glimpse of what sent the attack. It was massive. It was terrifying, and most of all, it was alive. Karin collapsed onto the sand below, her butt splashing in bloodied water. Her eyes were wide with fear as the amount of chakra she sensed only continued to rise, blocking her view completely. She started hyperventilating in the middle of a battle. Only to add salt on her shore, the boats landed on the shore just as the source of the amazing power was seen, peeping over the edge of the cliff. Ino was screaming at Karin, but the redeed didn't seem to catch on to the words the blonde was crying out. Ino then went to drastic measures and reached forward and grabbed Karin out of the bloody pool the girl was sitting in and started carrying her out of the kill zone. Just as Ino had thought, arrows and kunai pelted their former position, taking the lives of Akatsuki mercenaries and wounded Alliance shinobi in the area. It seems that the Akatsuki pulled a ruse on the defenders of the coast. Ino threw Karin against the side of the cliff and tried her best to calm the irate redeed. After all, if Karin was the setup, Ino knew that she'd have to do her best to get the girl out and safe. Ino smirked when after slapping Karin, the redeed returned back to the world of the living. Ino sighed in relief and pointed up towards the edge of the cliff and made a climbing motion with her hands since she knew that Karin wouldn't be able to hear her over all the explosions going off in the background. Wait. No. Karin suddenly howled. Her warning fell on deaf ears. Lightning and fire mixed together along with wind forming a massive tornado of fire and lightning. The being that created it picked up the technique and slammed it into the ground and let it loose against the Alliance. Both Akatsuki shinobi and Alliance shinobi were taken by the attack, clearing out the battlefield a great deal, making things just a bit easier than what they originally were. Ino grabbed Karin by the collar of her vest and hurled the redeed up onto the next step of the cliff face, knowing that Karin's legs were still weak. Ino somersaulted off of the side of the cliff and landed on one of the jutting outcroppings and quickly disposed of the mercenaries trying to kill Karin from behind. Ino nodded her head at Karin and motioned the girl to follow as quickly as possible. Karin was at first nervous but reined in her fear and followed after Ino anyway, trusting the blonde girl's instincts. After all, they were being attacked from both sides by powerful forces and they were starting to lose the battle. Here it comes again. Brace yourselves. Karin roared. The being released a powerful roar, a deafening roar, and sent every human down into the dirt as its roar shook the entire coast and even overturned landed ships. Ino was about to step out into the open until Karin pulled the girl back almost immediately and shook her head. Karin had no time to explain as a massive food fell down in front of the two girls, smashing up large boulders and sending lightning out with each step. Ino grabbed Karin and took off for the next outcropping, hoping to find good ground to make sure that they wouldn't be in the being's range of lightning attacks. But just as they felt they were a good distance away, a massive foot came crashing down, smashing and tearing through the cliff face and ruining the entire battlefield and taking many allied shinobi with it in its footsteps. And it was only walking at this point. Imagine the power it would have if it went all out in a fight. Karin was also having trouble sensing the true power behind the beast of the creature, while also trying to concentrate on the mercenary army coming in from the sea. This was the first time that the shinobi alliance was taken by surprise from both flanks. Karin looked left and right, confused and unknowing of what to do. This was the first time she'd even been in a situation like this. Surrounded on all sides and being hunted down like animals, Karin knew for a fact that the battle line was about to break if this assault should keep up. Karin whipped her head around and nodded at the blonde who just dropped next to her. What the hell is this thing? Ino cried out as explosions tore through the landscape. I have no idea. Karin replied. I don't remember ever seeing something like this. Whatever it is, we need to steer clear of it as much as possible. Karin and Ino jumped away as a massive lightning bolt shot down from around the massive being and tore through the rocks and boulders. Ino and Karin, though, lost their footing and placement as the beast changed the direction of the winds. The two girls bounced against the boulders and rocks, cracking bones and flaying skin apart with each impact. Once the two were on the beach and covered in bloody sand, Karin nearly fainted when she laid eyes on the man lying in the water. Isn't he that Dairy Taichu? Karin cried out in fear. The blonde-haired man was lying face down in the murky water. He didn't seem to be moving, and he damn well didn't seem to be alive. If the creature wasn't so filled with chakra, Karin might have been able to try and sense the fallen shinobi's chakra to make sure that he wasn't dead. With even more important matters at hand, Karin had no choice but to forget about the division commander and try and help the rest of the division get out. This was nowhere near what she was expecting. Karin sighed when she turned to see Ino standing right behind her with a smirk on her bloodied face. The Redeed let out a silent chuckle when she realized that Ino, despite being bloodied pretty badly and wounded quite badly, still looked beautiful. Karin was jealous. The two girls took off trying to find Ino's teammates, but just as they felt they couldn't find them, Chaoji in his super expansion form rose above the entire battlefield with massive wings made from pure chakra exploding off of his back. Ino gasped in surprise at Choji's power and nearly stopped to cheer him on, but the creature was just too strong and punched the massive Akamichi and sent him flying into the sea. The creature dashed forward through the defensive lines after seemingly no target as of yet, and it bothered Karin a great deal. But whatever its reasons, Karin wanted to get up the side of the cliff as fast as possible and possibly use her chakra chains on the beast and maybe even get into out of dodge as soon as possible. Karin didn't even look back at the blonde behind her and took off with chakra oozing off of her legs. Ino screamed out the girl's name, but Karin didn't even seem to have noticed Ino's cries of distress. Karin jumped up the first level of the staggering cliff face and was immediately attacked by two mercenaries armed with kusarigama blades, weapons usually reserved for shinobi and kunoichi. One swung at her back from behind, but Karin swerved around the attack and laughed when the mercenary got his blade stuck in the rocky ground below. Karin quickly spun around and rammed her foot into the gut of the next mercenary, only for him to catch her foot and nearly twist it out of its joint. Thankfully, her kunoichi flexibility came into use and Karin was able to counter each attack at her joints by the mercenary, leaving Karin with an open target. The girl shot forward with the same kusarigama that was stuck into the ground and rammed the bladed weapon into the unprotected chest of the mercenary holding her. Blood splashed from the open wound and onto her face, covering her glasses from rim to bridge with blood, effectively blinding her. The dead mercenary released his grip on Karin and the girl spun around with the kusarigama armed and ready. The other mercenary charged at her with a kunai knife, only to freeze half-step and turn around and run into an arrow. Karin looked away to see Ino standing up off the ground and give the Redeed a small thumbs up. Karin smiled and took off for the giant, destroying the entire division. The Redeed dodged a kunai heading straight for her and even managed to dodge a mercenary shinobi coming in from beneath the ground like a mole. Thanks to Naruto's training that was given to the girl, Karin could now sense all incoming ninjutsu and some thanks to the constant straining of her to the point of breaking. Good thing too, since Karin would have never been able to come this far without that training. Karin jumped up once more when she came across a giant boulder blocking the pathway to the next level of the cliff face. Barely landing on a good part of the cliff, Karin managed to pull herself together and stand straight to face her new possible opponent. At the next level of the cliff face, there was a group of reanimated shinobi that Karin didn't remember, but they were extremely powerful, easily cutting down Anbu from all 5 villages. Around their waists were the masks of the Anbu slain in today's battle, and so far, they were wearing skirts of Anbu masks. Karin wanted to avoid going against reanimated shinobi, since she knew that she was greatly under-equipped to be fighting enemies of that caliber. But just as she felt that she'd have to leave that monster for someone else to kill, the giant fist of Chaoji came smashing in, crushing and disintegrating the reanimated group. Jumping off the arm of Chaoji was a group of Iwa shinobi with Ino and Shikamaru right behind her. Karin gave all of them quick nods before jumping forward and letting the Iwa shinobi seal up the reanimated. Ino and Shikamaru dashed right behind Karin, while the boy of the 3 was taking orders from the 2 girls. Shikamaru wasn't in the mood to be taking orders from women no less. But the plan that Karin and Ino had come up with was sound and almost flawless. But of course they weren't taking into consideration the power of the creature they were about to fight head-on. While Shikamaru hadn't seen the beast up close, he knew that it was probably 100 times larger than he is. If it was as big as he thought it would be, Shikamaru knew that his shadow possession would be almost nothing to the creature. Karin though had the power of using strange chakra chains that weren't properly examined, since they were thought to have been something else entirely. But with the way Karin keeps talking about her abilities, Shikamaru thought that it must be something powerful if Karin truly believes that it can defeat the beast before it rampages all over the battlefield and recklessly kills every living thing on the battlefield. Shikamaru knew that there was something else at play, but he just could place his finger on it. It was bothering him beyond belief. Shikamaru was looking back and forth knowing that he was probably going to be more of a limp than any help. He of course could always shout out his strategy to help their plans. That is, if they survived long enough to get to that point. Shikamaru suddenly grabbed the 2 girls in the shadow possession and moved the 3 of them against the wall of the cliff face. Shikamaru held them against the wall, not letting his possession down. Right above them was the terrifying creature that was annihilating the entire shinobi alliance on its own. Nara held his breath as the beast continued to walk over them. The beast didn't even pay any attention to the 3 Konoha shinobi and walked off towards the coast for something. It was strange to the 3, but they stayed silent and let the beast continue forward. Once they were effectively behind it, Shikamaru released his technique and the 3 shinobi jumped forward waiting for the right moment to strike against the beast. But just as they were ready to follow up with a rear attack, they were suddenly pulled up into the air by chains and blades. Karin roared out as a blade dug into her shoulder, only to explode outwards like a claw from within. Shikamaru was impaled in his ankle, and Ino was just a few inches away from her neck. The 3 teens were dragged up the side of the cliff face like pinatas and dangled for a good few minutes before they were violently hoisted over the side once more and came crashing face first into the ground just above the entire battlefield. Karin was lifted into the air as the chain crackled in the air, clanking around, only for the redeed to smash face first into the ground, annihilating her glasses completely. While she couldn't see, she was suddenly tossed into the air once again. A fist was felt digging into her abdomen, and almost immediately after, the ground met up with her in a painful way. Karin rolled over grumbling in pain as blood poured from her broken nose and her mouth. The girl ran a hand through her red hair but was grabbed by the very strands and pulled to her feet. She was punched once again and tossed aside. There was a struggle and she could hear Ino and Shikamaru receiving the same treatment as she was. Karin took a deep breath and sunk her teeth into her arm. The effects were cut short as a blade plunged into her back, surprising Karin. The girl collapsed onto the ground with blood pooling around her body. With a world non-existent to the girl, Karin had no idea what to do. She was too weak to bite back into her arm. Karin started breathing hard as blood continued to leave her body. "Karin," a familiar voice said with disgust. "To think you joined the very thing Sasuke-kun wanted gone." "Madara, I don't give a shit about Sasuke," Karin replied weakly. "So you will speak to me with more respect," Madara replied with a growl. Karin yelped out as a pair of gloved hands grabbed her hair once again, feeling like the follicles would tear out of her scalp. Tears were flowing down her face. Karin wanted to die already. Madara knew this and smirked at his plans. Beneath his mask, a sickening smirk was spread across his face. He was about to dig a blade into her gut but was frozen in his spot. "You two must be either overly brave or incredibly stupid," Madara said with a grunt. Ino glared and threw up a hand seal ready to take on the masked shinobi. "Stupid it is." Ino channeled her chakra but froze. It was those eyes again. The rippled eyes. The eyes that were used to destroy Konoha and take the lives of so many innocent people. Ino dropped her hand seal and fell to her knees. Madara smirked even wider. It was just too easy. But with his attention elsewhere, Karin acted. She elbowed him against his face with chakra exploding out from the point of impact, knocking the shinobi away and releasing her from his vice-like grip. Karin collapsed onto her own knees, with a sword still embedded through her back. Shikamaru shot his shadow out to Karin and made her follow after him. Ino though managed to get her bearings back and nodded her head at Shikamaru. But once Karin was up to them, the entire area darkened. The creature seemed scarier than before and was emitting ridiculous amounts of chakra. The trio turned away and dashed off as fast as they could, trying to get out of the impact radius. "You're not getting away that easily." Suddenly chains shot from within his sleeves and wrapped around Shikamaru's legs, causing him to trip along with Karin. The shadow possession reverted back to Shikamaru with his concentration broken. Ino halted in her steps as the realization of her friend's incoming demise was about to become a reality. So with a quick thought, she shot her hands out and possessed the body of Shikamaru. She threw up the rat hand seal and the shadow took over Karin once more. "Ino? What are you doing?" Karin cried out to the girl. "I'm only doing what I must." Ino replied through Shika. "I am too weak to carry the both of you out of here, besides. This is war, some of us gotta die at some point." Karin's eyes widened at the response but continued to run with the shadow possession still taking hold of her. "Don't worry Karin. I'll be right behind you too. I promise." Ino shouted. The two jumped up into the air, causing the shadow possession to release. Kai. Shikamaru's eyes fell shut and he fell along with Karin down the rocky slopes of the cliff face. Karin turned about in midair only to feel the wind push her further as the creature collided with the ground above. Smoke billowed in all directions and a near earthquake was felt, shaking the entire battleground. Karin spun around and angled her body so that her arm would fly into her mouth. She moved her other arm and gripped onto the handle of the sword still embedded into her body and started to pull all the while, sinking her teeth as deep as she could into her arm. They were starting to cut it close with the sandy ground below. With a powerful roar of pain, Karin ripped the sword from her body and spun around shooting chakra chains from her back and embracing Shikamaru in their protective hold just before everything went black. One day later, Karin shot awake, her breath was hard and labored. Her skin was ice cold and sweat poured down her red cheeks. Her crimson eyes dotting left and right as she tried to get a good idea of where she was. Her arm was in a cast and her face was bandaged. Karin sensed chakra signatures all over and sighed in relief when they were all familiar signatures. Allied signatures. She realized that she was in a medical tent, probably at the forward medical base. Definitely the medical base. There were other shinobi and kunoichi bandaged and lying on different beds and mats. All of them vary in different states of disrepair and wounds. Karin's eyes slowed down and she looked around for familiar faces. But she couldn't find who she was looking for. It was at this moment that she realized that Shikamaru and Ino weren't there. She looked around worried for Shikamaru and Ino since she couldn't sense where they were. Her heart started racing. There was no way that they got out unscathed. "I swore I saved him." Karin thought. That thing. That monster. I saved him. I saved him. Ino. She said she was going to be right behind us. Where is she? Suddenly a flap opened at the far side of the tent. Karin looked towards the man and felt her heart loosen. It was Shikamaru. Karin froze though, something wasn't right. Shikamaru hobbled over with a blank look on his face. He too was bandaged across his face. His steps were heavy and his back was slouched. Karin was about to ask what was wrong, but she was replied with a raised hand from Shikamaru. He sat down at the corner of the bed and sat with his body nearly coming off the edge. There was another shuffle of leather and in came Chaoji looking almost like a mirror image of Shikamaru. Chaoji stayed in the back of the room and simply watched the scene. Shikamaru looked at Karin with a small frown, never leaving his face. "Is Ino?" Karin asked hopefully. "No." Shikamaru replied. "She's gone." Chapter 18. Kurama. Naruto charged through the battlefield with a small smirk on his face. He slid beneath the stunned Kakashi and shot to his feet with a dark colored exploding in his hand. Kakashi was suddenly blown back by the sheer power of the impact. The haddock grabbed onto a branch and spun around and landed on his feet, staring at the effect of the seemingly normal, and felt that he watched the soul of the reanimated leave the cloud of ash. Naruto spun around, still exploding in golden flames. He raised his hands and mini-Rasen shuriken formed at his fingertips. The golden Uzumaki let out a powerful roar and threw his hands forward, hurling the mini-Rasen shuriken towards the remaining reanimations and mercenaries. With a powerful explosion from both echoing through the battlefield, Naruto jumped back sensing at least 8 souls leaving the mortal plane. Naruto turned to his former sensei and nodded his head. The Uzumaki, though, suddenly froze and reached through his arm back, hurling a kunai from his sleeve towards a mercenary rising from the ground. Naruto narrowed his eyes and jumped up as an earth mercenary shot from beneath his feet, nearly grabbing him in for the earth suicide technique. The blonde landed on the mercenary's face, crushing his face into his skull. Naruto somersaulted forward as a group of mercenaries came out of the trees trying to surround the Uzumaki, but they were sadly defeated by the pure speed of Naruto's kicks and punches. The blonde swerved on one foot and launched his other up, sending a great chakra claw from the sole of his foot, digging into the ground, cracking the dirt and the stone beneath him. The boy sighed and turned back around facing the surprised Shinobi Alliance and simply smiled. Not a single word was said as Naruto took off through the forest in search of Madara and his reanimated team. From what he was able to sense, the others were sensed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at what this could possibly mean. If they were back, then that would mean that Akatsuki were using them against the Alliance. Naruto narrowed his eyes, feeling a great explosion of knowledge and insight into his situation. It also helped that his mother was feeding him information with each passing second. Naruto. You can sense the chakra. That can only mean one thing. I know that it would be a terrible thing to think about, but it's a scenario that we have to consider, Naruto-kun. Kushina sighed. Just keep following the chakra signatures. Whatever happens, you must make those meet their mark or else things will get complicated. Naruto nodded his head for some reason, not being one for words for once. The blonde hopped over the heads of countless shinobi, each one amazed and in awe of the glowing boy. Naruto jumped through each branch and even sent off a small calming vibe throughout the battlefield, changing the moods of the shinobi. While no one could sense chakra on the level of Karin, they weren't really affected as much as she would. The boy shut his eyes and let his body go on autopilot. His thoughts drifted onto the deed. A small frown formed on his face as he dashed through the forest, sensing the many wounded mercenaries, shinobi and samurai, littering the forest below him. His eyes opened, revealing his dark orange eyes. He sighed, looking back towards the coastal battlefield. Naruto felt his heart tighten slightly as he continued to hop through the forest. When I arrived, Ino's chakra signature was gone. And Karin was dead. Naruto thought to himself. I saved Karin. But I couldn't find Ino. I can't fail this time. I can't lose Karin too. I just hope Kami that the Kyuubi chakra I gave her didn't mess her up. Naruto jumped forward and front flipped, slamming his feet onto the branch in front of him, digging his feet into the overgrown moss. He dashed forward, grabbing onto each branch and trunk of the incoming trees. He jumped ahead and grabbed the nearest branch, almost looking like a monkey, and hung off the side, staring at the horizon, towards the source of the chakra. There was sudden shuffling of leaves and clothing, and Killer Bee joined the Uzumaki on his tree branch. The large Kumo gave a silent nod to Naruto and even gave him thumbs up while keeping his hold onto the branch. For some reason, Naruto wasn't saying anything and it made the exuberant nervous. Let's go. Elsewhere. Karin felt strange. She reached up and scratched her face, feeling more aware. Karin looked around, sensing almost everything around her. It bothered her since she could sense a faint chakra signature that almost felt like Ino's. Karin didn't believe it and kept staring at herself in the mirror in front of her. There was something different about her, but the girl couldn't figure it out. She kept staring at her face, finding everything somewhat more defined. But just as she stared deeper at her face, her eyes met with a reflection and she found that her pupils seemed a darker red, almost as if it was bleeding. Karin felt her eyes widening with each passing second. Something was wrong. Karin turned around, facing the flap of her tent and placing her hands on her dresser and started breathing roughly. There was darkness in the pit of her stomach that made her nervous. She shot a hand to her face, feeling it rise in temperature. The darkness was familiar though, it felt like Kyuubi's chakra. Karin ran out of the tent, terrified for her life, and trampled over her tarp and felt her face collide with the sandy ground. Karin was freaking out. She pushed herself from the sand and got the attention of many of the shinobi in the base. She was crawling away for some reason. Deep inside, she could sense the power of the Kyuubi growing within, and it was getting darker and darker, filling her with fear. She was kicking up sand as the power started burning within her. Karin reached her hands to her abdomen and screamed out as the chakra increased in power, feeling like a raging inferno within her. What's happening to me? Elsewhere. Naruto dashed forward and felt that he was getting closer and closer to Madara. Naruto growled as the chakra got stronger and stronger as he headed through the infinite forest. Naruto jumped over the branches and rocks, but froze in his step as a great warm sensation ran through his body. He turned to Killer Bee with a fearful look. Get down. Naruto jumped out of the way as a barrage of massive lava bullets tore through the forest behind him. He jumped away, rolling on one of the larger branches, trying to break his sudden change of momentum. Naruto looked back, screaming out his fellow Jinchuriki's name. The lava bullet stopped firing, but there was something else going on too, and it had Naruto feeling feral. The Kyuubi's power exploded from the Uzumaki, covering the entire area with a golden light. But just before he could make a move to join Killer Bee, he was attacked by a fast-moving woman with a long ponytail. She dashed, closing the distance with large claws of chakra coming off the back of her hand. Naruto, thanks to the speedy gained from the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto vanished from her range and arrived almost 20 feet behind her. The woman turned back around revealing one eye to be Sharingan and the other being A. Naruto was wide-eyed. He jumped away as the girl shot forward, closing the distance once again. Naruto kicked forward, but the girl blocked it easily and kicked the back into a tree behind. Naruto ducked as she swung for his neck, digging the chakra blade through the tree behind him. He was showered by splinters. Naruto shook his head and jumped away from the cat-like woman. But just as he felt that he was free from her range, another woman came out from the trees and rammed her foot in the Uzumaki's face, sending him careening into the base of the forest. Naruto roared in pain and rolled over onto his chest. Naruto crawled forward trying to get his bearings together. But just as he continued to crawl, there was a strange feeling on his hands. The feeling started digging into his hands and it started to feel like he was burning. Naruto shot to his feet wiping his hands on his clothing trying to get rid of the feeling, but holes burned into his haori. His eyes shot up to see a man within a bubble, slowly floating by. He too had the same eyes as the catwoman who attacked him not even 5 minutes before. He looked up and glared at the man, noticing that he knew who he was. Utakata. Naruto the Ingakatsuki reanimated him. That must mean that the ones who attacked me were also reanimated. If that's true then they must also be like Utakata and I. The Ingakatsuki is using them against the Alliance. Naruto glared deeper, looking angrier than what anyone thought could get. Naruto knew exactly what he had to do. His hand reached out and formed once again. Dark seals shot out and wrapped around them. 3 more grew around the center as he kept his glare on the walking corpse. Be free. Naruto ran forward ready to set the Jinchuriki's soul free, but the blonde made the mistake of blinking. In front of him was a reflection of himself and it was making me edgy. He continued his attack and slammed him into the reflection, not once believing the image in front of him. He rammed through the image and nearly hit Utakata, only to be grabbed by a strange tail and hurled in a spinning motion, ramming into a tree trunk. With a groan leaving his mouth, he rolled off the trunk with a painful growl, landing on the ground as a painful heap. Naruto crawled forward with blood trickling out of his mouth and nose. It was strange to him since the Kyuubi's chakra would normally heal him of whatever damage done to his body. He wiped the blood from his cheek and growled slightly at his new opponent. It was a short child-looking boy with a large tail waving behind him. It was gray and reminded him of a sea turtle. He too was a reanimation and had the same eyes as the others. Naruto ran ahead with Kushina doing a battlefield assessment. She was screaming strategies and tactics to the boy as he tried his best to keep the reanimated at bay or even defeat them. Apparently there were 6 reanimated shinobi running about with the power of 6 different within them. Kushina was surprised and told the boy to keep calm and handle the situation as fast as he could. If he didn't, the reanimated shinobi had a chance of transforming into theirs. That was definitely something that he wasn't about to let happen. He ran a hand through his golden blonde hair and examined the field around him. It was a small, almost perfectly sized clearing in the forest. There were many perfect vantage points laid out for him. He narrowed his eyes as more of the reanimated landed in front of him, with at least one tail waving behind each one. Killer Bee landed next to him and took a quick breath. This was going to be a massive fight, and Bee had just the idea to make things at least slightly easier. Let's go. Tentacles shot from Bee's back, tearing down the trees and sending wind in all directions, showering the battlefield with splinters and flying tree trunks. The reanimates were blown back by the sheer power and sent through the ground and through boulders and through mountains. Naruto smirked and jumped as high as he could, gaining air with each passing second. He front flipped in midair and landed soundly on the Hachibi's head. Naruto looked back towards the scene in front of him. They were gathering together and forming a defensive formation around the masked man. They stared at the 2 shinobi with their blank faces and expressionless eyes. Naruto growled at how they were defiled by the masked man. The boy jumped off of the Hachibi's head and smashed into the ground, digging his feet into the rocky layer. Once the dust and debris cleared, Naruto took off with a golden afterimage following behind him. The masked man laughed and changed formation with the shortest of the 5 standing in front of him. He's using the turtle one to protect the others for the time being. Naruto thought to himself as he closed the distance, ramming his foot into a smaller version of the Sanbi's shell. Suddenly, the golden boy was forced back by the redirection of his momentum. Naruto spun back, trying to gain as much distance between him and him. But just as his feet landed, the 2 girls came out of nowhere with ridiculous speed and chakra radiating off of their bodies. The mint-haired girl came from above and hurled kunai laced with a strange acid. Naruto used his chakra arm and punched it away, only to be slashed across the gut with Yujito's chakra claw. Blood trickled from his mouth. He shook his head and jumped away while hitting Yujito across the face with a kunai. He knew that it was useless to try and do any physical damage to the reanimated. He spun around and dug his feet into the rocks and dirt once again before facing his opponents with a defiant eye. Steam formed off of his body as the gash going across his gut started to heal. Naruto took a deep breath as the Kyuubi's chakra started fading. The blonde collapsed onto the ground and felt the golden chakra completely recede from his chakra coils. Naruto looked up to the sky, revealing massive eye bags and dull, sapphire eyes. The blonde hunched over with sweat pouring from all over his body. Naruto took another breath and started to meditate, gathering the easiest chakra source, nature chakra. Within a few seconds, Naruto rose up once again with power exploding within him. His eye bags were non-existent and he seemed full of energy once again. He clicked his tongue and charged ahead with two massive hands behind him. With a powerful roar, the boy met his mark. Elsewhere, Karin sighed in relief as the pain finally subsided. After a few hours of complaining and constantly biting herself, the pain of the chakra within her disappeared. The Redeed looked about her tent with an awkward expression on her face, half expecting someone to walk in on her biting her own arm. With a depressed sigh, she looked away and downcast her expressions. She plopped down onto her bedroll and placed her hands behind her head, not without the deep sigh escaping her lips. She was tired and spent. She tried her best to try and not think about Ino's untimely demise, but the girl couldn't help it. It was something that she just couldn't let go. There is no way that Ino would have died that easily. Karin reasoned. She couldn't have died like that. Her crimson eyes rolled over towards the opening flap of her tent and felt the oceanic breeze wisp into her tent and caress her face with its moisture. Salty and yet wet. Karin continued to stare at the shimmering sea with a blank expression on her face. She didn't want to feel anything at this particular moment, knowing that it would probably bring out some unwanted depression. That wasn't the only problem she had at the moment. Because of the Kyuubi's chakra that she surmised was running through her coils, she could sense in a greater range and with greater depth. Her range was able to shoot all the way to every single battlefield, including the small, unimportant skirmishes. That being said, she tried and strained her own chakra reserves and sensed as far away as Tokigaku. She knew what resided just north of that hidden village and nearly fainted on the spot when she sensed that signature. It was Sasuke's. Of all the people that could be making their way towards the battlefields, it just had to be the Uchiha. The Uchiha was probably going to try and kill as many people as he can, just like what he did at the Cage Summit, Karin thought to herself. She wasn't about to be blamed, or even worse, associated with the Uchiha. She would be damned if the Alliance dared to place her and the Uchiha on the same pedestal. She would be damned if she was thrown into jail for crimes she most likely didn't commit. She would damn everyone if she were to be executed on behalf of the Uchiha and his lackeys. She wanted to have no form of connection to the Uchiha any longer, but it just seemed the kami had different plans. Was it kami, or was it fate? Karin could never really differentiate the two. Karin sighed and turned her head back to the ceiling of her tent. She growled at the thoughts of the Uchiha daring to show his face on the field of battle, daring to take on the combined forces of the Shinobi Alliance. A small hint of a smile formed on her face as the image of the Uchiha getting cut to ribbons flashed in her mind. Her smile grew larger as the image of Naruto doing it to the Uchiha just seemed to make the image all the sweeter. To add salt to his wound, Karin easily imagined Naruto killing Sasuke with his own technique. While highly impossible, Karin did like to have fun with her imagination, especially when it came to the demise of the Uchiha who had wronged her so much. Karin sat up and looked down at her arms and shoulders and even on her chest. Bite marks scarred her skin. They at least did their job. They marked her as an experiment, someone that was worth nothing personally. Someone that had a personality that meant nothing. She clasped her hands together and shut her eyes. Her thumb slowly tracing on the only bite marks Naruto left on her skin. Karin's eyes creaked open, her fingers still laced together. Karin looked away and shot from her bedroll and walked around her tent, pacing back and forth. She had orders to stay in her tent after all. After she fainted on base, she was ordered to the medical tent and was treated for chakra radiation and minor chakra exhaustion. After 4-hour rejuvenation, Karin was brought back to her normal state but given doctor's orders of staying in her tent for the next 24 hours, just to be safe. At first Karin didn't mind being in her tent for the next day. After sleeping for 3 hours, she was bored and slightly going crazy. It was nothing other than Kyuubi's chakra. That chakra had so much malice and power in it, Karin couldn't think straight. It was simply put, a lot of chakra within her. It wasn't even normal chakra, it was alive. That chakra seemed to be whispering to her, almost as if it were trying to converse with her. Irideed wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief when the voices subsided. She wrapped her bare hand round one of the stakes holding the tent up and rested her forehead against her hands. If this were another life, she would have felt that she might be the damsel in distress, waiting for her knight in shining armor. But that wasn't the case. Unfortunately so, she was in this strange rendition of life. She was a soldier destined to either go down in history or die. Not really a fan of dying, Karin felt that she'd rather go down in history. If that was the case, then what was she expecting to do with this history that she was apparently fighting for? Karin frowned at the possible outcome of this war should things go awry. The most obvious to the girl was the unnecessary casualty rate that was most likely going to be the outcome of this war. But how many more of her friends were going to have to die before the end of this war? Karin didn't want to think about the most likely answer and simply walked back towards her bedroll and collapsed onto her knees. Her crimson eyes suddenly turned droopy as the power within her surged for just a moment. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head and within a few moments, she simply blacked out, slamming face first into her pillow. Elsewhere. Finally. Kyuubi's chakra is finally back. Naruto smirked as his body exploded once again in bright yellow chakra. Flames flickered off of his body as the chakra spread all around his body. His smile only grew with each passing second as the chakra rose and peaked. Naruto held his arms back as the chakra shot out in all directions like a raging inferno. The golden Uzumaki looked at B and nodded before disappearing once again with a yellow after image following close behind. He closed the distance with the first, which happened to be a short red-haired man with a glorious beard, at least to Naruto. The Uzumaki rammed his foot into the unsuspecting and sent him flying into the ground. Naruto narrowed his eyes at what he'd just done. If his memory was correct, then why was he able to connect a hit on the if they were connected? Naruto looked back towards the masked man with the Sharingan and that must mean that he can't control it. Naruto thought. I mean, Nagato had both. So I guess that must mean something, right? If both eyes are the same, then is it brought to its highest potential then? Kachan. Am I right so far? Spot on, Naruto. Kushina replied. Now let's find a way to capitalize on his inability to control the move fast as you did when you closed the distance with the gotta go. Naruto narrowed his eyes on his target and shot forward with a trail of golden light following behind him as he forced his fist into Yujito's face and spun back around, lodging his foot into her chest, forcing her back, smashing her through the ground. Naruto smirked and reached out with one of his chakra arms and formed a, ready to unseal her soul and set her free. But just before he could make the attack meet its mark, the girl exploded with a blood-red aura about her. Naruto turned around and found the rest of them doing the same. They hunched over as their bodies were surrounded with massive domes of blood-red color. Naruto brought his arms up to cover his eyes from the debris and dust. Suddenly, 5 blood-freezing screeches tore through the sound barrier. Naruto shot his hands to his ears, trying his best to save his eardrums and his sanity. While the Kyuubi was the most powerful of the 9, to feel 5 different monsters with so much hatred in their chakra mode, Naruto weakened the knees. He roared out as the pain dug into his skin, almost peeling the flesh from his bones. Naruto twisted and turned, convulsed and writhed around, all the while holding his ears shut. Killer Bee was completely fine and did his best to try and fight the transforming, but they were each covered in powerful domes of chakra that could easily melt his tentacles off. The 8 tails reached down and placed the writhing Naruto onto the Hachibi's head to let him rest for a bit. From the howls and screeches, they turned into heart-stopping roars. The ground quaked with each decibel and rising frequency. Trees were shaken naked off their leaves. Mountains crumbled and the ground split into many fractions. B though was undeterred and simply kept his transformation steady and firm. There was no way in hell that he was going to allow the Akatsuki the victory at this battlefield. There was no way in hell that he was going to let them take Naruto while there was still breath in him. Elsewhere. Naruto. Kurama suddenly said from within the cage. You'll need my help against these. Why do you want to help me so much now? Naruto asked with a smirk. You're being awfully talkative lately. Not growing soft, are we? Do you want my help or not, Baka? Kyuubi asked with a growl. I do. But first. Naruto looked up to the fox and smiled. Thank you for all the help you've been giving me so far. Hey. Kyuubi looked somewhat offended at the notion. Don't thank me. I only did it to save you so I don't die. What the is wrong with you? Naruto asked with a roar, quickly turning his expression around. I'm trying to say thank you because it's the polite. Naruto. Kushina sighed. Shut up. In front of the 2 Uzumaki was the massive and intimidating fist of the great Kyuubi no Kitsune. A large smirk was formed on the fox's face as he awaited Naruto's choice. Naruto looked at the fox with confusion. Was he trying to give him something? Naruto thought back to Killer Bee and how a touch of fists could say a lot more than what words could. Kyuubi wants to tell me something then. Something personal. Naruto looked slightly confused but smiled anyway and reached forward, tapping his fist against the Kyuubi's. Naruto at first expected something terrible to happen, but instead, it was the complete opposite. Instead of feeling heavy in the heart, he felt light, almost as if he was free of despair and doubt. Not only that, but he learned Kyuubi's real name. Kurama. Kyuubi smirked at Naruto and even let out a small laugh. Naruto, though, couldn't help but do the same. After all, it wasn't every day that you got to know the name of your, quite literal, inner demon. Kurama. Naruto smiled. Partners. Elsewhere. Take this. Fool, you fool. B rammed his fist into the face of the giant flaming cat. He shot his tails out and wrapped around the rolling turtle and hurled him away towards the seven-tailed beetle, flying above the battlefield. The beetle of course dodged the flying turtle and responded with his own attack, firing away with small, most of which were repelled and cancelled out with his own. But to fight 5 on his own, Killer Bee was seriously running low on chakra and felt that he was coming close to his limit. While the Hachibi was powerful in his own right, he was nowhere near the level of the Kyuubi and his power. Killer Bee was suddenly punched away and sent flying towards the mountain range, losing Naruto from his head. The boy was no longer glowing with chakra, but Killer Bee and the Hachibi could see that the boy was simply biding his time and building his chakra. It was still terrifying to see a being so small fall so far at such high speeds. They completely left him be and charged for the 8 tails, letting Naruto have all the time he needed. Kurama. They froze in their step and turned to face the falling. What they saw almost made them crack smiles. Naruto was starting to turn yellow once again. This time though, his Haori exploded outwards, looking like a cape, and his chakra followed behind him as seals grew on his shoulder and his back spreading down to his hands, both back and palm. Naruto spun around and looked up to face the in all of their glory, all the while, Kurama and Kushina were spilling the information about the chakra receiver rod stuck in their necks and how to remove them. Naruto landed, launching up a massive cloud of debris, covering his attack. The masked Uchiha stood atop the head of the Jed Masm and narrowed his eyes at what he was looking at. The boy legitimately thought that he could fight 5 heads on, it was so stupid and reckless, he felt that it was admirable, no matter how little. Tobi laughed and sped through a few hand seals and then turned around to face Naruto with already forming at their mouths. Naruto froze in his step and glared at the incoming attacks. He looked up to the sky and whispered something to the HQ of the Shinobi Alliance and simply attacked without another thought. They released their attacks, but they were quickly expelled and sent flying in different directions. The entire mountain range was immediately obliterated by the sheer power the 6 held. Naruto though kept his stance and his battle position steady. This battle and this war were about to come to an end soon. Elsewhere. Karin dropped her food and stared at the flap as the cloth waved violently in the wind. The ground shook and the shimmering waters of the coast had never moved like they were now. Karin was sent careening to the ground below, nearly crushing her glasses. Her hands shot out and pushed her body off the ground while wiping dirt and debris from her clothing. She was about to look around with her sensory ability, but there was a strange anomaly going on within her. This wasn't normal, she told herself. Kyuubi's chakra seemingly changed completely. No longer was there any malice or hatred in it. She looked around as her racing heart slowed to a manageable pace. She sat down with her knees up to her chest as she expanded her view with the new and improved Kyuubi's chakra. Her range was greatly increased and her clarity had never been better. Something about this new chakra had the girl smiling. But then she realized what it was Naruto. His chakra seemed to lace with the Kyuubi's chakra, adding on to its already peaceful chakra. Her eyes looked around, completely clear of pain or fear. She could sense everything, and she could even sense the coming end of the war. Based on the way chakra was feeling, the end was nigh. But for a moment, she could have sworn that she sensed a minor chakra that felt similar to Naruto's elsewhere in the land of the sea. She could have sworn that it was there. It was faint, almost non-existent, but because of the Kyuubi's chakra her sensing abilities were beyond perfection at this point. She dropped the thought and continued to sense around, looking for who might need help or who was still alive. The war was coming to a close and she felt that it was time to go out and help others. Doctor's orders. Elsewhere. Naruto surged his chakra, covering the entire battlefield in the shadow of a massive chakra construct. With his hands held out, the Dhamma clumped together his chakra, growing in size. It was intimidating, making the only one on his side nervous. Naruto didn't care even though he could clearly sense his emotions. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the incoming attack and released a Dhamma towards the 6. That should distract them for the time being. Naruto thought to himself. Once the Dhamma go off, I'll be able to get to the chakra receiver rods. Naruto looked ahead with a blank look on his face. The Dhamma collided and shot up into the sky just like he had planned. All he needed to do was make sure that he moved fast enough to grab a hold on the difference. With a high-pitched squeal, the Dhamma exploded, destroying quite literally everything. In the wake of the amazing destruction, 6 hands shot forward gripping the necks of the 6-tailed beasts, just as he was instructed to do by Kurama and Kushina. In the palm of each arm, there was a cage bunchen holding on to the different chakra receivers with vice-like grips. Naruto took a deep breath channeling more of his chakra into his final move, but just as he was about to start pulling, the entire world warped around him, revealing him to be in a strange room with all 6 not including Kurama. Naruto turned to see the fox giving him a small smile while motioning the boy forward into the center of the convention. Atop each of the heads were the 6 different. Amazed, the boy made a complete 360 with a small smile on his face. But that smile was suddenly marred by his realization. These were other people like him and Killer Bee. They were ostracized and hated, and now, even in death, they were being disrespected. Naruto tightened his clenched fists. I can't believe this. Naruto sighed. Where am I? Naruto. A boy called from the head of the Sanbi. I am Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, and on behalf of the and, I'd like to say, welcome. The kid your age became a Kage, Naruto asked, completely devoid of his previous anger. How old are you? Like what, 13? 14? Shut up, Naruto. Kurama sighed. Just because he's small doesn't mean that he's a damn teenager. Well, how do you expect me to believe that someone so small could become a Kage? Naruto shouted back to the laughing fox. Inoki is small. Kurama replied. He's old though. Naruto growled. Look at him. He looks like he hasn't even had his first kiss yet. You haven't either. Kurama howled in laughter. Unless you count Sasuke. Oh you cunt. Naruto cried out, choking on his own spit. Why would you bring something like that up again, you bastard? It's just fun to watch you embarrass yourself more than what you normally do just by breathing. Kurama chided. Now shut up and listen to what they have to say. Naruto straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead and faced the first thing that he noticed was that they all had estranged looks on their faces. Naruto sighed, knowing that he probably embarrassed himself more than he should have. Most of them looked young, if not all of them, except for maybe two, the Redeed and the giant with the red armor. They both wore Iwa hit I-8 plates, but they were also extremely quiet. Naruto. The four-tailed gorilla said suddenly. Why do you want to help us? You only just learned the name of yours to fight us toe-to-toe. What is to stop you from imprisoning us once again after you and your alliance wins the war? Yonbi asked. Why should we trust some shinobi from Konoha no less? It was your founder that handed us around like poker chips. It was your founder's wife that decided to seal Kurama inside of herself, bringing it back. Why? The monkey asked once again. Well, you have proven yourself a worthy adversary, you haven't proved to us that you really. I know that I'm not much, and I know that I'm probably not worthy. Naruto began, interrupting the giant beast. But I never break a promise. When my fist met Kurama's, I made a promise. A promise to end the hatred and to end the ignorance. When I first defeated Kurama in battle, I told him, before this is over, I will rid you of your hatred. And now. We were able to see that promise come true. So. I promise to all you and former alike. Naruto said with a powerful tone, with his confidence rising with each passing syllable. I will set you free. To be forced to fight for a man who claims to be of no name. I'd rather be called a monster, a pariah again, than be associated with someone like that. To be taken advantage of because of what we are, we all know what that's like. Naruto added. I am tired of seeing it happen over and over again. This war started because we were tricked into it. If it weren't for that man, all of us wouldn't have been here, instead, living out our lives as best as we could, despite whatever hardships we may have experienced. Now I may not know most or any of you. But just know. Naruto paused for a moment to think. We will never back down. Killer Bee and I have been struggling and fighting non-stop to end the hate against us, and now, this bastard is using all of you for his own personal needs, tearing you from your eternal rest, and I can't accept that. I can't and I won't. I will defeat him and I will set you free, and I will go to whatever lengths I'll have to go to do it. They looked at each other with small smiles on their faces. They looked at Kurama, albeit slightly, making sure not to rouse the small, but inspirational one in the middle. Everything was quiet as the thought of what to say in response to Naruto's outburst. But it seemed that there was more to say. I'll even die if I have to. Rikiden Jiji. He's a lot like you know. Kurama thought to himself. I never thought that I'd see the day when your prophecy would come into fruition, but that doesn't matter now. I'm just glad that I didn't descend too far into darkness before the prophecy came true. Naruto. Kurama tried to stop himself from being sentimental. I'm glad that you are my friend. Naruto was about to say something else, but was suddenly silenced when Yonbi reached forward with his fist extended, much like what Kurama had done not too long ago. Naruto looked at Yonbi and felt his heart lighten. The tailed beast was smiling at him, with the first genuine smile that he'd received since he and Kurama first connected. Suddenly, the rest of them reached forward, sans Kurama, and placed their palms on top of one another, waiting for Naruto to do the same. I am Matatabi. The burning two-tailed cat said. I am Yujito Nai. The blonde-haired girl nodded with a soft smile. Asobu, yeah. The three-tailed turtle smiled. You already know, Yagura. The gray-haired man smiled. Son Goku. The four-tailed gorilla nodded. Rashi. The bearded man felt a hint of a smile crack onto his face. I'm Kakum. The five-tailed dolphin horse hybrid bowed. Han. The giant showed no emotion as his wife, pale pink eyes. Yo. I'm Seiken. The childish-sounding six-tailed slug happily explained. It's me. Utakata. I'm Lucky 7, Chmei. The massive six-winged, single-tailed beetle rumbled. Phew. The mint-colored hair flipped on the dark-skinned girl as she flashed Naruto a small wink. Do you all remember what the Rikidm said? Kurama asked. How can we forget? Kurama-san, Goku replied. We may be apart. But we will always be together. Naruto repeated in his mind as their chakras exploded from their bodies and entered Naruto's. Shukaku. Matatabi. Isobu. Son Goku. Kakum. Seiken. Chimei. Jiki. Kurama. Naruto channeled his chakra as he felt the realm disappear. Listen. I will not fail you. I will never fail you. Do you believe that he is the one? Kurama roared. Do you agree that he is the child of prophecy? One by one, they each sounded their agreement just as one by one, the chakra receivers were torn from their necks by each Naruto clone. Naruto surged as much power as he could, using all the strength that he and Kurama had left, tearing and destroying the wretched devices being used by the masked man. Thinking back to the masked man, Naruto felt his blood boil. He was given the message just minutes before he and Kurama joined chakras. The real Madara had decimated Gaara's division and even managed to defeat his clones that he left behind with the Kazukiage. Once the rods were out of place, Naruto launched a massive, obliterating the rods completely, breaking the masked man's hold on the and they're reanimated. Naruto landed at their feet as they started getting a feel of what they were doing. They looked around and realized that they were actually free from the masked man's grip. Naruto smirked at them while still in his cloak. But suddenly, massive chains shot from the Jed Masm just half a mile away from where Naruto was, digging the bladed tips into the six, dragging them like garbage across the battlefield, just until they were completely absorbed and eaten by the Jed Masm. The masked man landed near Naruto, and eye smiles were seen within the holes of his mask. The cloak started to fade as Kurama's chakra ran dry. Killer Bee jumped in ready to squash the insect of a man, but the masked shinobi simply phased through the punch. Naruto backed away terrified and feeling strangely tired. He was horrified at what might happen. He was exhausted and running on basic willpower alone. Things really weren't looking up for the Uzumaki. Naruto. The masked man said with a menacing tone. Naruto froze as his eyes met with the Sharingan. Kyuubi is mine. Chapter 19. Maskless. Naruto gasped out in pain as his heart pumped tightly. His body was starting to finally feel the effects of running on chakra and willpower alone for 3 days straight. Sweat and small traces of blood cascaded from his pores. His breath was heavy and rough with very little for him to do in response. Naruto tried to stand, but his legs froze on him just before going lax and becoming of no use to him. Never had he felt so exhausted. Not even the fight against pain had him like this. Naruto's arms were weak and sore, but he still tried to crawl away. The masked man kept his walk on the weakened. The man didn't even flinch when Jiki would come in and smash his fist into him. There were times where Naruto thought that Jiki got the man, only to be proven wrong when he'd simply phased through the giant fist of the ox-octopus hybrid. Naruto was terrified. Terrified that maybe he had up. Terrified that maybe, just maybe, he might not be able to keep his promises after all. He continued to push away, watching with wide eyes, the masked man closing in with the calmest, slowest and most terrifying look to him. He was covered in the shadow of Jiki, thus giving the man the most horrifying silhouette that Naruto had ever seen. With one eye glowing blood red because of the Sharingan and the other, an ominous purple because of the Naruto felt that it was probably all over. He took a deep breath and simply shut his eyes. Elsewhere. Karin felt weak in the head and collapsed onto the rocks below, some of them sharp enough to tear through the pants and dig into her knee. She growled for a bit but used her chakra to expel the rocks from her leg, revealing massive holes in the kneecap. It was nothing that couldn't be fixed with a simple bite. Karin sighed after tearing her teeth from her skin. She looked around with a nervous look on her face. Kyuubi's chakra suddenly turned weak and almost lost all of its anger and hatred. Karin gasped when she realized that the chakra was no longer burning into her gut. No longer was she worried about what might happen with the continued exposure to such radioactive chakra. Karin felt weak for a moment at the thought of Naruto losing. Her stomach churned at the thought of Naruto actually dying and having the beast torn from his gut. Running a hand through her unkempt hair and pushing her metallic glasses up the bridge of her nose, Karin stood back to her feet, still wobbly, and headed through the base to attempt to heal as many people as she could. Not only that, but she wanted to meditate for a good while. That chakra signature that eerily felt like Naruto's that was miles away. It bothered her since she could clearly sense Naruto in the land of grass fighting against them. Why the hell is there another chakra signature like Naruto's? Karin asked herself. There is no damn way that it could happen. Not only is the chakra like his, but it seems mixed with another signature that I've never sensed before in my life. All I know is that it's mixed with Kunoichi's chakra. Wait. Did Naruto? No. There is no way that he did. Naruto isn't like that. Is he really though? But to knock someone up just before war is something Naruto wouldn't do. Karin tried to reason with herself. There's no damn way that happened. No matter. I'll just need to concentrate on this for now. Elsewhere. Naruto was about to faint from exhaustion. This was cutting it real close. Kurama was trying to call up his chakra reserves, but with the fact that Naruto's body was starting to collapse on itself because of the strain he had forced on himself, it was getting exceptionally hard to do so. Sweat feels like a great deluge from every pore on his body. His muscles were practically eaten away by his chakra, and his organs were critically damaged, bringing a terrible series of afflictions to his body. Even breathing brought agony to his dying body. Killer B knew that it was going to get worse if he didn't handle the masked man on his own. So much to his displeasure, he knew that he had to revert back to his normal human state and let Jiki rest. The masked man smiled softly at how easy it was to sway the Alliance shinobi into doing what he wanted. Killer B charged forward once the tentacles were back in his body. He jumped and swung down, bringing the blade through the dirt, tearing the ground below. The masked man quickly jumped away knowing the power that he carried. Killer B lunged forward, digging the blade through the masked Uchiha's shoulder, only for it to phase through just like any other attack has been doing. Once the blade was completely through the masked shinobi's body, the man retaliated with a kick to Killer B's face that was easily blocked by transforming his left forearm into a smaller version of Jiki's. Killer B shot forward with his fist knocking with the unaware masked man, sending him back a few feet. The thought to himself for a moment realizing that it was probably the first and only hit he'd been able to land on the man. Taking advantage of the man's confusion, Killer B dashed ahead swinging the sword wildly, phasing it through and away from the masked shinobi, successfully putting him on the defensive. Killer B jumped forward and sent a kick, but his foot was immediately caught by the masked shinobi's left hand and held with a vice-like grip, nearly cracking apart the different bones of his foot. The masked man built chakra in his arm and threw it away, causing Killer B to release his hold. The large man stood up and glared at the man. Killer B couldn't even come up with his normal killer bars to insult the man, but he didn't have a name to put on the guy. Suddenly, Killer B was blown back by a sudden explosion of power. Killer B shot his arm to his eyes despite wearing shades. The pure light that was being emanated from the source was beyond comprehension. Killer B was confused, but just as the light subsided, it came to reveal a new sight, a sight that Killer B was somewhat scared of. Naruto stood with a bright golden body with a halo of light surrounding his head from the back, almost like the bodhisattva they worship. The boy felt powerful as chakra exploded from within his body. His hands were held at his sides with long black blades coming from his sleeves. Naruto didn't say a word, nor did he even turn and look at his fellow. Naruto simply kept his stare down with the masked shinobi steady. "You," Naruto said with a powerful tone. "Don't think that I forgot who you are." The masked man tilted his head slightly. "My son is resting right now," Naruto said. "My name is Uzumaki Kushina." Kushina smirked through Naruto when she saw the masked man's eyes widen. Kushina looked back inside Naruto's mindscape and smiled when she saw Kurama using his chakra to heal the boy and using his chakra to meld with hers that was now taking over Naruto's body for the time being. Turning her thoughts back to the fight at hand, she knew that it was going to get problematic if she didn't keep Killer B away from the battle. "B-san, stay back while I fight this battle for now," Kushina said, finally having her voice leave Naruto's body. "My son needs to rest for now, so please go and handle the while we handle this one." Naruto exploded in smoke, but once the smoke disappeared, it came to reveal a beautiful Redeed with flowing red hair, wearing the same outfit as Naruto, but curvier and for women. Kushina shook her head at the masked shinobi, feeling her anger grow. Her anger was so great that it turned her cloak a glowing crimson. "You're the reason I'm dead," Kushina started. "You're the reason why my husband had to die." The masked man was intimidated. Kushina could see it in his eyes no matter how hard he tried to hide it. But she wasn't about to try and intimidate him, she was going to kill him. She was going to kill him for the grueling 16 years that her baby boy had to endure without his family, without parents. Kushina was going to enjoy peeling the skin from his body once she got her hands on him. "You're the reason why my baby boy had to live the way he did," Kushina roared, scaring the masked man, never once feeling the anger that a mother could feel. "I will kill you." "Oh shit." Kurama felt that he would have soiled his pants. "Why did I never feel like connecting with Kushina? We could have been a baddest tag team. Good thing she no longer wants to chain me up." Kushina disappeared in a blood-red flash and appeared once again in front of the masked shinobi, lodging her fist into his chin, sending him flying. The Redeed wasn't done yet and jumped so high, she dug her scalp into the shinobi's gut, forcing blood from his mouth and onto his mask. Kushina turned around and rammed her foot into his chest, turning him over in midair with his back to the ground. Kushina grabbed his legs and spun in the air, ready to smash him into the ground. She hurled him towards the ground as she descended with a slow pace. The man dug into the ground, but quickly phased through and used the Kamui to move himself into the other dimension. Kushina growled in annoyance and tilted her body down towards the ground to build up speed for her descent. She turned over and landed perfectly on her feet, but not without the massive impact crater being left in her wake. Kushina ran a hand through her glowing blood-red hair and looked at her equally blood-red skin and wafted at the red flames flickering off of her body. She smiled menacingly as the world in front of her warped just before spitting the masked shinobi from the hole of the fabric of reality. Kushina took advantage of the time frame she had before the man could make his body phase again. She sped through a quick hand seal pattern, launching the chakra chains from her back and towards the Uchiha, impaling him at least 3 times just before the rest of the chains started phasing through him. He shouted in pain once again as the chains that impaled him went with him into the other dimension. Kushina narrowed her eyes at his sudden cry of pain, but quickly smirked knowing that the man was about to lose. Kushina rushed forward with her fist cocked back. She jumped forward and shot ahead, but phased through. What? No. Kushina roared. That attack should have hit. Once she phased through completely, she turned back around and charged once again at the masked shinobi, only for her kicks and punches to collide with the ridiculously powerful and reflective power of his gunbai. She swung with one of the blades, but the blade was blocked and even returned the momentum of her attack back at her because of the way the shinobi tilted the gunbai. Kushina stumbled, which proved to be her downfall. The shinobi swung his leg up, digging the appendage into the woman's gut. Kushina was forced up into the air just before he swung down with his armored forearm, sending her face first into the ground below. The chakra chains still embedded in the shinobi's chest and gut, Kushina turned over and jumped away just before the shinobi could ram the kama attached to the gunbai into her back. Kushina swung her arm up, sending a kunai from her sleeve with perfect accuracy, only for the blade to be blocked by the massive steel gunbai. She growled as Kurama's power surged into Naruto's body. This was the first time that she'd ever taken over Naruto's body, and it was starting to strain her. Kushina growled like a feral animal as her cloak exploded further, turning her normally golden chakra chains to turn a dark blood red as well. The masked shinobi roared out in pain as the chakra turned radioactive. But just as the pain started to make permanent damage to his body, the chakra reverted back to yellow. Not only that, but Kushina's cloak reverted back to golden as well. Her anger has a detrimental effect on her body and her chakra. She left the rest to Kurama to do. With Naruto already getting close to being healed completely, Kushina knew that there wasn't going to be much need to use her own chakra. She was gonna be able to rest soon, so there wasn't much problem with that. Kushina was, after all, getting tired. She took a deep breath as she knew that it was only going to be a few more minutes before Naruto would be able to fully fight once again. Even if her son had to fight on pure willpower, she knew that he would succeed. There wasn't any other option. The boy needed to win. She channeled her chakra, pulling the masked shinobi towards her with the chakra chains pulling him and tearing his organs within. But as she pulled him, she hurled him back and forth, smashing his body across the ground and the rocks protruding from the ground. With each grunt of pain and cry of agony, she felt her smile grow. She threw her arms up as the chains, and the man came closer to her. The chains shot up, launching the masked shinobi into the air in a straight line, heading for her blades. But just before he could meet his demise, Kushina was blown away by a dome exploding not too far away from her, breaking her, holding the masked shinobi and making her lose her grip on her blades. She bounced around and rolled in the dirt with rocks tearing through her haori and jacket. There wasn't any real revealing damage done to her clothing, but it sure annoyed the hell out of her. She repositioned herself and got into another battle stance. Poof. Smoke covered Kushina and basically everything next to her and behind her. The masked shinobi narrowed his eyes. Soon enough, the silhouette of Jiki flying in the sky zoomed above them just before the Hachibi slammed into the earth below, just 20 yards away. The masked shinobi laughed as the Biju less reanimated appeared next to him, each one still well in their ability to fight. He nodded his head and the reanimations charged forward, clearing out the smoke and dirt. Smack. Naruto shot to his feet, eyes blue and hair back to his normal golden locks. His eye bags were still prevalent on his face, as were the beads of sweat falling down his cheeks, but now, there was another look in his eyes, one of pure anger. Naruto jumped to his feet and rammed his fist into Yujito's face, knocking her into the ground, just before he shot around with 2 shadow clones joining him and knocking back Yugura and his damned palm. He rushed ahead while his 2 clones held the weakest tightly with enhanced strength. He rammed his special into both of their bodies with chakra arms as he entered mode, thanks to the backup reserves that Kurama was saving just in case. Naruto rammed through the 2 reanimations and even dug through into his clones, dispelling the 2 of them, sending them to his body. Naruto turned to see both Yujito and Yugura smiling at him just before their souls escaped back to the next plane. Naruto glared at the masked man still licking his wounds from the blonde took it as his chance to take out the remaining. He rushed from his position while forming another 2 clones to take on Rashi and Han, knowing that they were next in line to be released. Doing things in numerical order at least gave the release of souls an order to go in. So the clones charged for the 2 former, only for one to be incinerated by lava rocks and the other to be stomped into dislodging. The golden Uzumaki froze in his steps and watched with a calculating eye while Kurama helped in assessing the situation. Naruto didn't like where this was going. It was expected though for the fights to get harder as the number of tails increased. He jumped back when Roshi sent forth a barrage of massive lava balls that dug and melted into the ground. Naruto weaved in between each attack, leaving golden flames and afterimages in his wake. Han charged ahead shortly after Roshi had finished his attack. Naruto jumped up, allowing the giant to pass underneath him. The blonde landed on his feet quite nicely just before he lunged forward to dodge Han's ridiculously terrifying taijutsu style. With steam coming off of each punch and kick, Naruto went to extreme measures to get away, even while he was in his cloak. Han was fast and hard-hitting, even when the attacks didn't meet their mark. Naruto rolled over dodging Han's curb stomp and pushed off the ground when he realized that Roshi was covering the ground with lava. He rolled forward causing Han to dig his foot into the lava, burning it off. Naruto rushed forward with his special in his hand and dug through the giant, tearing his trapped soul from its unholy prison. Despite not being in order, Naruto didn't care at this point. He wanted them freed as soon as possible. Once he dug through the massive cloud of ash and smoke, he watched his hand soul ascended up into the sky with a bright white light covering him and his reanimated body. Naruto nodded at the shinobi as he disappeared from sight, leaving him with Roshi to take care of, while Fu and Utakata stayed back, trying their hardest to fight back against the masked shinobi and his ninjutsu. Thanks to the still in Naruto's system, he could sense the masked ninja already starting to heal from the damage done by the good thing that Killer Bee thought to keep the masked ninja at bay and preoccupied so he could free them. Roshi was already proving to be a problem, so Naruto knew that Roshi had to be defeated as soon as possible. But how? Naruto sent out a team of shadow clones to try and figure out the redeeted Jinchuriki's defenses and the weak spots. But before any of them could get a good view, Roshi would dispel them with his superior ability with ninjutsu. Naruto sighed and charged forward knowing it was better to handle some things on his own. Starting with a quick bout of taijutsu, Naruto sent a punch, but Utakata and Fu were still connected with Roshi making things mighty difficult. Naruto spun around and rammed his foot into the shinobi's face, only for the other hand to come up and block the attack, sending Naruto back a few feet. He shook his head and charged once again sending a flurry of punches, some meeting their marks others being blocked. Almost as if it were in slow motion, Naruto watched as Roshi lost sight of one of his attacks, allowing Naruto to force the power into Roshi's cheek. The effect was perfect. Roshi was launched back by an invisible force, just as expected. But just before they could bounce around, Naruto reached forward with a chakra arm, grabbing Roshi and pulling the redeed towards him and slamming him into Roshi's gut, freeing the old man's soul. Naruto tossed a body turning into ash towards the side and smiled as Roshi's soul escaped with an approving smile on his face. Roshi shot up into the air with a beam of light slowly dissipating from view, leaving Naruto with Fu and Utakata to take on. The boy was already starting to come to his limit once again. He tried his best to keep standing straight, but it was harder than it seemed. Fu rushed forward with her chakra already exploding off of her body. Utakata appeared with his bubble pipe, sending a wall of explosive and corrosive bubbles his way. Naruto backflipped, dodging the explosive bubbles, each one getting closer and closer to ending his life. Fu though rushed forward with chakra shooting off of her body for a taijutsu bout that reminded the Uzumaki a lot of the way Tsunade fights. He dodged and let Fu pass by him completely. But just as she passed by, Naruto froze. Knowledge of a ninjutsu Fuinjutsu shot into his mind from his mother. He sped through hand seals almost as if he were a master at the technique, sending a chain from his back and impaled Fu from behind, bringing her down to the ground and dragging her towards him. Naruto was amazed with the technique and was about the same as Utakata until his body was encased in a giant corrosive bubble. Oh, Naruto shouted. If he touches any part of the bubble he is going to indefinitely die. But he didn't want to use a great deal of the remaining chakra he had to destroy the bubble either. I'm gonna die anyway. The Uzumaki channeled the rest of the Kyuubi's reserve chakra and destroyed the bubble almost immediately, showering the battlefield with its acidic composition. Fu was still being dragged towards him, so with a quick thought, he used the last of the Kyuubi's chakra to send a chakra armator as the chain dragged her closer and closer. The Adama dug into her chest, blowing her open and releasing the soul from bondage. The ash body exploded outwards, covering the area with a small ash cloud as Fu's soul escaped with a beaming smile. All that was left was Utakata. Elsewhere, Karin was charging through trees with the rest of her division per orders from HQ. So far, they were the closest to Naruto's battlefield, as such, they were sent as reinforcements should the boy need it. From what the entire Shinobi Alliance was told, Naruto was able to defeat all the reanimated except one. Karin was nervous since Naruto's chakra signature was weak and yet he felt so close. That wasn't a good sign. Karin could practically see how tired he was and even felt it to an extent. To actually sense that his chakra was low was a rarity, hell, near impossible from all that she's been able to sense. This was definitely not a good sign. Picking up the pace, despite the fact that she was still weak from the Kyuubi's chakra, Karin managed to keep up with Shikamaru and Kuretsuchi, both of which were right behind Kitsuchi, the new division commander of first since Dari was dead. Karin's eyes scanned the area expecting an Akatsuki ambush and even used her powers to scan the ground beneath them, not wanting to be stabbed from all sides once again. It had been 2 hours since they had packed up camp and headed off to help Naruto, and 2 hours since Karin had dared to even slow down her jumping pace. Karin was desperate to see Naruto. After all that she's been hearing and after all that she missed out on witnessing, she needed to see him again. Her heart raced with each passing second as the division hopped through the trees, digging their feet into the moss-covered branches just before they'd shoot forward with chakra flowing off of their legs. Karin front-flipped, causing her long red hair to flow with a majestic beauty as she landed on the branch in front of her. Just before she took off for the next branch she clenched her fists, nearly drawing blood. She needed to hurry. Elsewhere, Naruto dodged Utakata and his strange style. The boy, while still in the mode, was seriously running on empty at this point and relying on nothing but Kurama's extra reserves, both of which were about to empty. Utakata swung down, but Naruto managed to strafe to the left, dodging the attack completely, and swung back with A, only for Utakata to use his damned bubble blower to redirect his arm towards the left, making the exhausted Uzumaki miss by almost a foot. Naruto, as he missed, cancelled his and dived towards the ground while bringing his left foot around from behind for a 360 kick. Because Utakata had never used the Sharingan before, he didn't see the foot coming and was forced into the ground with a foot lodged in his cheek. Naruto shot back using Utakata's chest as a springboard and forced himself back, flipping in the air, leaving the final reanimated stunned. "It's time to free you." Naruto rushed forward and rammed his into Utakata's chest, blowing out his spine and back, showing the ground with ash and papier match. The reanimated body was still trying to hold on to Utakata's soul, so Naruto forced the remaining chakra he had as the cloak disappeared and rammed his fist into Utakata's reanimated body, tearing it completely in half, sending the upper torso flying and the lower body to collapse on itself, releasing Utakata's soul from its prison. Naruto fell to his knees as the effects of his attacks finally caught up to him. Sweat was falling off of his face like a damned waterfall. The boy was gasping out in pain since he could no longer call in chakra, and Kurama was completely worn out. Kushina was feeling the exact same. Naruto was wheezing out for air as his chakra coils tightened and writhed within his body. But there was still a battle to fight, especially now since Killer Bee was airborne once again. Naruto shook his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead and charged towards the unsuspecting masked Uchiha. From within, Kurama and Kushina were roaring their praise for Naruto as the boy closed the distance. Naruto jumped up into the air with chakra flowing off of his body and shot down towards the Uchiha, with his foot ready to take out the Uchiha, only to phase through his body and land just a few feet behind the masked shinobi. Just before the Uchiha could do anything to retaliate, 2 clones popped into existence, and the 3 Narutos swung forward, punching and kicking the Uchiha back. The real Naruto charged up while the other 2 kept him occupied. Even with the Sharingan, Obito knew that this was getting out of hand. One of the clones came around and even pulled a kunai from nowhere and slashed him across his mask, while the other sent his foot towards him, knocking him on the side of his head, stumbling his guard. The real Naruto smirked and charged forward with chakra exploding off of his feet and ramming into his chest, blowing the Uchiha back. But just before they could make any lasting damage to the Uchiha, he warped out of the dimension and reappeared a few feet behind the 3 Narutos and pulled his gunbai from his back. Without even using hand seals, he spit forth a massive ball of fire and used the gunbai to increase its effect, dispelling the shadow clones and slightly burning Naruto's back and arms. The boy didn't care and simply charged forward once again, this time using the shadow clone technique and making his clones fly out at the Uchiha. Obito was caught off guard by this and used his gunbai to block the incoming rain of Naruto clones and managed to block all of them from attacking him up close. But once he moved a fan from his way, 3 Naruto clones appeared again with normal size in the clones' hands and an Adama in the real Naruto's hands. Obito's eyes widened as the first 2 connected, but once the Adama rammed into his chest, Obito knew that this was going too far. "Alright, Naruto," Obito said with a growl. "It's time to end this. Damn it. I am this time really close to running out of chakra," Naruto thought to himself. "Is negativity all you have to say? It's never over." Naruto threw up the cross-hand seal, causing a massive explosion of smoke to cover him and the area behind him completely in smoke. He was safe for the moment and Obito was wondering what was coming. He narrowed his eyes from behind his mask. He tightened his grip on his gunbai as 3 Naruto clones shot from the smoke cover with lightning-fast speeds, almost as if they were shot out from cannons. Obito brought up the gunbai and blocked the first clone, causing its kunai to drag across the surface of the metal gunbai. The second came along and rammed his foot into the staff holding the gunbai, while the third nearly forced the metallic battle fan from Obito's hands. They each flipped around, dodging and retaliating to each of Obito's moves. The first clone lunged forward, only to receive his bitter end by getting bisected horizontally. Obito swung around with his gunbai and blew wind blades in all directions, forcing the other two clones away, dispelling them completely. It wasn't over. He knew that it wasn't over. Obito hunched over and took the battle fan and shielded his body from the real Naruto as he appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, asshole!" Naruto roared. Obito's eyes looked up from the corner of his mask and found the sky covered in Naruto clones, each one with a blaring in their hands. Obito's eyes widened in fear as they descended onto him with the intent to end him. Boom. The explosion was a majestic blue hue, covering the battlefield in an ominous blue light as almost 1,000 rammed into one person. Naruto jumped away as far as possible to stay safe and completely unharmed by the explosions. But just as the lights calmed and the explosions disappeared, the air behind him wisped and changed direction, revealing Obito behind him. Once his voice was heard, Naruto's tired and dull blue eyes widened as he was grabbed with a bone-crushing grip and raised into the air. "It's over, Naruto," Obito repeated. "I don't care for your childish and naive responses. I have won." "Like hell you have." Naruto reached into his kunai holster and pulled out a kunai, making it look like he was about to stab Obito, only to reveal that he had attached an explosive tag to the end of the kunai. With a second passing, the tag exploded, sending the two back and flying through the air and the ground. With dirt and sand everywhere along with smoke, Obito's vision was seriously impaired. But suddenly, just as the natural impediment disappeared, Naruto had just reappeared, this time with an entirely different face as before. "It's never over, you bastard," Naruto howled. "As long as there's hope, it will never, ever be over." Naruto smashed his fist into Obito's face, cracking the mask in all directions. Wind shot up, cracking the ground beneath them. The sheer force the boy sent into his punch had the entire world around them changing. The earth shook and the winds changed direction. Obito screamed as the mask continued to crack under the pressure of Naruto's newfound power. Hiba, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Tenten, Bushy Brows, Niji, Kakashi-sensei, Bachan, Jiraiya, Shukaku, Matatabi, Isobu, Son Goku, Kakum, Seiken, Shmei, Jiki, Kurama, Tusan, Kachan. Naruto continued to name the people off. Sakura-chan, Sasuke, Karin. "As long as I have people to protect, there will always be hope. For all that you've done." Naruto howled. "For Ino." Naruto channeled the rest of his chakra into the remaining punch, digging the man into the ground, cracking it clean open, cleaving the man yards into the dirt below. Naruto didn't let up and continued to push and continued to dig the man into the dirt all the way until his own chakra blew him back and into the air above. The blonde swung around the air like a ragdoll, spent and weak. Just before he hit the ground though, a pair of soft and lithe arms caught the heavy shinobi 20 feet in the air and landed perfectly on the ground below. There was a shuffling of clothing and a few drops of water falling onto his face. His breath was heavy and staggered. Skin was pressed against his lips as his mouth was forced open just before his teeth were forcefully dug into the flesh. "Uzumaki Naruto," Obito said with a dark tone. "To think a naive imbecile like yourself can gain so much power. My hatred will never cease, Naruto," Obito said as a warning. "This war isn't over. You may have won for now, but just know we will be back." "At him!" Karin cried. Hundreds of shinobi started landing in the battlefield ready to take on the Uchiha, only that once they cleared the smoke, it came to reveal nothing but the shards of what used to be his mask. Naruto though was now fast asleep in Karin's arms, snoring like a newborn baby. Karin felt tears fall from her eyes and continued to dampen the poor boy. She held him tightly and kept her arms wrapped, making sure that he didn't turn cold. "I won't leave you again, Naruto-kun." Karin wept. "I promise." Chapter 20. Shizuka. Naruto stood on the roof of the newly renovated Hokage Tower with a small smile on his face. Everything that had happened has finally brought him here. With his heroics in the war, he managed to not only fight the war almost single-handedly, but he also managed to fight the overly powerful masked Uchiha and 6 fully powered Bijuu. He was finally seeing his only dream coming into fruition. Not to be vain about what he was about to become, he had to admit that it would have been unfair of them not to do this. Not wanting to sound ungrateful, Naruto turned back to the Hokage monument and smiled at the faces carved eternally into the stone cliff face. Chirping birds and the common sounds of a village echoed into his ears. Carts were pulled across the dirt roads and people shouted about, calling their prices and offering their goods. Children played in the streets and there of course was the occasional prankster that would anger a group of adults or a group of children and if they were good, piss off both. Memories of doing such things brought another smile to the reminiscing blonde. It had been 10 months since the ceasefire against the Akatsuki, almost an entire year of nervous peace. Any second so far, the war could have exploded into action once again, and the prospect of having another catastrophe like that just looming on the horizon had Naruto shiver in his cloak. But those thoughts did nothing to deter him from his memories or his beaming smile. As of now, in the recesses of his mind, both Kushina and Kurama were arguing about menial things, giving Naruto a small headache. But of course, Naruto had to deal with their constant bickering now that he had removed the cage holding the beast back. It got so bad at times that Kushina and Kurama even got into all-out fights with one another to try and prove one another's dominance. Some of these fights would break out while Naruto was asleep, giving the blonde nightmares as a result. Most of those nightmares weren't pretty. Naruto sighed as his heart beat lightly. The image before him always left him speechless, despite having been destroyed by pain. The village wasn't a village because of its buildings or the beauty of its architecture, the village was a village because of its people after all. While the structures looked just about the same as they did before pain struck and destroyed everything in his wake, the people had an entirely new air about them. The people were happier, calmer, alive. It was felt in the air, the ground, hell, just practically everywhere. Construction workers hammered away with smiles on their faces. Women hummed to themselves as they walked down the streets with their families in tow. But most of all, the shinobi of Konoha and the Shinobi Alliance were simply put, joyful. Ever since the ceasefire, smiles were all that they felt. Smiles were all that were on their faces. Shinobi were grateful for Naruto's ability to fight back against the Akatsuki. They were beyond grateful for his damn near sacrifice to save the world. But most of all, they were grateful to see him as their future leader. He was a man that they felt that they could follow. He was a man that they felt would lead the alliance to greatness and in the minds of a few more idealistic shinobi, unity. Naruto laughed for a moment and ran a hand through his golden locks of hair as the winds picked up, blowing leaves and sakura blossoms all over the village. He spun on the heel of his soul and headed towards the door with his red, high-collared Haori that Ino had bought for him. The blonde felt a slight pang to his heart at the thought of the loving Yamanaka. Ino was in so many ways a great friend and a great lover. She cared and she, in Naruto's hopeful mind, genuinely loved him. The smile almost dropped for a moment. If only he were faster, he'd tell himself over and over. If only he was just a little faster, he could have saved her. He remembered having to deliver the news of Ino's untimely death to her father. Ino's father, Inoichi, is a respected shinobi and a powerful one in his own right, but for Naruto to see him break down and cry like he did almost made Naruto break down as well. To receive the news of your child's death must be hard, no, beyond hard to bear. But what made Naruto feel even more respect for the man was that he nodded his head after a few minutes of crying and stood to his feet, wiped his tears, and simply gave Naruto a smile before giving the boy a hug, completely devoid of the previous emotions. She's in a better place, he said. Naruto thought about recollecting the memories. I pray to Kami that that's the truth. Naruto skipped down the stairs with a smirk on his face. His new Shinobi Alliance hit I-8 strap waved in the movement, giving him a complete shinobi look. His jacket was no longer orange and black, but instead, he was wearing a simple black jacket and his perfect orange vest. His pants were also no longer orange, but instead, black as well. There were 2 kunai holsters on each leg, tied along the middle of his thighs. Naruto looked like a complete badass, but he was still the childlike teen that he chose to be. He walked through the Hokage Tower, admiring the work that was done trying to bring it back to its former glory. To say that they had done a damn good job is an understatement. Because of the alliance, there were many things that the nations were allowed to send back and forth, shinobi, food, supplies, but the most important was the fact that their architects were now traveling back and forth through the 5 great villages, working and building the villages up again from the destruction of the war, or just to help renovate with architecture from other places. Naruto looked around and quickly recognized some architectural designs that could probably be traced back to Kumagakure. The material was different from what Konoha would normally use. Some of the walls were stone and carved marble, making it possible that Iwa builders were also here working on the Hokage Tower. Kiri builders were also here, given that both Kiri and Kumo builders made the Hokage Tower substantially taller and larger, just like their own cage towers. The most successful build that the Alliance had managed to spit out on Konoha was her new walls. With the walls standing over 90 feet into the air, cutting through the sky, they also sported intimidating watchtowers that would indefinitely deter any Akatsuki plan to invade Konoha. The blonde just admired the walls and their ominous but perfect beauty. The gates were repaired and made with extra wood and metal protection. No matter how much they added, nothing could outdo the simple beauty and majesty that the village held. Naruto nodded at Tsunade from the hall and headed over towards the stairs while giving Shizune and Tonton a quick smile and even a hug. He was just so damn happy today. So much was happening today, especially since he had spent the last 10 months studying and perfecting his skills and perfecting his mode. Not only that, but he was now politically adept using the theme for his study. Politicians are liars and cheats, so lie and cheat back. He smirked and plowed through the door of the Hokage Tower and was immediately smashed in the face with the amazing scent of the garden in the Hokage Tower's compound garden. Flowers of different colors and scents amassed in the garden, covering it in multiple hues of beauty. The winds picked up again, waving through his spiky blonde locks and through his haori, waving the flaps and the sleeves. He sighed in relief and walked through the pathway and towards the entrance gate of the compound and onto the main street of the village. Shinobi and civilians alike from all 5 shinobi villages came and immediately crowded around him. Giant smiles were on their faces as they held small papers and pens in their hands. To Naruto, they were his adoring fans and adoring people that he promised to protect. After all, he had done a great job so far. Not only were they his fans, most were teenage girls just waiting to claim his heart. Naruto blushed at the mere thought of having a single night with some of the most beautiful of the crowd. There were blondes with short wavy hair, or even long and curly. There were brunettes with short bobs, and there were those that had their hair in ponytails, but the most appealing to the blonde, the redeeds. There were so few redeeds though, and it brought a painful pang to his heart. Redeeds were just so amazing to the boy, and they each held their own spunk that differentiated them from the blondes and the brunettes. It was a spunk that the boy couldn't describe nor deny. But of all the girls that were there, none could compare to one that he had just started connecting with again. She was someone that he didn't want to lose. She was someone that he risked so much for to protect. It was a bit unfortunate that for a while they drifted completely only to find each other once again. Naruto smiled softly as he finished signing the papers and autographs for the different kunoichi and shinobi. There was but one more thing he wanted to do before heading off to train. I wonder what she's doing right now. Naruto thought. It would be a nice surprise, eh? Naruto walked off from the street while smiling and waving at the different people and shinobi passing him by. Never had the village seemed so vibrant, never had he felt so genuinely loved. No longer did he feel that the villagers were kissing up to him, no longer did anyone fear him. Instead, they loved him. People loved him. Naruto felt his smile widen as a few girls ran up to him and grabbed him for a hug. It was a common thing since the ceasefire, but the boy still couldn't get used to being something of a commodity. At least that's what Kiba complained about. He continued his path down the street, passing different people and different stores with the owners offering up free gifts and products as a way to thank Naruto. For a while, he thought that his hero status would simply die out, but now that the war was somewhat over, he knew that it probably wasn't going to go away. Especially now with what was coming later on this day, Naruto knew that he would forever be engraved in the hearts of the world. If only it could be 3 in the afternoon already. Checking his watch, he found that it was still 10 in the morning, leaving him with nearly 5 hours of leeway to do whatever he wanted. But the question was, after he hangs out with her, what the hell was he going to do afterwards? Naruto grunted slightly but continued his smiling streak, spreading the happiness, making his smiles contagious, expanding like a plague through the village. Along the way down the street, he was passing up a small group of shinobi with one looking extremely familiar. He wore the standard attire of a Konoha and wore the Alliance Hittite. But once the two boys passed each other, they glared intently for a moment, ending the smiles and the happiness radiating from their bodies. Naruto glared at Takeshi as the brunette did the same. Neither trusted the other, especially since they were in love with the same woman, Karin. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the medical ninja, knowing that if a fight ever broke out between the two of them, everything would go to shit if he did something wrong, like using Kurama's power and accidentally killing him, or worse, killing Takeshi without the use of Kurama's power. The two bumped shoulders, but they quickly turned it around to make it look like they were friends, making some of the people who were holding their breath sigh in relief. Today was too good a day to be feeling anything but merry. The blonde shook his head as he sensed the medic walking on with his group. Naruto never did like how the medic appeared out of nowhere, claiming to love Karin as much or even more than the blonde did. Naruto remembered the day clearly. Flashback. 9 months ago. Naruto woke fearful and in a hospital bed. The world around him was bright white with the light of the sun reflecting off of the white tiles, white walls, white ceiling and white bed sheets. He felt a great explosion of fear flow from his body. He looked up and around examining the pale complexion of the world around him so far. His sapphire blue eyes scanned the room left and right with not much thought going through his mind. He wasn't dead. Suddenly, the door swung open revealing the entirety of the Konoha 11, or at least what was left of it. They barged into the room with at least 4 nurses crying out to the 11 to calm down and go back into the waiting room. The 11 turned back to the nurses screaming and shouting their dismissal of their commands. A shoot off by the 5th Hokage herself giving them looks that said let them be. The 11 shinobi tumbled over each other, with Kiba and Akamaru being the main reason behind it. Neji and Tenten shouted Shino because his bugs started flowing from his sleeves and crawled all over their bodies, and Hinata whimpered in fear trying to calm her cousin and friends from fighting each other in Naruto's own hospital room. But as they continued to dig their elbows into each other's faces, Karin managed to wiggle her way through and charged for the bed with tears already trickling down her cheeks. She jumped up into the air and wrapped her arms around the wounded Uzumaki and held him tightly, nearly breaking his back and neck. At least she managed to pop his cramped neck. Karin was weeping softly as she tightened her hold on the blonde boy. Naruto's eyes shot open as she continued to cry onto his shoulder. His arms were too wrapped in wires and tubes to reach up and hug her back. The boy looked at Karin with a small smile on his face. It was almost perfectly surreal. "Then Naruto-kun." Karin gasped. "You almost died. You don't know what would have happened to me if you did." "Hey Karin." Naruto was speechless. "No wait." Karin interrupted. "Please let me speak. You need to know. I never meant to push you away like I did. I never meant for any of this to happen the way it did." "Hey, guys, we should give Karin and Naruto their space." Hinata suddenly piped. They needed. The group of built-up shinobi sighed and groaned their disapproval, but agreed much to the two Uzumaki's relief. Once the 10 shinobi had exited the room, Karin looked back to the blonde with a bright teary-eyed smile and moved closer, placing herself perfectly on the bed and on his lap, her plump buttocks onto his knees, making Naruto smirk softly. "Naruto," Karin began. "I was just so caught up in my jealousy that I couldn't see past that. I wanted to go with you and protect you, but I was just so caught up in my pride that I wasn't about to let myself look weak. Naruto, I saw you and Ino naked one day at Sunagakure after the Chunin promotions took place, and I guess I just couldn't take it. I didn't know what you two had done the night before." "Karin." Naruto sighed. "Ino and I did have, and we had a lot." Karin slapped the boy on the shoulder and huffed in anger. "But I don't know, I felt that I really did like her. I mean, after all, she was the only person that asked me out on a date, you know. She and I were already at that stage of the relationship, you know." "But Karin," Naruto said. "Those words that I said to you before everything went to shit, I meant it. Karin, I think you're beautiful, beyond belief, and I can't say to you how sorry I am." "What for?" Karin asked. "I don't need apologies. I wasn't fast enough," Naruto said solemnly. "I could have saved her." Karin was frozen in her thoughts, not expecting that response. Her crimson eyes locked with his for a moment as she remembered why she loved him so much. His heart was on display for all to see. His caring nature and his loyal disposition simply made her adore him. So much so that she completely forgot her entire speech. Sliding her hand down his collarbone and down onto his hard chest, receiving a small shudder from Naruto. Her fingers slid up, motioning his head upwards to look at her. Their eyes locked once again, crimson and cerulean, ruby and sapphire. Their faces closed in with all of their built-up emotions coming to a climax in this one moment. Karin leaned in, her lips grazing against Naruto's own. She was parched and she wanted him so badly. Naruto, while feeling the same, knew that he needed some form of self-control. Karin though didn't care as her soft breath trickled against his skin, making the hairs of his neck stand erect. They teased, neither of them closing the remaining distance, neither of them intending to seal the deal. But the door suddenly slid open, revealing a brown-haired, brown-eyed medic ninja. In his hand was a bouquet of roses and other flowers. Though not as beautiful as the flowers Naruto had wrapped together for Karin, it was still a great sight to see. The boy looked beyond nervous until his eyes landed upon the two Uzumaki holding each other, or rather the Rititi was searching for gripping another man, the hero of the Shinobi Alliance no less. The boy ran a hand through his hair and simply dropped the flowers and walked out of the room without a word being said. Karin was wide-eyed and her jaw was slack. Naruto was no different, but he quickly changed his face and turned to face the Rititi with a freaked face. Naruto kept his gaze on Karin as the girl struggled to keep her face straight to reply. She knew exactly what the blonde was about to ask of her. We Karin struggled to get the words out. "Oh." Naruto said aloud. "You too. Why yeah." Karin looked down for a moment. "Don't worry." Naruto replied with a sigh. "It was my fault that we even drifted from one another after all, you know." "Heh. You can't take all of the blame." Karin sighed. Flashback ends. Naruto looked up when the wind shifted again, causing the leaves to rustle in the growing breeze. He was 17 and already and not only that, he was going beyond what any other 17-year-old had gone before. He smiled widely as he headed off to the hospital to meet his beloved Rititi. Naruto felt a skip in his heart as the thought of embracing his lady friend. The days have been sweet and near perfect since then. Naruto and Karin of course would make a daily pilgrimage with Choji and Shikamaru to Ino's grave, despite the fact that his body was never found. They would stand for 2 hours at the foot of her grave just talking about their day to the deceased girl. But once the 2 hours were up, the boys would go off and train or do the normal things of their daily schedule, with Naruto training his butt off, Shikamaru staring at the clouds in thought, and with Choji simply stuffing his face with as much food as he could. With the guys gone, it would usually lead to Karin being alone in the graveyard to simply talk with the deceased blonde. Karin would sometimes talk to herself and then give ambiguous questions to the dead blonde, almost as if she was expecting a response. She knew that she'd never get a response, but she had hoped that this was all just a bad dream. Some terrible trick by fate. The Redeed would usually stay at the graveyard well into the night at times and even place flowers at the blonde's grave and talk with Ino. Thinking back to the present, Naruto was feeling slightly hungry and took off through the main street with his crimson Haori waving behind him. People looked and smiled and some waved as he sped past them. Naruto jumped over pulled carts and stalls, trying to make his way towards his favorite place as soon as possible. The blonde front flipped and landed on his feet with a bright beaming smile on his face. The wind pressed against his face as he sped on. He dug his feet into the ground and dragged his body against the dirt road, kicking up rocks and dirt in his wake. In front of him was the godly gift to man, Ichiraku Ramen. With an even brighter smile spread across his face, Naruto hobbled over with a form of swagger in his step and flipped the hanging flaps out of his way and plopped onto the first stool he saw and ran his hand through his bangs, throwing them about. 7 bowls of miso ramen, old man. Naruto cried out with a smile. Oh. Naruto. Tucci smiled at the boy. Those orders will be right up. Oh, Naruto-kun. Am smiled. How are you and Karin? We're great. Naruto replied. I was just on my way to see her at the hospital. Aw. Am squealed. Little Naruto-kun finally found the girl for him. Am pinched his cheek just as the ramen bowls were dropped on the counter in front of him. Naruto though frowned but felt a blush grow on his cheek as his eyes shut in embarrassment. The boy turned back around realizing that his ramen was indeed in front of him. Picking up the chopsticks from the container just on the side of the counter, Naruto dug into his bowl of succulent ramen. Each passing second, the broth and warmth of the noodles flooded his body, loosening his muscles and tensed body. His smile simply grew. Nothing could possibly go wrong with this day. Elsewhere, at the north gate of the village, there was a woman that seemed disheveled and bloodied. On her back in a shawl was what seemed to be a little blonde baby with a slight hint of whisker marks. The woman had some battle scars on her chest and back and even a few on her arms, but other than that, the woman looked like a normal traveling shinobi. Her hair was a dark black and her eyes were gorgeous emerald. But with each passing step, her emerald eyes would drop down and her balance would stumble. Hitetsu and Izumo looked up from their gate guarding post and quickly charged out to help the woman. The woman collapsed on her knees, but the two Eternal grabbed her and helped her up just in time. Ma'am, are you alright? Kitetsu asked. No. The woman whispered. Do you want us to take you to the hospital? Izumo asked worriedly. No. She replied once again. Just take me to Naruto-kun, ma'am. The two shouted in surprise as the woman simply passed out on the street. Elsewhere, Karin and Naruto were laughing with each other as Karin enjoyed her break. The blonde of the two was blabbering about his day so far and how he was excited for what was to come later today, and Karin of course was giving him her normal congratulations, which consisted of kissing and more kissing. Karin was mighty friendly and once she saw Sakura and Hinata walking by, she quickly motioned for the two of them to join the Uzumaki talking. They sat and chatted with all four of them having a lot to talk about. Hinata having a lot to talk about was a bit surprising, but the fact that Kiba and Hinata were dating, that was a bit understandable. At least it made sense to Naruto that Kiba's attitude would rub off on Hinata. And so, the four shinobi laughed and talked as the best of friends, but the lounge room door broke open, revealing a sweating Izumo and Kitetsu. Eyes, you've been requested to room 253 by Tsunade-sama. Kitetsu said with almost no breath. Especially Naruto. What? Naruto asked. What do you mean, especially me? Just come on. Izumo shouted as the four were quickly filed from the room. Once at the room, the group was surprised to see the rest of the rookie 10 standing at the front of the door, along with the senseis. Naruto sighed and wondered what made them so important that Tsunade trusted them explicitly. He was about to ask his fellow shinobi about what was going on, but Anbu shinobi appeared from within the door of the room, revealing more Anbu blocking the window from within the room and from outside of the building. Tsunade was standing at the foot of the bed as were the rest of the council and clan council. Now Naruto was royally confused. He and the rest of the rookie 10 were motioned into the room by Tsunade and the Anbu standing guard. Once inside of the room, there was a bed of course, but it was being covered by a large curtain covered in seals that negated the ability to sense who was in there. Karin had already tried to sense who it was. The room was silent as their hearts raced and their muscles tensed. There was only one reason as to why Tsunade would call everyone into one room like this. Uchiha Sasuke was found and is in the bed right this instant. Naruto shook his head from the thought, it would have been too easy if that was the case. There was no way that it was Sasuke, if it was, then Naruto would have had to have been in the bed next to him. If it's not Sasuke then who is it? Naruto thought to himself. Any ideas for Kachan? Kurama? None that I can think of. Kushina replied. Beats me. Kurama replied. I try not to associate myself with what you call friends. Naruto laughed. Everyone, this right now is to be held as an S-class secret. Tsunade said with a stern voice. No one can know about this, understood? Tsunade swung the curtain away revealing a woman with an amazing chest and with dark black hair. Her emerald eyes were watching them with surprise. But they widened with happiness when they locked onto the whiskered face of Naruto Uzumaki. She painfully sat up but still held the bundle in her arms as tightly as possible. Her lips curled up into a smile as a small blush formed on her cheeks. Karin's eye twitched slightly as the redeed was about to become territorial. And Naruto-kun. The girl said softly while slowly caressing the bundle in her arms. "S. Shizuka-chan." Naruto whispered in surprise. Karin looked at Naruto with a look of surprise. She dropped the blonde's arm from hers and backed away from the boy. The rest of the shinobi backed away as they knew that something was about to happen. Karin's breath hitched as her fears were finally realized. She glared at the woman in the bed as the girl tried to sense Shizuka's chakra, only to be blocked by the massive chakra signature being held by the girl. Karin glared as red was starting to become the only color she could see. "And Naruto?" Karin said slowly. "Hey Karin-chan. This is going to be hard to explain." Naruto sighed. She. "This is mine and Naruto-kun's baby," Shizuka said abruptly, cutting right to the chase. The room shut out all sound. For a moment the room even dropped into freezing temperatures. Naruto looked to see Karin glaring like never before. She was beyond infuriated. Kushina and Kurama were even surprised by the declaration given by their dropped jaws. Tsunade shook her head despite already knowing the girl's predicament and even a little secret that she was going to disclose with the rest of the shinobi present. "Now is not the time for this, children." Tsunade sighed. "There is something more important than this." Karin and Naruto sighed and turned to their leader with small glasses on their faces. The remaining shinobi walked closer to the woman as the door behind them was covered in activated seals. Soon enough the seals spread onto the walls and the windows, covering everything in kanji. The seals glowed with a bright intensity just before the light died out and the kanji disappeared completely. "This is Shizuka, the former leader of Nadeshiko village," a matriarchal Tsunade was interrupted. Former Naruto asked, slightly appalled. "What the hell happened?" "Uchiha Sasuke happened." Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. Turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.